This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. It's a freaking election day, and I got bullied by the chat into coming on early. I was supposed to come on at 6. Warlord and Clinically are in the chat like, go live now, go live now, go live now. Mr. Elwood, Torchy, Munzor Balls, Warlord, Clinically, Socks, get the fuck down. Welcome in. Buckle up for a long night. Warlord is watching 7 streams. God help us all tonight. The cats are rushing over here, getting all up in my business as shit's going down. I wasn't exactly prepared. I had other shit I needed to do, and then Clinically he's like, "Oh no, go live, go live." Torchy, Zon. Election day's feeling really good. I think it's actually going to be a pretty short night. I think we're going to know that Harris has won by 2 or 3 in the morning. I think there are a lot of right-wingers that are going to be in for a big shock. I think their heads are going to explode. Here is the setup for tonight. As you can see, polls close in 1 hour on the East Coast. On the left, that will be your tally for electoral votes. Currently, Harris sitting at 0, Trump at 0. You can see the Senate in the middle. Democrats, 28 seats to the Republicans, 38 seats. 50 to retain control of the Senate. I think the Democrats are going to retain control of the Senate with 49 seats based on an independent in Nebraska winning. Meat Cakes, Byronic, good evening. On the right, you can see the House results. It's 218 seats to control the House. Currently, the Republicans are in control by a slim margin of 4 seats, 5 seats. I don't even remember what it is. It does fluctuate throughout the term. Democrats can pick that up in New York and California alone. So I believe the Democrats are going to take control of the House. I believe the Democrats are going to retain control of the Senate. I believe the Democrats are going to win the presidency. I think the trends have been that the overturning of Roe v. Wade has turned out women against the Republican Party to vote against the Republican Party. We've seen it. We've seen trends for Democrats in 2018 and 2020. This is the first presidential election post-Roe. We have no reason to believe that the trends favoring Democrats are going to subside. We have reason to believe that they're going to galvanize and that the trend towards Democrats is going to be even stronger tonight. Call it cope if you want. I think Harris wins North Carolina and Georgia tonight. And that is why you will see the call tonight. A lot of people saying Trump may pick up Michigan. A lot of people are saying Trump that could pick up Arizona. I don't see the trends in either. Those 2 states have trended blue the last 2-3 election cycles. I don't see that changing. Call me an optimist. Objectively me. Good evening. We've got all kinds of crazy news going on as well. A man was arrested outside of the U.S. Capitol. Apparently had a flare gun and a manifesto. 2 people were shot at a Navy pier in Chicago. Trump reacting to a Joe Rogan endorsement. I'm going to play you Bernie Sanders' final message here on this election day. Plus, I've got some cathartic things, some things that have nothing to do with the election that we may watch just because it's fun. I have 30 minutes of Taylor Schabusiness body camera footage that we may partake upon sometime during this stream. I have a police chase that we may very well partake upon sometime during this stream. first, I'm going to give you a live look inside of a polling booth. Starting off tonight, Energy Flow, good evening. The live look inside of a polling booth. Igloo, good evening. He does look very Jesus-y, doesn't he? I don't think Jesus wore that particular outfit. That looks like a very nice sweater. I love this. This is The Onion, by the way. Speaking of hippos. If you missed it last night, we played it last night. It may disappoint you. The internet's favorite hippo predicted who she thought would win the presidency tonight. Mooding predicts the president. Oh, fuck. I fucked it up. I hit the wrong button. I had it all queued up and everything. Mooding predicting the winner of the U.S. presidency. The left one is Donald Trump. The right one, Kamala Harris. Princess Kimberly, good evening. Mooding has gotten big. Mooding cast her vote for Donald Trump. Quesadilla, good evening. So if you... Well, it's been a little bit. Like, didn't she burst on the scene about 6 months ago? Like, I feel like it was back in the spring. Go back inside of a polling location. Oh, fuck. Question marks.
Алло, я слушаю. Я там.
Don't kid yourself, Billy. Mooding would eat you and everyone you care about if given the chance.
Нет, ничего не спрашивали, ничего не проверяли. Только что. А бюллетени у меня с собой.
Battle Opossum.
Да я здесь, один.
We have a Russian in the booth, I believe.
За Трампа, да? Или может 2-3 за Клинтона? Ну, для равновесия. Ладно, за Трампа. Понятно.
Less than an hour into the first polls close.
Ковский. Нет, не надо. Ладно. Трамп, понятно. Понятно.
Should I save this for then?
А дочка твоя? Ого.
I've got it ready to go.
Поздравляю. Это очень хорошо, это весело. Да у меня все.
This is live inside of a polling booth.
Слушай, у меня здесь этих бюллетеней.
We appear to have a Russian voting.
Мне еще получить на этом участке? Или до следующего?
It appears 2 House seats were just called for Republicans.
Ну, я тебя отпущу. Ну, я позвоню на следующей неделе.
We do have news to get to. We're going to do plenty of news.
Я почти что закончил. Почти что.
It's not like I don't have a lot of time to fill tonight.
До скорой. Пока.
Also, I was sleepy at like midnight last night. How I'm going to make it to 9 o'clock? Who knows? You may see me sleeping in the background over here. You may get a nap stream. Getting some kind of a weird interference. Live from this polling booth. Oh god, we're getting scary. Halloween's already over. Jill Stein. Of course, Jill Stein claiming Ohio illegally removed her from the ballot. Prometheus, welcome in. I believe so, Mr. Elwood. So I guess he voted for Jill Stein. This is fantastic. I love The Onion. Hey, wait a minute. I know this guy. Isn't this Jordan Peele? Is it not? Thank you. I thought Prometheus was going to be like, bruh, you're racist. Oh, it's not Jordan Peele. My bad. I thought Onion scored a big get. It's exactly what you were thinking, Prometheus. I know you guys are never going to not take an opportunity to call me a racist. I'm well aware. Is Chelsea Handler? Canadians should be able to vote in America, but not the other way around. I don't understand that logic. She's very white. T minus, you have missed nothing. Welcome in. Good evening. Happy Election Day. We're currently watching a live shot from inside of a voting booth. We're just naming Chelsea's now, or we're naming blonde women in the chat. Is it Madonna? At least nothing freaky happened this time. Becky with the good hair. If you joined us for the Beyonce concert last night, I didn't know that was a whole song.
Who are you voting for?
You're really obsessed with that Becky, isn't she?
Vote for president. Uh-huh. Okay, as senator, you got Duckworth, Kirk, McMillan, Summers. Uh-huh. Okay.
He's copying off his friend.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
Goddamn Prometheus.
Okay.
Well, first I thought it was like the dude that plays Gustavo Fring.
Wait, slow down.
But then I was like, oh, it's too young to be him.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Garcito Espinoza or whatever. I fucked his name up, didn't I?
Shapiro. Okay.
Well, speaking of, let me open the phone lines in case somebody does want to
Gotcha.
yak with me.
This one's 3 of 6.
I had somebody named Fritter call me last night.
Okay, now yes or no? One more yes or no.
About 50 more minutes until the first polls close. Apple fritters are amazing. I did say fritter. That's what the caller ID says. Fritter called me last night. This whole sketch is cracking me up. I can just sit here and watch this the whole time, but we're not going to. We're not going to. I'm sorry. We've got news to be doing. Don't think I'm not gonna check back in with it though. I owe you a meme of the day, but I'm not gonna give you a meme. I'm gonna give you just this screenshot of Google Trends, which is hilarious. The fact that there were many people that apparently had to find out today that Joe Biden dropped out of the race. And apparently a lot of people found out over the last week or so. Imagine you went into the voting booth and was like, oh, wait a minute, did Joe Biden drop out? I'm pretty sure he did.
Come on, man.
I hope he did because I didn't vote for him. Wow. I fucking hate it here. Yeah. What do you want to do first? Election? You want to do real news and then get to the election shit? Or election shit and then some news and then go back to election shit at the top of the hour? What are you guys thinking? Prometheus already trying to get us on a car chase. I figured a car chase would be later on in the evening when we're a little on downtime. Yes, show a cat. Show a cat. He knew it was coming. He saw me get up out of the chair. Okay, here's the deal. I got this bad boy ready, but I was saving it for when the polls close. That was a Maynard, and he was very unimpressed. No, I think I'm gonna save it for when the polls close. I'll hit my other bowl. Oh, he's so snuggly, too. He's so snuggly. Let me get you guys, like, some Washington Post or something to put up on the screen. C-SPAN going. The Washington Post isn't even live yet. Here, Kornacki will keep you company. You know, Kornacki's always good. I got the Kornacki cam ready to go. We'll see Kornacki's butt plenty of times tonight. Holiday, welcome in, my friend.
Election day, but polls across the country are open for Americans to cast their ballots. Look at this number on your screen. This is the latest NBC News poll. It shows this tied race among likely voters nationwide, with 49% for Harris and 49% for Trump. But the real results will come as ballots are cast, of course, and numbers come in later today. We are so lucky. I'm so excited. We've got NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki with us at the big board to walk us through what he's looking out for. Steve, first of all, I just have to say, I feel like you'd be into this too. Of course, in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, 3-3, a tie. The first place that votes on Election Day in person. I mean, were you just like, duh?
Yeah, I mean, look, we got the scoreboard up and running. Yes, one little tiny, not even town in northern New Hampshire, 3-3. So there's your national count.
Tell us what you're keeping your eye on as we get started today.
Yes, so let's take a look here tonight when the polls start closing. We're about 7.5 hours away from the first poll close, but that's going to be a lot of Indiana, Kentucky, not expected to be competitive. Probably not going to learn much in that 6 o'clock hour, but 7 o'clock Eastern, that is when the action begins, and the numbers are going to come fast and furious out of Georgia, we believe. Why? Because Georgia has revamped the way they do these elections, at least the reporting of these elections, and it means essentially that about 80% of all the votes that are cast in Georgia, we're going to have the results of in the first hour, between 7 and 8 p.m. All that'll be left after that is the people in Georgia who are going out to the polls today and voting today. But the vast majority of the vote in Georgia has already taken place through early voting, and all of that will be reported out in the first hour, at least under this new state law. So we could get a lot of clarity there early. North Carolina.
Steve, let me ask you, while you're still in Georgia, a quick question, because we know that's a swing state, kind of coin toss kind of thing. Does that mean at 80% we know, or because of who voted early, or that still, even though we've got 80% of the vote, and we don't know for a long time?
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be a long time. It depends. I mean, this could be razor thin, and it still could be days if it ends up being like a recount. But again, keep in mind that what you're getting in that 80% is the early vote. That's folks who voted by mail, folks who voted in person early. What's left is the Election Day vote. And what we typically see with the Election Day vote is it's more Republican friendly. So we may be in a situation where in that 80%, the Democrats are doing better than they end up doing. And the question will become, if the Democrats are ahead, does Trump overtake them with the same day?
Oh, sounds like some drama that we're going to see you at the board for. Okay, keep taking us through these poll closes.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, 7:30, North Carolina. It's going to be, I think, somewhat similar to Georgia, just in terms of the speed here. Again, the possibility there in the first couple hours to get most of the vote in reported out in North Carolina. 8 o'clock is when we start getting those big northern tier battlegrounds. There's an asterisk on Michigan because there's a couple of small counties that are in the central time zone, but basically the whole state closes at 8 p.m. We'll start seeing those results at 8 p.m. All of Pennsylvania closes at 8 p.m. And one thing to keep in mind there in Pennsylvania, there's a lot of mail-in voting in Pennsylvania, not as much as 4 years ago, but the way just about all the counties are going to do it in Pennsylvania is probably not long after 8 p.m. they're going to report out the results of the vote by mail in Pennsylvania. And again, that's a very Democratic-friendly group of votes, the mail-in votes in PA. So again, you can expect the Democrats, Harris, to put up her best numbers in Pennsylvania with what you see in that, say, 8 to 9 o'clock hour. And again, like Georgia, but probably even more dramatically, the story will be, okay, once you get through the mail, Trump's going to be behind. Can he catch up with the same day vote that then gets reported out? So that's, PA, keep that in mind. Arizona says 9, but the state law is Eastern. The state law is they got to wait an hour after that to report any numbers. So really in Arizona, 10 p.m. Eastern is when we'll get some numbers there. Wisconsin, a biggie, obviously, 9 p.m. Nevada is 10 o'clock. But again, keep in mind, that's when they close, 10 o'clock Eastern. But we've seen elections in the past where it's still a couple hours after that before you even get any results out of Nevada. So
Nevada could be days.
Clarity a little bit, maybe a lot from the East. If we're waiting on the West, that could be a while.
Steve, I know I've got to keep you on time because a lot of people want to talk to you today, but we do have to just look at the map while we've got you. Remind us electoral paths here. What's maybe the most likely? What's the easiest for each candidate? Yeah,
it's blank now, but I'll set it up like this because this is how both parties see the map with these 7 core battleground states. And keep in mind what we just said there. The action's going to begin in the Southeast, in Georgia and North Carolina. Now, North Carolina was a Trump state in 2020, the only battleground that Trump...
If she wins North Carolina, I think it's over.
12,000 vote difference. So look at it from this perspective. This is an if. I stress this is an if.
9 a.m. Prometheus.
Trump wins the state. that he won in 2020, North Carolina, and if he can reverse that narrow loss in Georgia from 4 years ago and win Georgia. And again, not impossible if he does this. We would know it in the first few hours. Again, we say Pennsylvania closes at 8 o'clock. If Trump comes into Pennsylvania with these two in his pocket.
I did not. You may see me nap on stream.
Because if Trump wins Pennsylvania on top of those two, he hits 270 on the dot. And you saw Kamala Harris finish her campaign in Philadelphia last night for good reason for their campaign. They want to block this. If they end up in that situation, they absolutely must win Pennsylvania. But if this were to happen and Harris were to win,
question marks. I think it gets called
pretty quickly, because if she could,
as Kornacki is pointing out, if she wins North Carolina, if she wins Georgia, North Carolina, it gets called tonight. If she wins Pennsylvania, North Carolina, I think it gets called tonight. So it's all about if she wins 2 out of these 3 states that we're gonna know results for within the first few hours. We're going to know the results for those 3 states by midnight. It could be called for her. I think it gets called for her by 2. That's my prediction for tonight. We probably won't know the true outcome of the House for a while, because there will be probably 10 or so that are still up in the air. They might have to do recounts and shit. The Senate we might know tonight as well. So it's... Question mark is tired. You're going to stop getting texts for now, no matter who wins.
Then just add Michigan and Wisconsin, 2 Biden states from 2020. Take a look at that. She would suddenly hit 270. So there's all sorts of scenarios here. But I think that Pennsylvania, when the polls close and we get numbers there, that could pivot us dramatically one way or the other.
Steve, I love you. I've been waiting for somebody to just say, you start here and then you go here, and this is what we're looking for. So we're Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Steve, thank you. You have a long night ahead.
I said that last night. It's not hard. It's not hard to read the tea leaves. Now, I had a very good guide about this very thing, but it seems like Steve Kornacki covered exactly what this guide was going to cover, so I don't know that we need to go by this. This is a breakdown of each state. In Arizona, the polls close at 7. Arizona has allowed voting by mail for over 2 decades, and approximately 80% of the voters in the state vote by mail. Ballot processing and tallying in the state can begin when the ballots are received by election workers, but results may not be released before all precincts have reported or 1 hour after the poll closed, whichever is sooner. So that means they have already tallied votes, but they can't release them until after the polls close. DJ Dub, good evening. In Georgia, the polls close at 7 p.m. Eastern. That is about 40 minutes from now. Absentee ballot voting in Georgia plummeted after the 2020 election, when more than 1.3 million residents availed themselves of that option. During the 2022 midterm elections, that figure was below 300,000, a figure advocates blamed on a controversial 2021 law that reduced access to ballot drop boxes, increased restrictions on mailed ballots, and introduced other rules like banning food and drink distribution to voters in line by non-poll workers. What color do you want, Prometheus? That legislation was among a string of changes implemented in the last 4 years by the state's Republican-dominated government. In September, Georgia's State Elections Board approved a requirement that the total number of ballots be counted by hand after machines run their tallies. But that and other recently adopted rules were blocked by Georgia judges, who concluded they were adopted too close to Election Day. Oh, I thought I was wearing red. So Georgia is saying that they will have their results tonight. I think they said by 9 o'clock. I think they even gave a time. Let me see if I have that video for you. I may not have that video. Also, I have access to MSNBC, Fox, if you guys want to check in on. I'm not likely to put it over there myself and check in on Fox. That should be something the chat should take care of. Like, hey, let's see what's going on Fox right now, and I will put Fox up for you. So don't count on me just to go check in with them. I'm probably going to keep it on Washington Post or C-SPAN. You know how I roll. Look at Fox right now. How about we look at what Fox said just a couple hours ago?
I'm Dana Perino along with Judge Jeanine Pirro, Harold Ford Jr., Jesse Waters, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City.
Gutfeld.
This is The Five. So, this is it, America. The polls, they don't matter anymore. The rallies are over, and it's now time for you to decide.
It's all done but the fucking.
We're less than an hour away from the first polls closing in the 2024 election. Millions of Americans have already cast their ballots.
Election foreplay is over.
The chapter on one heck of a campaign season. From 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump.
Well, up until 2020, Fox had the best election team, the best election analysis team.
It has all been unprecedented. And we will be getting our first...
They fired the dude that called Arizona rightfully for Joe Biden.
And how
it's insane.
Feel about those key issues that defined this election.
Imagine being so good at your job that Fox News fires you.
Final pitches.
My message to you and to all Americans tonight is very simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't have to settle for weakness,
like a refugee. Don't have to live like a refugee.
Tapped into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people. And we know it is
I've got the first season and have not watched it yet, Torchy.
In America.
Vice President Harris trying to seal the deal by knocking on a few doors in Pennsylvania, and she is banking on the star power of Lady Gaga, as we called her yesterday.
Lady Gaga?
To bolster her closing message during a rally in Philly.
If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible.
Is this what Trump was bitching about, seeing Oprah on Fox?
Cast a ballot again.
I cast my vote for someone who will be a president for all Americans.
So, where are the candidates tonight?
Well, maybe not Palestinian Americans specifically.
We'll be having a watch party down there in Florida. And Kamala Harris will be watching results at Howard University in D.C. That's where she went to college. She had a pit stop to rally the troops at the DNC. Here's the contenders weighing in on the race earlier today.
I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three.
I ran a great campaign.
I'm able to make a speech on pretty quick notice if I win.
Guys, you know, normally a candidate would say, we ran a great campaign, or opponent ran a good campaign. You know, it's going to be competitive, it's going to be close, but, you know, whoever wins, we all have the best interest of America at heart. That's the kind of bullshit that a normal politician would say. This motherfucker is like, I ran a great campaign. This is the best of the three I've ran. God damn.
Tonight, well, Donald Trump is at Mar-a-Lago and will be having a watch party down there in Florida. And Kamala Harris will be watching results at Howard University in D.C. That's where she went to college. She had a pit stop to rally the troops at the DNC. Here's the contenders weighing in on the race earlier today.
I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three. I'm not a Democrat. I'm able to make a speech on pretty quick notice. If I win, I know what I'm going to say, and I don't even want to think about the losing part. There's never been a movement like this, and we're going to turn our country around.
I'm looking at you and you're looking at me. Oh, because there's a live camera somewhere. Which camera is, this is, okay, I'm waving it.
Okay, so we're coming to the end. I'm gonna save Greg because he is in a mood and we are all enjoying it very much, but we're gonna wind it up first with Jesse Waters to give us some thoughts before we get going tonight.
Well, I woke up at 6 and I went to vote immediately. And as I walked in, there was a guy next to me. He was wearing a garbage bag. And I gave him a fist bump and I said, let's go.
He was wearing a garbage bag.
Voted
This motherfucker was like, I walked in, and the person next to me was wearing a garbage bag, and I gave him a fist bump. Do you think that sounds normal? Do you think you sound like a normal person? You fist bump the dude in a garbage bag, unless it's Missy Elliott. I assure you, anyone wearing a garbage bag is not in the best mindset.
And I didn't look at the news all day. So I didn't like to look at this stuff because who cares? Nothing's going to make a difference.
Fire resist, rhinos, welcome in.
See, how's it looking? And I'm like, it's looking good. You know, we got a great early vote. It's looking
Danielle, did I tell you good evening?
I come in confident, relaxed.
Had to cover a Trump shirt. That's a good possibility.
Kayleigh McEnany's freaking out about Philly. Oh, they're saying Philly's coming out strong. The numbers in Philly are so big. I said, oh my God. So then I start freaking out. And I hadn't been freaking out, so I did not need to hear Kayleigh. So now I have to do research. I have to talk to the Trump people and all the data people. And I said, what are we hearing about Philly here?
Cancel Justin.
Close to maybe 700,000 in Philadelphia County. It's more than Barack. It's more than Hillary. It's more than Biden.
Barack.
Possible. And they said, Jesse, don't worry. There's only about 700,000 registered Democrats in Philadelphia County. That would mean they would have to bring out every single Democrat who was registered.
Tip Justin and cancel him.
Kamala Harris. Is it possible? Sure.
Thank you, Prometheus.
Is it possible? Probably not. Even with that 700,000 Philadelphia County turnout, which
I was hoping to have fourth wall ready to go to launch tonight.
Probably will not be enough, they say, to overcome the advantage that Republicans had. I'm hearing we should be looking at New Hampshire. I'm hearing we should be looking at Virginia. This isn't something that I made up. This is something that I'm hearing and I'm reporting to you. So everybody stay calm.
Jesse thinks they're going to win Virginia.
Voted and you live in Virginia or New Jersey or New Hampshire.
I don't really drink energy drinks.
New Mexico.
I thought about it. I was like, maybe I should get one.
Go vote. Because these are close states.
So, Judge, when I woke up this morning and saw that Ditchville, Knox, which is the first place to vote every 4 years.
Ditchville, Knox?
They have 6 people that vote there. And it came in 3-3. And I was like, okay, so we're still tied.
Yeah.
And here we are. But we go into tonight. We're going to get some Fox News voter analysis soon, so we'll have some information. I think it's starting to come up on your screen now.
You know, when I woke up this morning, and I think like most people in this country, the first thing you thought of was the election. I don't think we've ever had an election where so many people
good evening.
were so invested in it. You know,
welcome in. So glad to have everyone with me tonight.
Election is just it's baked in.
I will let you know that producer Dave, Media Winch, will be doing alternate coverage over on Echoplex. If you are politicked out, you need a little breather for a little bit, I'm going to try to switch it up as much as I can. We've got fun things that aren't election related to cover tonight, but if you need to pop over to Echoplex, get a little breather, I totally understand. Tell everybody over on Echoplex, when you're ready for the politics, come back over to me.
Into us. And what I thought about was that tonight, if we get to know tonight, America will deliver a very clear message. And then as I went through the day, I started getting nervous. I don't know why. I mean, I ran for office 5 times. I mean, I got nervous.
How many times did you win?
At the same time, you know, you just figure, well, you know, it should go my way. But I'm nervous because everybody's calling me and texting me. Yeah. And they saw me when I was voting. They were like, is he going to win? Is he going to win? And I'm like, well, I don't know yet. I don't know yet. And in the end, I
is he going to win? It's clear who they're in the pocket for.
It's historic. I mean, Donald
We've
Trump
dropped any pretense of being a news organization.
There have been 2 assassination attempts. And, you know, he just gets up and says, fight, fight, fight. Yep. So, you know, Donald Trump didn't leave a thing on the field. He put it all in, and as he just
We apparently have 3 House seats
campaign, he didn't even
called for Republicans already. I mean, that's kind of an ominous sign before polls are even
And then,
closing.
of course, I thought about
Avalon, good evening.
the woman who wants to get involved in the redistribution of wealth and who just showed up and didn't have a vote to even.
We're about 30 minutes away.
And I say the American people are smarter than all that. But I guess today is just the
From
day
the first
where we
polls
kind of
closing.
ignore the polls, as Jesse said, and just kind of, go with our gut and hope that our person, the best man, wins.
I mentioned this Fox News voter analysis. This is the information.
Our person, the best man.
There. And this is a big effort. That
What the fuck is that jacket?
Associated Press, where I think they go out to 100,000 voters and they ask them what is important to your vote. So that's
I think that's what John Lennon wore in Sgt. Pepper.
A little bit, but before we do that, of course, we got to get to Harold and then Greg. Harold.
So good to be back with everybody. I hope everybody voted. I hope anybody watching who's not voted anywhere in the country, I hope you take the time today to go and vote if you have not already. I've talked a little bit.
Not already wasted?
Today about. I've been on the ballot like you, Judge. And to me, this is Christmas Day. This is the culmination of all the hard work.
This is Christmas Day.
I and other candidates, thousands of candidates throughout our
I do politics, and it is not Christmas Day to me.
Today, so I wish them nothing but the best, whether you win or lose, and I hope everyone has the right mood about it afterwards. I think as we come to this final day and we come to analyze, we realize that the commentating is really, it's no longer, because it's now we can analyze how people, that's why I think this data that Dana just pointed to.
I'm waiting to the top of the hour. I'm going to go out at the top of the hour. I'm going to smoke the first bong I've smoked in like a week and a half.
I thought that
I'm going to get stupid stoned because I haven't smoked a bong in a week and a half.
The last 10 days probably sounded a little too contentious at times. And I thought his final statement here that you pointed to, Judge, I thought he sounded really well there. I think if the tone had been a little more of that in the last several days, he might feel differently, or you might have felt differently, or I should say some of the commentary you've been getting during the day. But we've got a long.
Yeah, I would associate it more with Black Friday.
All the numbers, and as I said, I hope the most important.
Flash, good evening, welcome in.
Or after tomorrow night when we get all the numbers in, that we as a country understand that campaign.
I'm glad, Torchy, Flash, you guys reached out to me, let me know that took a little break from the news. I totally get it.
I'm going to accept it and put on my American jersey tomorrow and get ready to.
That's what I said. I was like, short show tonight, and then we're going to do live music Monday because
I hope it's just the jersey.
I need it. I need it for mental health.
I woke up this morning and I got up very quietly because I didn't want to wake Harold. He looks like an angel. I want to focus on Trump's message because it's such a powerful one and it's a very simple one. We do not have to.
No, Prometheus. I put the bandana cool down on there just so you couldn't make me change it every. I think I've limited it to like every 30 minutes. I think that's about perfect. You can change my bandana 4 or 5 times during a normal show.
Fall into addiction because they wake up every morning and despite
any more than that seems like overkill. Thank you very much.
Until finally someone says, you don't have to live this way. It's a very simple statement, but we often.
Flo, I have to walk outside to do that, and I'm waiting for the top of the hour to go
the last election.
Smoke this bong.
It's the end of democracy. You can't survive without me. It's a lie. It's the reason why people stay in bad relationships. It's the reason why people stay in abusive relationships. It's why people stay in a terrible, terrible party. And that's why it's like, they're trying to make people too scared to go against their party. This election is about.
I used to like Gutfeld, all right.
Versus P. Diddy.
Because I used to watch his 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning show. He'd have people like Louis C.K. on and shit.
Force them to participate, whether it was COVID lockdowns that destroyed their businesses, activists trying to derange your children, or a government storming your house and killing your pet squirrel. So somehow you are compelled to vote. We're all turned into John.
It's not even live. I'm watching a clip on YouTube, Mox. This is probably about it. I think it's an hour ago. Okay, my thing says the polls close at 22 minutes.
On the guest list.
Theirs say 48 minutes.
Harris.
So this was actually about 20 minutes ago. It aired on Fox.
Judgment after
they clipped it and put it up fast.
For years, are you serious? Every notable name that comes out for Harris represents a decadent, elitist, amoral.
Fox is like, please take it off of Fox. That's what I told the chat. Like, if you guys want to check in with what Fox be doing, you've got to let me know, because I'm probably going to keep it on the Washington Post or C-SPAN. We'll probably fluctuate between those two most of the night. Washington Post hasn't started their coverage yet. They've got a live shot at a polling place. Their coverage starts at 7 p.m. I like James Holman over on Washington Post. We'll probably get some C-SPAN calls. That's always fun. Why'd you make me click on that, Warlord? That wasn't even anything. I don't have the time to understand what that even meant. I just saw bong. I've got bong on the brain, but I don't think it was that kind of a bong. Well, Torchy, it's funny you should mention that. Do I have stories about that? Yes, I do. A polling location outside of Arlington in Virginia was vandalized early this morning.
There is only one stop that Mr. Johnny Caldwell makes every single election year, and that's here at the Tarrant County.
You setting me up for it, Torchy. Lay up.
My job, and I told my boss, I said, well, look, I got to go vote.
It's also a place for first-time voters.
I always wanted to
Josephus. I don't know if I do have OAN. I probably do have OAN or Newsmax. We can check it out.
Found shortly after midnight on Tuesday was not on the list of things Caldwell thought that could go wrong.
Why you want to do that here?
You can see the remnants on the floor inside of the waiting area.
Arlington police found glass in a broken window, along with a message spray painted across other windows.
With the graffiti up there, Free Palestine.
I would describe it as an attempt at voter intimidation.
I bet, yeah.
Simmons says this didn't and won't stop voters from showing up. The glass was fixed a few hours after it happened.
This election is very emotionally charged. I would describe it as sad and unnecessary.
Simmons says police are looking over surveillance video for any potential suspects.
Whoever did that, God knows who did it. And the person themselves that done it, they know who did it.
Because on a day that holds so much importance, everything must go right. In Arlington, I'm Richard Solomon.
Meanwhile, we're going to go to Arizona, where the vice mayor of Mesa apparently is linked to a fraudulent voter registration form scheme.
Tonight, an Arizona company that's under the leadership of Mesa's vice mayor is under scrutiny for voter registration forms.
12 News confirmed this afternoon that the group has caused problems in Maricopa County, and now there are issues.
Oh, Flash, he'll declare victory at like 9.
12 News journalist Erica Stapleton is breaking down what we've learned.
Arizona business records indicate that Mesa Vice Mayor Francisco Heredia runs FieldCorps, the company that's accused of being involved in problematic voter registration forms. And it's not the first time the company has been under the microscope.
Voter registration forms can come with complications.
This has been a thorn in the side of county recorders throughout Arizona for many years, but it has picked up in recent years.
Including the 90,000 registration forms dropped off on the October 7th registration deadline this year, according to Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer.
We had people with entire trash bags full of voter registration forms in our lobby.
Of the big batch,
40,000 approximately of those voter registration
Why wouldn't you just shave it bald, man?
to say they were.
I mean, I know I'm one to talk, but come on.
forms that were damaged, torn,
You look like you got mange.
or just flat out wrong.
Voter registration forms that tried to register Mickey Mouse, Jerry Seinfeld, Donald Duck, among others.
Richer said a group that played a, quote, significant role in that big drop-off. FieldCorps, a company managed by Mesa Vice Mayor Francisco Heredia.
Yes, that is FieldCorps. Yes, this is a group that we have alerted in the past, that we have been not wholly satisfied with the voter registration forms that have been submitted.
Of the
Let me guess what party he is.
forms dropped off in Maricopa County on the registration deadline, Richer couldn't confirm how many came from Field Corps. But it isn't the only issue with the company this year. In Monroe County, Pennsylvania, the district attorney there shared in a statement on social media that 21 voter registration forms linked back to Field Corps were referred to the district attorney's office by the Board of Elections. The DA said they determined 16 of those Field Corps forms were fraudulent, saying, quote, "The specific fraudulent character of these applications involve forged signatures, often with incorrect or incomplete identifying information." Last year, the Arizona Attorney General's office said that
Yeah, I got real tired of shaving my head when I was shaving it.
Mojave counties were sent to the AG's office for investigation. That case was referred to the Maricopa County Attorney's office and is still open. The AG's office said that all those forms were rejected, and none of those people were registered to vote. Neither Heredia nor his staff responded to
This was in Arizona.
Richer says these issues with Field Corps are things they've discussed with the Maricopa County Attorney's office and the Arizona Attorney General's office.
And we have admonished them to please, please, please submit better voter registration forms, to please do more quality control.
These incomplete or inaccurate forms are taxing on county recorders' offices. Richer says by law, they have to reach out to the people on the forms to try and get information, more information that can get them registered. These are the safeguards that are in place that seem to be working here. The Arizona Attorney General's office says they have not received any complaints here about Field Corps this year or any other groups involved with voter registration. Erica Stapleton, 12 News.
Erica, thanks. Again, Vice Mayor Heredia did not return our repeated requests for comment on this story. 12 News attempted to catch up with him tonight at the Mesa City Council meeting, but he wasn't there. We will continue to update this story as we learn more.
We've apparently got a fraudulent voter investigation in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania.
They say that over half of the ballots that were investigated were verified and processed, but there were a significant amount that were considered fraudulent. But that number could change because, again, according to the commissioners, the investigation is ongoing.
This will definitely be the most
lucky welcome in
we have run.
With many Pennsylvanians heading to the polls tomorrow, some here in Lancaster County have already gotten out to cast their ballot, with the number reaching nearly 5,000.
A record number of people who have come in and voted the Pennsylvania version of early.
Commissioner Ray DiAugustino says the county has also seen the highest number of registered voters ever, with over 360,000. But registered voter applications have been the center of attention after forms were flagged for reasons that include incorrect and non-existent addresses, incorrect social security numbers, and other discrepancies.
There's no reason to think that the election is not safe and secure.
It's a very painstaking process, obviously, to go through those.
I'm more into polishing polls.
57% of those applications were verified and processed.
Have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
Why am I like this? Why? Why am I like this? We're less than 15 minutes away from the first polls closing on the East Coast.
And those voters will be able to cast their ballots tomorrow. 17% were determined to be fraudulent, and 26% of those applications are still under investigation by the district attorney. On top of the investigation, Commissioner DiAugustino says there's been a recent challenge to mail-in ballots, and the ACLU wants more information.
We received mail-in ballot challenges. 723 mail-in ballot challenges were filed with the elections office on Friday.
I'm just trying to be able to get the information so we can evaluate it. Obviously, a challenge to disenfranchising overseas voters, that are guaranteed under federal law, that's a big deal.
That ended abruptly. If you're just joining us, you can see we have the graphic on the bottom of the screen. You'll know what's going on in the House, the Senate, and with the presidency. Counting electoral votes on the left for the presidency. In the middle, you have the Senate, 50 seats to control the Senate. And on the far right, you have the House, 218 seats needed to control The House we are going to Luzerne County. I need to find out where this is first. I hate it when in Pennsylvania. So we got lots of fuckery going on in Pennsylvania. Voting machine error message is to blame for delayed voting in Pennsylvania. I believe one of the polling stations is going to be open later because of the incident.
At the polls in part of Luzerne County this morning, some poll workers spent hours fixing equipment and others are preparing to stay later than usual. Newswatch 16's Jack Colkin joins us live in Laughlin, where an emergency saw voters unable to vote at the start of the day. Jack.
Good afternoon, Stacy. Voters had to wait roughly 2 hours this morning to cast their vote here in Laughlin. According to Luzerne County Manager Ramilda Crocomo, an emergency prevented this site's judge of elections from coming and opening the area on time today. When it did open, Newswatch 16 was told workers were unable to open the scanner, which is needed to scan the ballots. Because of the delay, the Bureau of Elections filed a petition to keep the polling place open later tonight. The extension was granted just after 2 o'clock today. Now voters in Laughlin have until 9:30 tonight to cast their ballots. This wasn't the only issue that popped up across the county. At West Pittston,
thank you for that report, DJ Dub.
An error message came up on several machines. According to the site's judge of elections, around 100 people were given emergency ballots that had to be filled out by hand. Others chose to wait to cast their vote until the problem was fixed.
Luckily, I was off today, so I had all day to wait. And it's just ironic that these things happen in Luzerne County, that, you know, they had all this time to prepare.
Conspiracy against him.
Election officials in West Pittston were able to fix the Again, the polling place here in Laughlin will be open tonight.
It will be covering your election results.
Polling sites across Luzerne County
on the watch screen,
8 o'clock this
not
evening.
on the full screen.
Colkin,
Thank you very much.
Live in Luzerne County.
I thought about putting it at the top. It didn't look as good at the top. I didn't like it. so sorry about that. We just got to deal with what we got to deal with. This is apparently an election worker in Cambria County talking about her experience. This is Cambria County, Pennsylvania.
In front of one of the voting centers, and you're one of the workers, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's happening?
So as of right now, the voting machines are just not scanning. We can accept the vote on the paper ballot. They are currently working on the issue. Once they get the issue fixed on the Scantron, that's the part that counts the vote, the machine that counts the vote, they will come back, fix it, and then the poll workers are going to scan in the ballot. Another thing that people need to know is the ballots are all delivered to the courthouse as a backup also.
Okay. Do you think there's any possibility that this chaos could, be, some type of conspiracy?
No.
I'm sure there's going to be conspiracy theories out there. For myself, I think it's just a small error. I mean, it's a large error, but a small error at the same time, and I think it's just a coincidence at this point.
How many places is this
I
happening?
always thought it was Yakety Yak.
Our county, as far
Is it
as
Saks?
I'm not sure who else it would be affecting. I do know systems are different throughout Pennsylvania, so I know it's affecting Cambria County right now, and it seems to be all of Cambria County. So it's a consistent issue across the board.
Okay, so are people actually going through the voting process?
Yes.
They are. So they're not walking away, they're dropping the
We are
ballots in.
giving
anonymously.
voters know, so they're informed of what's happening. We are also telling them how the backup works, and just for people to know, this backup has been in place since we got these voting machines. I believe they started in 2017-ish. Don't quote me on the year, but
Okay.
so we've been trained on if
Election fever may obscure the spirit of the troll, but what is the spirit of the troll patrol?
for the workers.
And there's the redundancy inside there as far as, workers, they're kind of like looking over the shoulder because you said you're dropping the ballots into like a ballot box right now?
M. Lord, welcome in.
Feed them back through once the machine's
Yes.
back up.
Normally, when you come in and everything's working, you scan it in and it drops down into the box, and we collect it at the end of the night.
Right.
You're still sliding it in. There's an auxiliary.
You're still sliding it in.
We'll just go through
It sounds so sexual.
ballot is whose.
7 Heavy, welcome in.
We'll watch us put them in just for checks and balances.
You absolutely can fart on the election. It's perfectly fine. Damn, Mr. Elwood. Watch yourself. You keep talking like that. Juan Gonzalez over at Democracy Now! Had an interesting take on the mood of voters in the country currently. Giggity.
First-time voters have faced an excruciating dilemma this year, a choice between two unsatisfactory candidates, especially for those Americans who are outraged by our government's continued support for Israel's year-long genocidal assault on Gaza and all the bombings and assassinations that Israel has conducted across the Middle East. So I guess it's understandable that many have refused to vote for either of the candidates or have chosen instead third-party candidates or just to sit it out. But this is not the first time Americans have faced such terrible choices. I recall back in 1968 when I was just in my early 20s and the country faced a choice between Republican Richard Nixon and the Democrat Hubert Humphrey. Another terrible war was raging in Vietnam that would eventually take 2 million lives of Vietnamese, and there was war crimes being committed back then directly by the United States. So the use of napalm and Agent Orange and massive bombing of civilian areas in Vietnam. And at home, Nixon was using racial rhetoric about law and order, clearly directed at protests, massive protests by Black Americans, just as Trump today is using racist imagery against immigrants from Latin America, Africa, and the Caribbean. And Nixon was promising to end the war in Vietnam if he got elected. And so many of us refused to vote for in that election. And of course, Nixon prevailed, thus paving the way for the modern right-wing shift in U.S. domestic and foreign policy. Instead of ending the war, Nixon expanded it. He invaded Cambodia and Laos.
Thank you, Juan.
The killing continued in Southeast Asia for another 6 years. And it would take many years for some of us to realize we'd made a big mistake in sitting out that election. And I don't claim to judge what people are doing now, but I'm just would counsel those who still haven't made their decision that making these decisions at the time of election may be difficult, but sometimes necessary to do to open up the way for possible change in the future.
Well, I would assume if you're watching this right now, you have already made your decision and you have voted. You don't have much time left to vote in many states if you haven't yet. J.D. Vance voted today. He and his wife voted for Donald Trump because, of course, they did.
Appreciate you coming out to see one of the great traditions, of course, in American democracy. I, of course, voted for Donald Trump and myself. So did my wife, and we also, for all the locals out there, we voted for Bernie Moreno for the United States Senate. And if you want the policies of Donald J. Trump in the United States Senate, then Bernie Moreno is the only candidate in this race who I think is the candidate of peace and prosperity for the United States Senate. So I hope people will get President Trump over the finish line. I hope people here in Ohio will get Bernie Moreno over the finish line. Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years
Good evening.
in the state of Ohio. So appreciate you guys being here. Happy to take a few questions. You obviously can see my kids bouncing around here. There's Usha. And, we'll take a few questions, but we're going to hit the road, go back home, and then head off to Palm Beach.
Did his wife vote for him? Did he? Mary Sue, welcome in. Let me give you, before we do polls closing at the top of the hour and Justin goes out and takes gigantic bong rips for the first time in a week and a half. I got some fun stuff for you.
Has just ordered that former New York City mayor and former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani
That's old. Attorney says Giuliani secreted away his property from poll workers who won a $148 million judgment. On Election Day 2024, Rudy Giuliani cannot escape the consequences of his defamation of 2 Georgia poll workers in the aftermath of the Election Day in 2020. Greetings from Tokyo, Lenny. I thought you were going to be flying over at this time. I'm glad you made it safely, my friend. Good to see you. A federal judge on Tuesday ordered the former New York City mayor to appear in court later in the week to explain why he allegedly secreted away his property and failed to transfer anything into the custody of former election workers Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, as he was ordered to do so last month to fulfill a $148 million judgment. A judge last year found that put the motherfucker in jail. He is in contempt of court. Put him in jail. A judge last year found that, and he's talking about running for fucking mayor of New York City again. If you guys caught that the other day at a Trump rally, he said that he would like to be mayor of New York City again. A judge last year found that Giuliani had defamed the mother and daughter when he falsely accused them of committing election fraud while they were counting ballots in Georgia's Fulton County on Election Day in 2020. He totally should try it. 2 weeks ago, Giuliani was ordered to transfer personal property, including cash accounts, jewelry, and valuables, a legal claim for unpaid attorney's fees, and his interest in the Madison Avenue co-op apartment to Freeman and Moss as part of the judgment. When the receivership controlled by the 2 election workers was finally granted access to Giuliani's Manhattan apartment, they discovered Giuliani had moved virtually all of its contents out approximately 4 weeks ago, something that neither defendant nor defendant's counsel had bothered to mention. The poll workers' attorney, Aaron Nathan, said in a letter to the court. Defendant, not his counsel, thought to mention that the receivership property contained in the apartment had been secreted away. More concerningly, the attorney told the judge the defendant and his counsel have refused or been unable to answer basic questions about the location of most of the property subject to the receivership. Rudy is in deep shit. It is poll closing time, so what better time to check in on a live look at a polling location.
Sarah? Oh, sorry.
She was the one that was in the booth when we left off. It didn't pause. It's live again, so I wonder what kind of a loop it's on. Seemed like that'd be less than an hour then.
I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals into our country. For interfering with a presidential election where you're...
Here we go. The polls have closed.
Pledge to be a president for all Americans.
We've got some predicted winners already.
Party and self.
You can see that Trump has 8 electoral votes to Harris's 3.
That enemy too, and they're really the enemy. They're the enemy of the people, the press.
It is time for a...
You see the vote count in the House has gone up. The Democrats have 1 seat to Republicans 5.
This country is finished. I really believe that. I think it's finished.
Joey, good evening.
Even the promise of America. And are we ready to fight for it?
I'm not sure what, probably Maine. Maybe Delaware. Nix, welcome in. Happy Election Day.
America. Right now, millions of votes are being cast across the country, and in some states, the votes are being tallied as the nation prepares to elect its next president. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are in the final hours of their...
I think the call is coming in about 4 or 5 hours.
Either in the first woman president or a second Trump term. Good evening, I'm Libby Casey. Welcome to
it's Vermont.
The newsroom of the Washington Post. Voters are also deciding the balance of power in Congress, governorships, and state ballot measures that will shape the future of issues like abortion, citizenship, and wages. With me tonight, senior political correspondent Rhonda Coleman. Also with us, the co-author of the Washington Post.
Nick's coming in here being snazzy to Warlord already. I love it.
Campaign event in West Palm Beach, Florida. And senior video journalist J.M. Rieger, who is at the Harris campaign event at Howard University here in Washington. We have reporters bringing us live updates from the battleground states. And we'll get immediate results and the latest tally.
Well, I think I may still have the Onion.
Columnist.
I may have the volume on the Onion up. There's a live shot inside a voting booth.
Right now.
Well, votes are starting to come in Indiana, where the polls closed an hour ago. Barack Obama was the last Democrat to carry the Hoosier state in the presidential back in 2008. And he's opening up a basically insurmountable margin, although only 12% of the vote is in. But something really interesting, I want to draw your attention to Hamilton County. This is the kind of the northern Indianapolis suburbs.
What's illegal, Lucky? What?
Romney won by 34 points in 2012. Donald Trump carried it by 19 points in 2016 and only 6 points in 2020. And tonight, with 66% of the vote in, Kamala Harris is ahead. So a good sign for Harris early in the suburbs.
Well, we're hearing from our election insights team that we can already make some race calls tonight.
Oh, that was the Onion, Lucky.
The AP is projecting that former President Donald
I didn't know what you were talking about.
Delivering 11 electoral votes. James, walk us through those numbers.
Yeah, so Trump is going to carry Indiana. There's enough votes coming in. He's doing very well in rural parts of the state. No big surprise.
It's a satire news site.
Battleground of states that are really going to decide this election is expected to be pretty small.
All right, and we also have some races to call, James, in 2 other states. Also not surprises. Kentucky is going to...
It was doing all kinds of crazy, like Jill Stein was haunting the booth. It was really funny.
Also, you know, one of the bluest states in the country, we can call that quickly. So Donald Trump jumps to a 19...
Chase Oliver is the Libertarian
lead
nominee.
And we just saw polls close in Georgia and expect a big drop of ballots soon. And we'll bring you that analysis as quickly as we can.
Okay, well,
it's not news, Lucky. It's satire.
And we'll be watching all of those states come in, the ones that are going to be surprises tonight, because this race has been stuck really in a tie for months, even with so many dramatic twists and turns in the campaign. What do the candidates need to do in these last days going into tonight?
Close race in the Senate
as these results come in, how
for Florida
their strategies were. So their strategies were...
I did. I said it was like a satire news site.
From each other. For Harris, you saw her strategy be reach out to everyone, whether it was disaffected Republicans who didn't want to vote for Trump, women on reproductive rights, younger voters who are voting for the first time. Pretty much everyone she wanted to bring into a coalition. So we'll see if that strategy works.
Kentucky called for Trump,
who had never really expanded his base. He didn't really do anything to include more people into his coalition.
Like
instead he sort of doubled
the chairwoman of the Libertarian Party isn't voting for Chase Oliver. She's voting for Trump.
So
it's a whole thing with the Libertarian Party. We covered it when we were at their convention.
After we'll see how those messages work. I would like to share this though.
Well, I mean, it is America's finest news source.
Here at the Washington Post, they said about 1/10 of voters decided who to vote for in the past month for president, and 1 in 20 said they made the decision within this last week. So that's that small sliver that could make all of the difference for whoever the winner winner is.
Well, let's go to Leanne Caldwell, who's at former President Trump's election night event in Palm Beach, Florida. So, Leanne, set the scene for us there. What are they building up to tonight?
I mean, how many times have I used the "no way to prevent this" headline?
Convention Center in West Palm Beach. Donald Trump isn't here. He's at his club, Mar-a-Lago.
Ah, shit.
And that's where he is having dinner and convening with some of his closest inner circle. Donald Trump is expected to make his way to this convention center, to the watch party at some point tonight. We don't have any indication of when that's going to be. Trump supporters are just starting to file in. It's a big space. There's not a lot.
No way to prevent this, says only nation where this regularly happens.
Trump is with members of Congress, Elon Musk
Onion gets me every time.
at Mar-a-Lago, his family, and some other people who are quite close to him. J.D. Vance is also there, of course, as well. Now, what the Trump campaign is looking for tonight,
What do you know, Avalon?
saying, is they're really projecting this level of confidence.
Trump wins Indiana, Kentucky. Harris wins Vermont.
Don't know exactly what this whole picture looks like just
Trump has won something else, too, because his count has just gone up.
to close. But the Trump campaign for the past 2 days have been really pushing.
You've got to wonder, does Mar-a-Lago have an in-house McDonald's?
Is because Republicans.
I think you can.
That's in comparison.
You can contract that out. You can have a private McDonald's.
When Republicans were not encouraged to turn out to vote, and when Donald Trump said early voting and mail-in ballot voting is
So within 3 points
changed their tune. So those
in
numbers
Florida,
are good. But that, like I said,
for the
is
Senate
only
race.
part of the picture. We are waiting for these numbers, but still the Trump team is projecting confidence, as you would expect they would. As one Trump advisor just told me, confidence leads to winning.
You know, to be honest with you, a fish fillet is not a bad
Let's
sandwich.
go now to J.M. Rieger, who's at Vice President Kamala Harris's election
You could do worse. Soup, welcome in.
city here in Washington.
Welcome in,
What
Raiders.
it's like there tonight.
It is election night coverage.
Right over my shoulder.
I'm Justin Freakin. We cover the most absurd news, politics, and current events.
Later this evening, the crowd has just started to come in within the last.
It doesn't get more absurd than the 2024 U.S. election.
Attendance
Trump has won Indiana and Kentucky. Harris has won Vermont.
historical candidacy.
Polls have just closed
The historical nature
in
of
7 states on the East Coast.
in the 100-day plus sprint that she has had to the general election. But here,
North Carolina polls close in 30 minutes.
On the
We should have some Georgia numbers within an hour or so.
Memorial Hall, where we expect remarks later tonight.
What was the Harris campaign's message going into
Drac.
here, JM?
Welcome in, my friend. So glad to have you.
They've really barnstormed the 7 key battleground states nonstop.
You requested that I change my bandana color to red. It was tie-dye, and it's red now.
Multiple stops that shows us the campaign's focus on Pennsylvania as really.
Oh, you redeemed it again. You didn't tell me what color you want me to change it to.
Libby, the campaign, I've had a few officials tell me the mood is cautiously optimistic tonight. They feel good about where they are, where they need to be.
If you guys do not have a cookout,
they've touted the door knocking operation.
you want what?
Touted the
Oh,
fundraising.
God damn it! You had to pick one.
We'll see how much of that comes to fruition tonight, but the campaign.
I have to get the suitcase out.
Optimistic note heading into tonight.
All right, thank you so much, J.M. Rieger. You know, it is remarkable to think, Rhonda, that it's only been 100+ days since Kamala Harris entered the race. So when you talk about the exit polls and people deciding in just the last month, she's still been giving speeches where she's just trying to introduce herself to people. She's sort of gone back to the beginning almost in recent days.
Right. It's almost like a mini campaign because she did not have that much time. And in fact, going into being the VP nominee, which was what was expected before June, a lot of people said they didn't know her. They didn't know a lot about the portfolio that Biden had given her. Remember, it was mainly on the border. Abortion was a part of it, which you can see now may have been advantageous for her. But a lot of people said they don't know her. But I believe when that all changed could have been that debate, when she had that debate against the former President Trump. And a lot of people said, you know, she handled herself well. She introduced herself. And you saw supporters even more energized when they saw her carry herself as she did in that debate. But yeah, you're right. This has been such a campaign, an election cycle that has had so many twists and turns that we could not have anticipated. And here we are tonight with someone who had, you know, about 100 days to have a campaign.
Well, I know so many people are watching tonight, just waiting to see what will happen. One state that has been at the center of everything is Pennsylvania. So let's go there and talk to senior video journalist Jorge Ribas, who's located in Pittsburgh tonight. So Jorge, you are in the center of it all. It's really the critical state in this election because it's a battleground state with a high electoral vote count. So tell us about how the candidates have focused on Pennsylvania.
Right, Libby. So I have been driving around the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for months, and I have the mileage on my family minivan to prove it. And I probably just scratched the surface of how much the candidates, both candidates, have been blanketing the state or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I mean, Erie, Pennsylvania, Butler, Pittsburgh, Latrobe. Just last night, in fact, both candidates were here in Pittsburgh. Trump had an event here downtown, and the Harris campaign had one just the east side of the city. And what I've seen in driving from here to there,
Flash is a Fed.
Excited both the voters for both candidates are at these events. I was at an event in Erie, Pennsylvania, for example, and at the arena there was a line just out the door for Harris campaign there. Then I was in Allentown just a week ago, similar for a Trump event there, where there was just a line wrapped around the arena. And voters I talked to at both of these events have told me that they're energized, they're excited, they haven't been this excited in a while. And honestly, it's a little different than in 2020 with COVID, but seeing people coming out to these large events throughout the last few months, especially as both of these...
He's in Pittsburgh, but that's not like one of the campaign headquarters. What is that?
Shows just how important this state is with its 19 electoral votes is for both of these candidates. So we'll be here all night watching as these results come in. And back to you, Libby.
All right, Jorge, you may
And
be
back to you, Libby.
tonight. We may just keep you there until this all wraps up. I'm impressed that you're calling it the Commonwealth. It shows that you really invested in
Harris up in Georgia, but only 3% counted.
James, who's at the touch screen. So James, Jorge was talking about the 19 votes, electoral college votes that
Only
Pennsylvania
Indiana for
gets. It's all
Trump,
about hitting
Kentucky for Trump.
So as the data comes in tonight, what will be important to watch
About
for?
3 percentage points separating them in Florida in the Senate race.
Find out relatively early what's going to happen in Georgia,
Bazamble,
North Carolina.
plug 'em in.
We'll adjust from there, but essentially there are a couple different paths, not that many for both candidates. If Kamala Harris can win these blue wall states, this upper industrial Midwest, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania,
I see no reason why she doesn't win all 3.
270 electoral votes, and she doesn't need to win any of the Sun Belt states. But if Donald Trump,
Anti-war machine, welcome in.
Pennsylvania, all he has to do is win North Carolina and Georgia, and look at him, Donald Trump, at exactly 270 electoral votes. There are some other interesting scenarios where Trump could win the Sun Belt and win just one of the blue wall states. It doesn't have to be Pennsylvania, and he gets over 270 votes. So there's essentially
I think it's a much harder go for Trump.
Feel like they can still win all 7 states. The map really has not narrowed in the closing days.
When I walked out earlier, Snicks was watching TYT.
On
I
advertising.
was walking back through,
7 of these
and I
states
heard she made a mistake by not going on Joe Rogan.
All right.
And I was like, no, she didn't. And I look over, I was like, oh, Anna said that. Fuck Anna.
Tonight, Rich, let's talk about how often that former President Trump has been targeting that state.
So far, Harris is up in Georgia, but once again, early voting,
Donald Trump trying to win
mail-in voting,
third straight
favors Democrats.
here in North Carolina, and he is trying hard. He has actually been here every day the past 5 days.
And only 3% has been counted so far.
Here on a couple of those days, so that alone should show you, as James just said, how.
I think before the next election, Anna is working for the Daily Wire.
Polling shows that it is in play, or he would
Take that to the bank.
each of the last 5 days. Kamala Harris trying to become the first Democrat to win North Carolina since Barack Obama did it back in 2008. Important to remember, Obama actually lost here at his re-election campaign in 2000.
So we got a call in the Indiana race.
States, Libby,
Republican cruises to victory.
Voted early. More than 60% of registered voters in the state have already cast their vote.
Bad Low Possum, he looked like a dumbass to normal people, but I don't think the usual Rogan viewer thought he looked like a dumbass. It's weird. It's such a weird dynamic.
The State Board of Elections, and they also expect 9.
All right, I said I was saving my bong for when the polls closed. Light one up, tip one back. I'm going to step outside. I'm going to smoke my first bong in a week and a half. So when I come back, I'm going to be stupid fucking stoned.
About 98% in.
You guys enjoy Washington Post coverage. When I come back, we'll switch it up. We'll go to C-SPAN.
For governor taking place in North Carolina, tell us about that contest.
Yeah, I mean, I almost hate to just use like average words here, but what a bizarre race. Mark Robinson, the Republican candidate for governor and current lieutenant governor, he was really a rising star in the Republican Party. He was seen, next to Donald Trump on early North Carolina rallies up until this scandal broke. But just about a month before the election, CNN uncovered some pretty bizarre comments that he'd made online, including calling himself a Nazi, saying that he wouldn't mind a return to slavery. This from a black man running, for governor in the South. It was, enough to basically implode his campaign. He dropped 20 points almost overnight. Most of his staff stepped aside and quit. And again, he's still down some 15 points. It will be interesting, Libby, to see if that has any impact on the presidential race here, if any Republicans just stayed home that otherwise would have gone out and voted for both Trump and Robinson. And then also you have that campaign stuff. I mean, Mark Robinson pulled all of his TV ads, his radio ads, his digital ads. Normally you would have him probably pictured next to Trump in a lot of those ads, and you would have the same messaging coming on the airwaves. But again, he stopped spending as soon as those scandals broke. I do want to mention that Mark Robinson says those comments were not made by him, and he has filed suit against CNN. Libby?
Thanks so much, Rich Matthews. Great question about whether that will sort of suppress Republican turnout and interest in this. But there is so much interest at the top of the ticket that North Carolina is going to be one of those very important states. Let's bring in national reporter Amy Gardner, who covers voting on the Washington Post Democracy team. Amy, North Carolina is one of the states that you've been watching really closely, and we're curious to see the results tonight because North Carolina and Georgia, two states you're very familiar with, will be able to see numbers early. And so what are you going to be watching from those states?
It's true. We will see a lot of numbers early, and that's a testament to how popular early voting was in both of those states this year after the pandemic election of 2020, when many people voted by mail, of course, to stay safe. The voters of North Carolina and Georgia, where mail balloting is not as popular as it is in many other states in our country, sort of snapped back, if you will, to voting in person, but opted for the early opportunities that exist in both states. And in both states, 80% of the total vote of 2020 have already cast ballots before the sun even rose this morning. And so
that's because it's a true toss-up state, Flash. I really do believe that.
So quickly in both states. I think one of the things that I'm looking for the most in both of those states is how is where the biggest vote counts are coming in. There is a theory out there that because Republicans actually voted early in large numbers in both of these states, which they did not do in 2022, partially because Donald Trump has trashed early voting and mail voting, but he changed his tune this year because it was strategically disadvantageous to his campaign to encourage his voters only to vote on Election Day. It narrowed the opportunities that people had to vote, and his campaign recognized that, and they urged him to change the messaging on early voting, and he did, and effectively gave permission to his voters to vote. The question is whether the well ran dry of those Republican voters out there during the surge of early voting. And so what we're going to be looking for is where the big Election Day tallies come in. Are they red counties or blue counties? And that will start to give us an indication of whether today's votes will tilt more toward one of these candidates or the other.
You know, it's so fascinating, Amy, because even as Republicans were trying to encourage early voting, Trump has still continued to speak ill of it and at rallies sort of dismiss it. And we went to Michigan to drum up the
10
early
minutes
vote and
until the next
So
poll closing.
What are you watching for in terms of what Republicans?
I hope
like
Sherrod Brown wins in Ohio
versus the man himself.
I think Sherrod Brown's going to win.
In early voting, including in the states such as Georgia, where you can such as North Carolina, where
He's
you can
traditionally been very popular.
Voting, you can see the Republicans are voting early, and so clearly
Here's
the message.
the reason why I'm going Brown. I'm predicting a Brown win in Ohio is because I have lived this same scenario already. It happened 6 years ago, where everybody was saying, "Oh, he's down in the polls, and he won handily." So he's a popular senator. I know he's a blue senator in a ruby red state that is trended red. However, dude's a populist candidate. He's probably safer than Tester, but also I'm going to say the same thing about Tester. I believe this is twice with Tester now that they've said he was on the hot seat. So it would have been 2018 and 2012 with Tester. So I've been there before with the polls saying they're down and then pulling out the victory, both Tester and Brown.
Sort of spread of strict abortion measures around the country, and we don't know how many of those.
Let's flip it over. Let's go to C-SPAN.
By a margin of 10 percentage points.
Bernie Sanders declared the winner in Vermont.
The Peach State. 16 electoral votes are at stake here. This is where it stands right now, with just 3% of the vote in. The former president is leading 51.6 to 48 point.
But had Harris up on Washington Post.
This is just early on, and the NBC reports that most counties will report their early in-person and mail ballots first in the state of Georgia, causing a blue mirage before the statewide results move toward Trump as Election Day votes are reported. After that, there may be a small shift back towards Democrats as the late arriving mail ballots are reported from large metro Atlanta counties. So beware as we talk about these early states with hardly any of the vote percentage in, and their competitive states, that you may see a mirage happening. We will keep you
shifts
updated
back and forth as different areas report.
Do that. Get on your computer, have your laptop as you're watching here on C-SPAN, and go to cspan.org/results.
Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice. Greta talked about the 0% in Virginia, yet former President Trump is leading. Fairfax County, when I first moved out here, was the Republican firewall, and now it's a Democratic firewall.
That's right. This is the hardest part of the night, right? Because these things are just coming in. Everybody wants to know the answer, but we're going to have to wait for a long time. And as you're talking about, those suburban areas, that is where the Harris campaign.
I like this guy an awful lot when he was on Vice.
Effort. There are counties we're talking about Georgia. There are counties in Georgia, that we're looking at. If you see Harris doing well in Union County in Georgia, you're going to be. Well, actually, no. I'm sorry. That's my own notes. Excuse me. We're talking about in Georgia. We're talking about Baldwin County in Georgia. That's a county where we would look and see if Trump did very well there, that you would see maybe he was flipping some of those voters that he was looking for. But it's so early, we just don't know any of this stuff yet. And so this focus that you're talking about this idea of where the vote has changed, where the campaigns have put their resources, and how the candidates are appealing to different states. It's very important, but we just don't know yet what to say about it.
Let's hear from DJ in Dayton, Arizona, a Trump supporter. DJ, when did you vote, and how was the process for you?
Well, it was a little bit chaotic. I voted yesterday.
Was it crowded?
Yeah. It's just getting worse.
What do you mean getting worse?
Well, I think in the last couple days it may be, for whoever it is to decide it, it's going to get chaotic maybe.
Why did you support President Trump in this election?
Mostly for the inflation prices and his views on abortion.
DJ,
inflation and his views on abortion.
Arizona, is that in Maricopa County?
No, it's in Yuma County.
Yuma County. Thank you, sir, for calling in. We appreciate it. Evan McMorris Santoro, Maricopa County in Arizona is about 70% of the vote.
Nice.
That's right. I mean, this is a hugely important area for Democrats. They need to do
He's at
very
69.
well in Maricopa County. They spend a lot of time, a lot of money there, a lot of effort there. It's a place where we really could see some.
We mentioned Bernie winning in Vermont. The race has been called for Bernie. Bernie also had a last-minute message for all you voters out there.
As this campaign comes to an end, let me say a few words to some of the folks out there who may not have yet decided whom they're going to vote for, or maybe sitting it out. And I know there are people who disagree with Kamala Harris on this or that issue, especially Gaza, and count me as one of those who do disagree with her on that issue. But I think overall, the choice could not be clearer in terms of this campaign. In my view, we just cannot elect a president who is a pathological liar, like Donald Trump, somebody who is working overtime to undermine the American democracy. And mark my words, on Tuesday night, on election night, no matter what the vote tallies,
You're listening to this shit because I'm playing it for you.
Declare, hey, I've won this election, and if there's any state that I lost, it's because of voter fraud. That's what he will say, and that's what demagogues do, and that's how you move a country toward an authoritarian form of society. And let me also say this, because I know a lot of people out there understand not only that climate change is real, but it is an existential threat to our country and to the entire world, and that we've got to cut carbon emissions. And we've got to bring the whole world together to transform our energy system if we're going to create a planet that's healthy and habitable for our kids and future generations. Please understand, Donald Trump thinks that climate change is a hoax originating in China, which means that if he's elected, the United States will surrender the fight against climate change. China, Europe will follow, and that whole effort is now gone. It's over. We've lost the struggle against climate change. That's what happens if Trump is elected. And then if you believe, as I do, that women have a constitutional right to control their own bodies and not have local politicians determining what they can or cannot do, you've got to vote for Kamala Harris, who has spent
Are
her
you
whole life.
meaning literally 7
fighting
heavy?
for
I'm
women's
not
rights.
exactly sure.
Well, Trump proudly
Or is this a figurative
appointed
farting
3
on?
right-wing Supreme Court justices who voted to overturn Roe v. Wade. So the choice is clear. But this campaign is not just about defeating Donald Trump. It's about electing somebody who has some ideas that are going to improve life for working people. For example, Kamala Harris understands
I feel
that
like
we
he's
have
taking on
millions
mini
and millions of people
projects,
in this
Flash.
country working for 10, 11, 12 bucks an hour. Can't make it on those wages. She wants to raise the minimum wage to a living wage of at least $15 an hour. Kamala understands that if workers are going to earn decent wages, decent benefits, they need a union. She's pro-union. She supports
What
the
the
PRO
fuck
Act,
is
making it
decision
easier
desk
for workers
discount?
to join unions. Trump, of course, opposes that. Kamala Harris understands that it is absurd, embarrassing, we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, and that working parents today are really struggling to bring up their kids. She wants to expand the child tax credit, make it permanent, which will go a long way to lowering childhood poverty in America. Kamala understands that we have a housing crisis in Burlington, Vermont, Los Angeles, California, every place in between. And then, among other things, we have to build millions of units of
That didn't
affordable
answer the
housing
question what in the fuck
so that
this
we can
place
lower
is.
the cost of housing in
Location of
America.
the discount needle.
And Kamala understands that there is something a bit crazy, a bit cruel, that if somebody gets cancer treatment, struggling for their lives,
Polls closed
their
in
family should
3
not be
states.
hounded for years by bill collectors. And that's why she wants to get rid of all medical debt in this country.
The bottom of the
So I think
hour.
the choice
so like
is clear.
now.
And while some of us may have differences of opinion and disagree with Kamala Harris on this or that issue, I hope very much we will not sit out this election. We cannot sit it out. So let's get involved. Let's do everything we can. Let's come out and vote on Election Day. And let's make sure that Donald Trump is defeated and that Kamala Harris is our next president. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Bernie. And if you're going to fart on the election, I do have the advice for you to make sure that you wash your ass afterwards.
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
Time. God fucking beanie time.
Associated Press, but Evan referenced this earlier, that it could be a very long night. We have a competitive presidential race. We have some competitive Senate races. Take a look at Charlie Mathiasen, with Politico, who tweeted this out earlier and reminded all of us that here's when the Associated Press called the presidential election in years past. It was the Saturday following the election in 2020 when the presidential contest was called. It was the Wednesday.
West Virginia is no surprise going to
was
Trump.
called in 2016, and you can see
polls just closed in West
cycles and the
Virginia.
times for the previous 3 cycles before that. At the beginning of our night, Peter, you talked
North
about
Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia, the states with polls closing.
in these federal elections.
7:30.
Around $16 billion total. From Open Secrets, they put this
Texas
together.
polls don't close for like another 2 hours.
The outside groups on 2024 federal elections has hit a record of $4.5 billion, with more than half of that spending coming from groups that do not fully disclose the source of their funding. A lot of money put into the presidential election by wealthy families. This is from the Americans for Tax Fairness. They put out this report in the closing days of the election. These are the billionaire families.
We've got like 87% of the vote in some races in Florida.
You can see the first 6
It's probably coming
all
soon.
contributed to Republicans.
Unless it's close.
And then the Simons family that owns shopping malls, they're contributed to Democrats, along with the Bloomberg family giving $45.1 million.
Scott
to
pulling away
Democrats.
from
Elon Musk,
curious
we've heard a
old
lot
pal.
how much he's contributed in this
Scott's up
presidential
at like
cycle. He's third in that
55%
list,
to her 45%.
$133 million. Peter?
Let's hear from Andy, who's calling in from Michigan. He's a supporter of Kamala Harris. Andy, good evening. Why are you supporting the vice president?
Well, good evening to you, and glad you can take my call. A couple of things, and I'll just do them if I can without, I'm kind of upset about it. But anyway, food. If you think about what's going on with food, 5-6 years ago, we'll just use Kroger's. They were paying their employees $8, $9, $10, maybe $12 an hour. Now you're paying them $15 to $18 an hour. So what do you think Kroger's is going to do with the price of food? They're either going to take the hit, they're going to lay people off, or they're going to raise prices. They're going to raise prices. Locally, crime. The presidents, neither one of them, have very little influence on crime locally. You can't tell the police how many people to arrest. You can't tell the prosecutors who to prosecute, and you can't tell the judges about how much
he ain't wrong
to give out. And the last thing that I just found out about the other day was soybeans. Tariff.
He just discovered soybeans the other day.
Buying soybeans from American farmers. When the tariffs hit, they started buying them from Brazil. Farmers are in trouble with that commodity. So I just don't think the presidents, either one, have a lot of control over a lot of things they're saying.
Hey, Andy.
And Americans are just...
Gotcha. We got that point. Where in Michigan do you live?
I live in southeastern Michigan, suburb of Detroit.
Okay.
Oakland County.
Did you vote a straight Democratic ticket?
Yes.
Yeah, but he voted straight Democrat.
Why Alyssa Slotkin? I know you talked about the nationalization of some of these issues, but why Alyssa Slotkin for Senate?
Because I think she's a better candidate than Rogers was.
I mean, she's a right winger.
Concern to you besides the price of food, which you see as a local issue?
Well, again, crime is an issue, but the presidents of the United States, maybe I'm wrong, don't have very much control over that. You can't tell the local police, who to arrest. You can't tell them to do stop and frisk. You can't tell the prosecutors who to prosecute. And again, it's back to sentencing. So there's nothing the governor and the local people can handle that, but I don't see any input either president has over that. And when I started...
Have any cheese on it, Prometheus?
We're in trouble. We're in big you-know-what with these tariffs. And I don't think Americans understand that.
Now,
And last
Andy, President
Cook the
Trump
beef,
has
or
spent
is
a
it
lot of
just
time
raw
talking to
beef?
the auto workers up there in Michigan. Both candidates have been up there quite a bit. What about the former president's message to the auto workers?
The resident fed in the chat's like, I'm insulted by
I think
that.
some of them are misleading. If I remember right, he said something about jobs leaving Michigan, and I hope they beg for him to come back. He's not a union person. I mean, let's get real with that. Most Republicans are not, although they are affected by unions. Without unions, we wouldn't have the economy we have. We wouldn't have the middle class. So, some people hate LBJ. But just think if LBJ didn't get Medicaid and Medicare through, how a lot of
LBJ had a big fucking
where
dick.
would the Teamsters pension be if it wasn't for Democrats?
Andy, are you a union member?
No, I was a salary person. I started out as a union when I was in college. Then I got into management.
Thank you, Andy, for calling in. I'm going to have to leave it there. I appreciate it. Evan McMorris Santoro, what have you been hearing in our conversation with Greta and Kirk and Andy?
Well, we're hearing just this sort of conversation that we've been talking about, this economy focus that Andy was just bringing up, right? This has been such a huge part of this election conversation. I've been all over the country, talked to a lot of people, and I actually did a
What color do you want, Mr. Elwood?
About inflation and what impact it might have. And we're seeing some of that sort of manifest itself in how everybody is really talking about this election. Andy talking about some of the frustrations Democrats have had.
I pulled them all out of my suitcase. I should have every color.
Not getting a fair shake in the way that's being discussed, but this has really been a central issue. And I find it really fascinating to think about how strongly he has his views about this. And from Kirk, we're talking about this idea of this split ticket voting, which he mentions in Arizona.
If it seems like I'm not seeing the alerts the way I normally do, it's because I'm using both monitors to watch two different things. So I have Holman over here is going to hit us with the talk about Florida. You guys wanted to get an update on Florida?
There are certain places where you really can read into the results. And I want to tell you about one of them, Miami-Dade County. Florida not considered a competitive battleground, which is amazing for those of us who are a little older and remember the 2000 election and when Florida was sort of the make or break state. Miami-Dade used to be the most Democratic part of Florida. Hillary Clinton won Miami-Dade by 30 points in 2016. Joe Biden won it by 7 points. 80% of the vote is already counted in Miami-Dade, and Donald Trump is ahead by 11 points. That should tighten a little bit, but it really tells you a lot about the inroads that Trump has made with Latinos, especially in South Florida, and that bodes well for Trump's ability to make inroads with Hispanics in places like Arizona and Nevada as well.
I do, Mox. I really do.
That's so significant and important.
Are you asking Holman that?
The Latino vote, it's one of the big questions. In 2020,
damn, it is that
toward Trump. It tended to be more
lopsided in Miami-Dade. Holy fuck!
Like Texas, Trump did way better among Hispanics in Texas in 20 than he did in 2016. He's made a lot of efforts to reach younger Hispanic men who tend not to vote at high rates. And it seems like so far in South Florida, the Trump operation was able to get them to the polls.
And
Jim Justice, your next senator from West Virginia, I believe we already knew that.
Maryland,
Polls
Virginia,
just closed 0%. They've declared him the winner.
East Coast. What will you be watching in the DMV, as we call it tonight?
Yeah, there's a big competitive Senate race in Maryland. Angela Alsobrooks running against the former governor, Larry Hogan, a Republican, to replace retiring Democratic Senator Ben Cardin. Virginia is a really fascinating state because of vote-rich Northern Virginia. In 2020, Trump actually had a large lead until super late at night, and Fairfax County, which has more than 1 million people in Northern Virginia, dropped.
Let's go back to C-SPAN to hear about West Virginia.
Former president's name in the presidential contest. 4 electoral votes at stake. This is Trump country. In 2020, every county was red, but for one, and it was pink. Mr. Trump won by nearly 40 points. Moving on to the governor's race there, and the Associated Press has called Patrick Morrisey the victor tonight in that race, the Republican again winning that seat for the governor's
It's abortion.
race. It's left open because the very popular Governor Jim Justice ran for Senate this year. This is a pickup tonight for Republicans. It's been expected. In fact, the governor, Jim Justice, declared victory
This is Joe Manchin's
October,
seat.
saying that he was going to win this seat. And as we've talked about, Democrats have a thin majority, 51-49. With the check mark next to Jim Justice's name, it's 50-50 now. Peter?
Next call is Charles in Sydney.
Justice
Ohio.
used to be a Democrat.
Hello.
Who did you support
this
and
evening?
why?
For groceries, for... I supported Donald Trump. And the reason why is because he seems to be more with the common man. He has more reach with the normal, average, everyday person.
The supposed billionaire with the gold toilet.
Lots of money, but, you know, us people here on Main Street, we don't. And he's trying to help fix to where my family can afford food and fuel and still be able to do something fun on the weekend without having to go, what are we going to sacrifice? He's against the illegals coming in. He wants people to use the correct ports of entry, not put a ban on, you know, immigration. You know, this country was founded by immigrants. He's also for the Second Amendment, which coming from a farming community. A lot of us hunt. You know, I mean, the man, because of the hatred, basically took a bullet for freedom.
No, he didn't.
You have to say that is definitely to stay in the race, to keep going to the finish. I have to admire a man like that.
Hey,
who
Charles,
loves country.
I got to ask you about
alternate reality
issues. Number one, the vice president's nominee, J.D. Vance, is obviously from Ohio. And the issue of Springfield, Ohio, and immigration came up a lot in this campaign. Have you experienced an issue with immigration in Sydney, Ohio?
Yes, we have. There's several places here where the immigrants are, and it's turned our town somewhat unsafe in a few ways. But our law enforcement here with the sheriff's office and stuff has done a real good job at keeping us, you know, safe. And
yeah, whoa.
You know, Springfield is quite a little distance from us, so we don't have too much problems from them. Some of these companies are hiring them and different things. One of the things I'm worried about is them being able to cast ballots for our elections, which, you know, could turn an election.
Charles, very quickly, who'd you vote for in the Senate race?
Bernie Moreno.
I honestly left that one blank.
Between Sherrod Brown and Mr. Moreno?
I voted for Moreno for that one.
Oh, for that one you left. Okay. All right.
I left the other out.
What other?
All right. Charles in Sydney, Ohio.
He didn't know what he was talking about.
Let's quickly
he voted for Moreno.
Will's in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Kamala Harris supporter.
Hello,
Hey, Will.
greetings. Yes, sir. Greetings. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I live in Tulsa, which is kind of the blue bubble in a red state, and at least I hope so to know. And my vote for Kamala Harris was more of a objection vote, or whatever you call it, a vote against Trump.
That leftist audio.
I voted for Hillary Clinton, not a Hillary Clinton fan.
Kigyo, you were asking for the number. The numbers are on screen right now. The support Harris number is 202-748-8920. The support Trump number is 202-748-8921. The other support other is 202-748-8922. Here, hold on. Let me take a screenshot of that. We might need it for later.
When I heard Trump's nonsense in 2015, 2016, I just couldn't vote for the man.
Do you consider yourself generally a Republican, Will, who does not like Donald Trump?
Is Warlord still in here? Yes, Warlord, call in.
Yeah, but every one of us has conservative values on some issues. Every one of us has liberal or non-conservative values for some issues. So I think it's silly to vote for the party. I think it's much more important.
Should I call into C-SPAN tonight? I was not going
I
to.
voted for Reagan twice, and I voted for Obama twice. John McCain would have had my vote, except he brought on Sarah Palin, who I objected to. The reason he did is because they thought, the Republican Party thought, Clinton was going to win the nomination, and she didn't. Obama won the nomination. So it's
They didn't bring on Palin because they thought Clinton was going to win the
I
nomination.
vote for the person, not the party.
Thank you, Will, for calling in. Evan McMorris Santoro, what'd you hear from our last two callers?
Well, they mentioned Springfield, Ohio, where I actually traveled to. You mentioned Springfield, Ohio. Where I traveled to. I did some reporting there this year, and you're right. You know, this immigration issue that was brought up by that caller, it's been so galvanizing for Republicans and for Trump supporters, specifically this year. But the Springfield moment was one of these issues that also kind of feeds into the second caller out of Tulsa, who a guy who says, I have conservative values, I voted both different directions before, I vote for the person. In Springfield, Ohio, you had a situation where you have a town controlled by Republicans, Republican county commissioners, Republicans in charge of the
Steve Schmidt is a fucking moron. It was like their Hail Mary.
Vice president,
For those of you who might be too young to remember that election, or maybe weren't engaged in politics at the
things that were said
time,
about what those migrants were doing. And you had
Obama was like a cultural phenomenon
against their own.
He was like a rock star, and coming off of the Bush administration, everybody was like all for the change and hope he was selling.
The Trump campaign was behaving towards that issue and toward the town. To be
John McCain's Hail Mary pass to try to win the election
And
was,
so it's
be the
it's
historic,
such a
female.
This is what we're
he's the black candidate, but like there might be a female president.
Really respect the guy, and they're very motivated by this immigration issue. And then you have these other folks who are maybe conservative, maybe can think of, have been Republican in the past, who just can't get on board with some of the rhetoric and some of the ways that Trump operates. And this could really end up being a huge part of how this election plays out. How many people we have like our caller from Tulsa, and how many we have like our caller from Ohio, right? This could be a huge, huge division.
Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
Let's check on the presidential contest in a few states. We'll start with Georgia. This is a battleground state.
I'm going to take you back to Washington Post.
Where it stands.
There's so many opportunities to make her case that it's time to calm down. Trump,
I have no idea where we're at.
All of his nominal policies, that the most striking thing the last 2 weeks has been all the bizarre things he said, and it just reinforces Harris's message.
Dicky boy,
the country's exhausted. It's time to unify and move on. We'll see.
Dicky boy, 69. You're gonna fit in. You're gonna fit in well here, my friend. You come to the right place.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Now you write about foreign affairs.
We're 69ing the election tonight.
President Harris, how she might be in the Situation Room. I'm curious to hear from you.
Trump has won Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia. Harris has won Vermont.
Had good relationship.
That's why you see the 23-3 count down in the bottom left-hand corner. In the middle, you see the Senate count.
But how would she do?
Republicans with 40 up on the boards.
With them, and how will she handle foreign affairs?
Democrats, 29 seats currently called. Sanders,
what a commander-in-chief will be like.
Winning in Vermont.
He or she is.
Kane dominating Hung Cow in Virginia currently. Jim Justice declared the winner in West Virginia.
Around many of my contacts who have been with Vice President Harris.
Therefore making the...
When big decisions were being made. And I asked them, how does she behave?
Current makeup of the Senate, 50-50.
The answer from almost everybody was, she's a lawyer. She asks lawyerly questions. They're good questions.
Republican has won the governorship in Vermont.
Briefing about Russian forces massing near the Ukraine.
Republican.
Where are the forces?
Winning the governorship in West Virginia.
How long can
I have no idea who this old guy is.
In the field?
Let's go back to C-SPAN call.
A lawyer would. One of her aides said to me,
because this guy is boring the shit out of me.
Let's talk to a Trump voter in Georgia.
Oh, let's.
I believe it's Eby in Fairburn, Georgia.
Tim, good evening.
Did I say your first name correctly?
Yes, it's BA.
EBA or BA?
A BA.
BA.
Yes.
Thank you for calling in. Where is Fairburn, Georgia?
It's just Atlanta, about 5 minutes from the airport.
Okay.
In Atlanta.
Why did you support President Trump?
Because, for one, the transgender issue, boys and girls sports, and
Oh my God.
the Second Amendment, the Supreme Court, and Kamala Harris's deterring the transformation of boys to girls, or prisoners, men becoming women. Those issues are very dear to me.
A BA.
Trans issues are very dear to him.
Georgia. Is that a true fact?
I was born in Nigeria.
Nigeria. Is this your first time voting in the United
No.
States?
No, I voted for George W. Bush and others here.
Oh, you've been here forever. So.
Yes.
Oh, you've been here forever.
A BA, did you split your ticket or vote straight Republican?
Straight Republican.
And how was the process down in Georgia? We've heard a lot about the Georgia
It was
election
easy.
process.
Well, though I voted early, but it was very easy. I went to one police station when early voting started, and it was.
Oh, he's probably
It
Christian.
was a long line, and I voted. I went to another polling station, and it was easy, walk in and walk out.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. We appreciate your being with us here on C-SPAN on election night. Kirk Beto of Hotline. Kirk, we want to talk about
What up,
some
Kirk Beto?
House races that could determine the balance of power. Democrats only need to pick up 4. There's one in New York that you're keeping your eye on, New York District 19.
Harris dominating Trump in Virginia with about 20% of the vote in.
The tipping point.
About
we imagine
10%.
in New York. Now, it's been no surprise, and we've written about.
Scott up 10% on Debbie McCurry's little pal with 77% of the vote in.
Republican in New York 19.
Marino up on
District of all those ones in New York. There are ones that are a little
Jared
more
Brown.
favorable toward Democrats that Republicans have, like in New York 22 or New York's 4th District. But the 19th is kind of a little bit more of a toss-up. Molinaro won it by about 1.6 points 2 years ago.
Then been up on
for
the
Republicans.
dude with the fake family in Virginia.
Issues, cashless bail.
Josh Stein cruising to victory in North Carolina.
Governor candidate at the top of the ticket for Democrats spurred a lot of surprising Republican gains 2 years ago. Now Democrats aren't really taking anything for chance here. There's been over $48 million spent in this single House race alone.
He kind of looks like him. Flash, is he?
Nominee for the Democrats 2 years ago, back again. And strategists who've talked to Hotline said that whichever party wins this race, that's how control of New York is going to go, which could go a long way in determining control of the House.
Now, Kirk, the polls don't close in New York for about another hour and 10 minutes or so, so we're not going to hear the results of that. The same with Iowa. Marionette Miller Meeks could be in trouble,
Iowa,
according to polling.
Right, and buckle up for waiting a long time for results in New York and California as well. But in Iowa, this is kind of a little bit more of a surprising race that's gone on.
We watched that debate
in the last month or so ago. Now, everyone who's watching tonight probably read the J. Ann Seltzer poll.
And a Paulina Luna going back to Congress.
3 points in Iowa over
I'm
Trump.
not mad about that. She can be my Republican mommy.
Race as well.
Though I might be older than her.
Marionette Miller Meeks has a little bit more of a Republican problem right now. Her opponent in the primary got over 40%. She only won her first race 4 years ago by 6 votes.
I was going through my downloads folder and I had a picture of her in a bathing suit.
4 years ago.
I was like, yeah, of course I do.
Opportunity here with Christina Bohannon, and after spending 0 in their last
polls close in
Democrats
16 states in 5 minutes.
Republicans on defense. This is all part of Democrats' bigger strategy, not just in Iowa, but in a lot of different races across the country that were maybe on the periphery of the battleground, but their cash advantage, as our House correspondent James Downs reported, has really allowed them to expand the battlefield into places like Iowa 1, into places like even Nebraska 2, where Don Bacon's having a lot of trouble right now there. There's a lot of ways that Democrats
I hope Bacon loses.
has enabled them to invest in these races and have Republicans divert resources there.
Now, Kirk, you mentioned that Dr. Miller.
I said I would go bald if Trump won the popular vote, and that is not
Her
happening.
opponent in the primary run to the right of her?
A little bit to the right, but he
did run to the right of her.
A whole lot either. I mean, this was a little bit more of a protest vote against Miller Meats. He didn't spend a whole lot of money, and he ran a little bit more to the right of her. So she's really struggled to consolidate the Republican Party behind her. And if the Seltzer poll does prove out and that Harris is leading by 3 points in Iowa,
16 more states, the polls closed.
Zach Nunn race
Less than 5 minutes.
Third, where we could see some surprising Democratic pickups.
We're going to see a slew of activity over the next 2 or 3 hours.
Let's begin with House District 2 down in Virginia Beach.
Yeah, so these two races here, Virginia 7 and Virginia 2, are kind of our early bellwethers to see how not only the race for the House is going to go, but potentially even the presidential race as well. Now, freshman Republican Rep. Jen Kagan.
I don't want to. I like my hair.
Virginia 2 in Virginia Beach.
I put the condition out there. If Trump wins the popular vote.
There, because the Democrat there hasn't really kept pace with fundraising until the last few months here. But if Democrats do end up flipping this one, this is a race where Mike Johnson and other Republican leaders have spent a lot of time in the closing weeks just shoring this one up. If Democrats do flip this one and keep Virginia 7,
I'm already kind of a skullet.
Back going in for the rest of election night here. They're really fired up about this race. Again, it's not doom and gloom for Democrats, though, if they can't flip this. But if they do, Republicans are going to be panicking a little bit early on in the night.
And you mentioned Virginia 7, Abigail Spanberger, who has that seat
running
now,
for governor,
has elected not to run for re-election. She's running for governor. It's Eugene Vidman, and people might remember that name, a Democrat versus Derek Anderson.
It's the brother of the dude from The Perfect Call.
That district is between Washington and Richmond. Is it considered a swing district, Kirk Beto?
Not as much as it was before redistricting or even last year, but it is a competitive open seat. Now, the way Republicans were able to flip the House 2 years ago is by picking up a lot of those open seats. It's a lot easier to flip an open seat than it is to knock off an incumbent. Now, Abigail Spanberger is running for governor now, like you said. She was one of the all-star kind of Democratic members, a great fundraiser, a more moderate member, someone who's won in battleground districts before. And without her there, Democrats are a little bit worried about this.
He was horrible in the debate, Box. I don't know if you were here for it.
Then they're going to be feeling great. Then they'll probably have defended Virginia 2.
God, we watched a lot of debates this year.
They're going to have the wind at their back going into the rest of the night here. But if Democrats keep it in...
And I feel good that the races they're highlighting, like we watched the debates of. I think I did a good job of...
Nice to have, be a very early indicator.
Picking out the right congressional races to watch.
Ones that they thought might be, not layups, not gimmies or anything like that. There are very few of those on the map right now. But if Republicans flip Virginia 7, they got to be feeling great. And if you're in the D.C. media market, you've probably been inundated with these ads right now, not only from Eugene Vidman, but also from Derek Anderson and his outside groups as well.
Evan McMorris Santoro, speaking of Eugene Vidman, I've noticed in his ads, he has not mentioned President Trump in the sense of...
I don't want to talk about Vidman.
President Trump.
Let's go to Holman over here on Washington Post.
There'll be lots of data coming in from Georgia, both the exits and some of the early voting. Some really interesting dividing lines, a lot of what you'd expect. Trump is doing better than in 2020 in rural areas. Harris is doing better in suburban areas. The gender gap is what we'd expected. Trump is actually up 12 with men.
Polls close in 1 minute.
Kamala Harris is hitting 60%.
Warlord is getting excited. I don't even
60%.
I don't know what this decision desk is, and I don't know what their predictions are based on.
It's a very polarized and divided electorate. Another factor among people who did not go to college, Trump is leading by 11.
Moreno is leading Brown by 6 points.
By 12, according to preliminary exit polls. Of course, there are more non-college voters than college graduates. But this is something I've been waiting to see. It is in the Georgia exit poll. Remember, Georgia
Terry, good evening.
Biden carried only by 10,000 votes. But he dropped out, obviously allowing Democrats to become competitive again. 57% of people who voted today have a negative...
Polls have just closed in
57% of people who voted
16
today have a negative perception of Joe Biden. Among them, 14% still voted for Kamala Harris. but among the 85% ended up backing Trump. This speaks to one of the challenges that Kamala Harris has had. She's been dragged down by an unpopular incumbent. She's his running mate. She struggled to articulate policy differences to explain sort of why or how she'd be different from him. And it appears to be taking a toll in Georgia, again, a state that Biden and Harris carried 4 years ago.
Searches for did Joe Biden drop out
some early
have spiked in the last day.
All right, thank you, James.
Apparently, some people just found out.
Here in
We're going back to C-SPAN.
Because they split their electoral votes, and there's a competitive House race there. Maryland has a Senate seat.
Polls closed in these 16 states you see highlighted.
Mentioned. New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, which of course is very interesting, has now closed. Their polls are closed. Rhode Island, Tennessee. Greta Bronner, what can you tell us?
You mentioned the polls
in Pennsylvania,
all the
whose
polls
19 electoral votes could decide the presidential race.
We'll take a look at this.
And the AP is projecting some race results.
A little over
projecting
80%
that former
of the
President
vote
Donald Trump will win these
in the
states,
state of Florida.
30
Oklahoma,
electoral
Tennessee
votes
are at stake here, and this is
and
where
Alabama.
the contest
the AP is
stands
projecting that
at
Vice
this
President
point.
Kamala Harris will win Massachusetts,
with a
Connecticut,
sizable lead
Maryland,
with 81%
and Rhode
of
Island.
the vote in.
James,
My bad. I don't know how I made that happen.
State of Florida in two competitive House races tonight, and they both go to
you can leave it
Republicans.
open then, but can
Let's
you turn
start
off that
with
light?
Florida's 13th congressional district. And
This is bright in here.
In this seat, the Republican incumbent, the Congresswoman there.
Anna Paulina Luna going back to Congress.
This is a lean Republican race. She is declared the winner there. And then in the Florida's 27th district, the incumbent Republican,
he looks snazzy.
also the victor.
He's getting ready to go to a watch
likely
party.
Republican. So two calls there in Florida tonight.
McMorris Santoro, Florida, when you saw those percentages.
It's right there. I've kind of got it turned at a weird angle.
You kind of nodded your head.
Well, I think that Florida was a dream reach for the Democrats for a lot of this election cycle. There was, my colleague Claire Heddles was down.
The chat says hello.
Doors with Hillary Clinton as she was trying to drum up some Democratic votes.
He says, cheers.
It's a hard state for Democrats these days. They have not really been competitive there in a little while. And so seeing those numbers coming in the way they are, it's not a huge surprise. It's, of course, where Trump lives. This is sort of, it's not a place I expect to see a lot. You mentioned that Luna race. She's done a lot. She's been very vocal lately on some of the more.
Rick Scott up by 11 points.
Some of these hurricanes.
That's
and things
sassy
like
snicks.
that. She's a big sort of media star in the Republican Party. Those people have done fairly well in Florida lately.
Let's talk to Lee in Santa Clarita, California.
Ooh, call.
Supporter. Hi, Lee. Lee, you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead and tell us what you wanted to say tonight.
Taking the call. Yes.
Do they wear MAGA hats over in Britain? Is that a thing?
Vote for Ms. Harris.
Why'd you vote for
She had
Kamala
my
Harris,
vote this
Lee?
year. I could not. By the way, it's kind of breaking up. So if I'm breaking up, let me know.
Hey, Lee, just go ahead and tell us why you. Lee, just go ahead and tell us why you voted for Kamala Harris.
I did vote.
Really hard time with water
I could not
today,
vote
haven't you?
for Mike Garcia because of the action he took on the 6 with the other 140. I'd hate to see what would happen if our votes did not count. And that's tough to say as a lifetime Republican. So I did go with George Whiteside.
I thought it was hot. I didn't realize.
I'm a little disappointed with the MAGA. Or I should say my Republican Party, the MAGA, just non-MAGA over here. We just need to bring some dignity back to the office, some couth, some decor.
Thank you, Lee, for calling in. We appreciate that. Lee is not a MAGA fan, but he considers himself to be a Republican, and California's got some pretty important House races, doesn't it?
That's right. We talked about, Kirk was mentioning this as well. We talked about this idea of this is a place where some of these areas that had been,
I mean, I've been there. I get old and winded too.
Gone blue again. We've seen maybe a chance Republicans
I've got a
to pick
cat,
some of them up in California as part of they try to get their House majority, maintain their House majority into next year. It's interesting to hear him describe his feelings and how he approaches politics at this moment. It really is something I've heard so much out on the campaign trail, which is folks who, before President Biden dropped out and Vice President Harris took over as a Democratic nominee, there was a lot of sort of exhaustion at the way, at this idea of this rematch between a kind of politics people didn't really like and a politician that they thought was maybe too old. And now with Harris in, we've seen some of that, this sort of, some of the more divisive aspects of MAGA really follow Trump around.
Greta Brawner.
6% of the vote in North Carolina.
Florida has been called for the former president. The Associated Press.
Florida called for Trump.
Red check next to his name tonight. 82% of the votes in there.
Handedly.
Supporter. Hi, Grant.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Good.
What's on your mind?
Which cat do you want? Socks?
I just generally think that, a big issue in this election is the Second Amendment. I know both of the candidates have made their minds very clear. Trump is, seemingly on the pro-Second Amendment side of everything, while Kamala Harris has clearly expressed that she wants to restrict that a lot. She's said she wants to ban assault weapons, high-capacity magazines and stuff like that. And there are many Americans like myself who own stuff like that and really care about that. So I think that's going to turn off a lot of rural voters who really care about something like that. That's sort of what's on my mind is my main issue. But, the economy as well, with just how inflation's been going and how that's been handled. I think that, Trump brings to the table some really good economic policy with, tariffs to foreign nations that want to compete with our goods and lowering taxes. So I think that could, drive a lot of people to vote on his side versus Harris. So.
Grant, have you supported President Trump in past elections?
I'm sorry, you're cutting out.
Grant, have you supported President Trump in past elections? I apologize. I'm not sure if we kept him on there or not, but it was a little difficult to hear him, and I apologize to you, Grant. Gary in Redding, California, Kamala Harris line. Hi.
Hello?
You know what? Is Gary there, please?
Gary, are you there?
You know what? Hey, a reminder. For some reason, I guess I'm cutting out because that's two viewers in a row who said they were having a little trouble hearing me. So I apologize.
Sound amazing on our end.
Those viewers, if you could not hear us correctly. Let's talk to Janet. Janet is in Springfield, Ohio, which obviously was in the news during this election cycle. Hi, Janet. All right, we're having just a bit of trouble here with the
No, C-SPAN calls are the best part.
Get that taken care of. Evan McMorris Santoro, are you seeing anything, hearing anything surprising with
the 16 states that we just saw close
and the results so far?
Well, the callers, I think, are very
Trump wins South Carolina.
These votes that they are casting. You talk about that Second Amendment issue.
Well, that's not surprising.
This is a hugely important issue to a lot of people. You saw Democrats actually trying to make a case that they actually have some Second Amendment credibility, and they would like to sort of win some of those voters back. He mentions rural voters. That's just one of the issues. You saw Vice President Harris talk about her own gun that she owns.
Trump up quite a bit in Georgia with 36% of the vote in.
Lives and the security that's around it, but nevertheless, there has been a conversation among Democrats trying to do something.
Still pretty early, Battle Opossum.
They are aware that they have a hard time with voters who.
The next 3 hours are going to be particularly busy, and then it's going to be a waiting game.
Just how careful people are considering this stuff and how much they have been thinking about this election, right? That's quite interesting. I will say that we have continued to hear us reporters have continued to hear from the Harris
Trump
campaign
definitely putting more points on the
we're
board.
waiting for all of these
90 to 27 currently in the
We're waiting for
electoral
things.
vote.
We're waiting to find out what's going on. We haven't seen these big numbers from a lot of these states yet, trickling in still these important states. But the Harris campaign has been sort of continually feeding us a lot of conversation about things that
Days like that will obviously be like called for her almost immediately after the polls
colleges
close.
in Nevada.
And then the numbers will even out.
Go for them.
We're waiting for North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. Those are the telltale signs.
They need in Pennsylvania, right? The way Pennsylvania works for Democrats is they need to really boost the
if Texas voted split ticket mocks, a lot of people do that.
The red areas around Pennsylvania, essentially, right? They're feeling like they are seeing some of those numbers come in. Again, this is all.
Wait a minute, we haven't had Texas numbers yet. What?
But this is what the campaign is telling us, and what they are thinking that they are feeling and they're seeing around, as they watch these results come in.
Let's get more results from Greta Bronner.
One of these candidates needs to clinch 270 electoral votes of the 538 tonight to be declared the winner. On the left of your screen, we're keeping track for you where it stands. And right now, the former president with 95 electoral votes and the vice president with 35. Here are some states that are in the blue column tonight. The Associated Press calling the states of Maryland, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. And as we click through, you can see where the vote percentage is at this point with 0 votes in, but the Associated Press feels there's no path for the former president, to catch her at this point, so they put that check mark next to her name. Peter?
Apparently Mississippi called for Donald Trump.
Abigail, Wildwood, New Jersey. Abigail, can you hear me and tell us how you voted?
Yes. Hi. I voted at the polls today.
Okay.
And I voted for Robert F. Kennedy.
You did, even though he endorsed former President Trump.
You know, I'm not a big fan of this Democrat and Republican back and forth. I really think that we should be voting third-party independent in order to take away power from these guys that are...
Well, then why not vote for the Libertarian Party or Cornel West?
Thank you for calling in. Greta Bronner, do you have more for us?
Yes,
we're going to go over to Washington Post, where we're going to cover Pennsylvania.
That has barricading around it. It just feels like everyone already knows the Donald Trump playbook, and we're kind of waiting to see if that would materialize.
Let's go.
Alabama has been called for Donald Trump.
Some latest results from the state of Pennsylvania, where polls just closed. James?
Yeah, Libby, polls just closed about 10 minutes ago, but we're already getting about 5% of the vote in, and it is quite different than 2020. 4 years ago, there was an early sort of red wave, a red mirage, and the early vote, the mail vote, didn't get counted until later, and the urban centers, the 2 big ones, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, didn't end up counting all of their votes until days later. But this time, Allegheny County, which is home to Pittsburgh, the second biggest county in the state, they got new vote counting machines. In Pennsylvania, it's actually illegal to count early votes until Election Day. There's no pre-canvassing, but they can start counting this morning. And so right out of the gate, they drop 30% of their vote. And Harris getting 160,000 votes out of Allegheny County. For context, in 2020, Joe Biden got 59% of the vote and 430,000 total votes. So Harris is on track potentially to surpass that. She needs big numbers in Allegheny, and she also needs big numbers out of Philadelphia, where you can see already 15% of the vote in, 100,000 votes coming in for Harris in Philadelphia, and Northampton, an area with a large Puerto Rican population, I'll note, comes in. They drop some of their early votes.
Those are the states we're looking at.
So this is different than
if Harris wins.
We saw the
2 of the 3 states, Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina.
Some of the Harris votes
it is her race. She is won.
Of election, which should favor Donald Trump, but in the key Stone State, we're starting to get some numbers, and so far so good for Harris.
All right, we'll keep checking in with you on that. Thanks, James. Let's go to senior video journalist Jorge Ribas, who's based in Pittsburgh.
Now we're going to go over to C-SPAN, where they're covering the Senate races.
The results come from the Associated Press. Evan, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that you were getting continuous reporter feeds from the Harris campaign. Are you getting them from
Trump
the Trump
wins
campaign
Alabama,
as well?
Florida, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee.
Direct with us about this sort of thing. They have talked a lot about things that they feel good about. We've seen, the president, the former president,
Harris winning Connecticut, Maryland, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island.
That he put out earlier, feeling like maybe there was
he
something
can still win without two of the three, but if she wins, those are the three states we're going to know the quickest.
What's going on? The Harris campaign has
if she wins two of those three, it's her race.
Folks think much larger ground operation.
Rhode Island is not a state.
They're going to win tonight. Doesn't mean that that's going to put them over the top or anything like that, but they have the kind of operation where they are checking a lot of things very closely on a granular level, and they can feed back some of that information. Obviously, information that they want us reporters to see. That's very clear, right? But they can do that. The Trump campaign has relied on a different kind of ground operation. They have a lot of outside help. We heard about Elon Musk is doing a lot of things of his own. Charlie Kirk is doing things on his own. It just isn't the sort of it's not the similar organized structure. The Republican Party has their own system. They're out there too. But when it comes to this, this election has been a lot about at the presidential level about a massive sort of organized Democratic ground game. They're hoping to rely on.
I mean, he's won states that we knew he would win.
Come to West Florida, a Trump voter. Hi, Nancy.
Hi, how are you doing? Thank you very much for your coverage tonight. I really enjoy C-SPAN.
Now, Nancy, did you vote straight Republican or were you a ticket splitter?
No, I'm straight Republican.
Why do you support President Trump?
Title IX, border security, and the economy.
Title IX, she means trans.
To West Florida, by the way.
We're south of Venice and north of Punta Gorda.
Okay. So you're on the Gulf.
Why are so many of them? Like, they're top things like, oh, I care about
9 miles from the Gulf.
trans issues. That's the top line for me. What in the fuck is going through their heads? What kind of a privileged position do you have to have in life
Not here directly.
that hating trans people is your top political issue?
I just believe our border should be secure, and we should know who's entering the country.
Nancy, thank you.
And I'm not against.
Go ahead.
I'm not against immigration. I just want it legal.
Thank you, ma'am, for calling in. Greta Bronner has more results.
Let's check in on some Midwest states, beginning with the state of Ohio. It releases its pre-election day votes first thing on election night, including mail-in votes. Like in other races since 2022, mail-in votes tended to lean toward Democrats. As the election day votes trickled in, though, in 2022, then Republican Senate candidate J.D. Vance took the lead, and he eventually won in the state of Ohio. This is where it stands right now, with the vice president having a slight lead with 34% of the vote in. Moving on to Michigan, one of those 7 battleground states. 15 electoral votes at stake here. There's 2% of the vote in. We could see a slight red mirage in Michigan as smaller, more pro-Republican localities report their votes. You can see, though, here it's looking not that way. There's only 2% of the vote in, so we'll see what happens as the votes come in more in the state of Michigan. Right now, the vice president with a sizable lead, but only 2% of the vote in. Moving on to the state of Pennsylvania, and you can see here with 6% of the vote in, again, the vice president has the lead. This could be an early blue mirage. We just have to wait and see. Because mail-in votes are counted first, and then they get to in-person election day votes, and those are reported in Pennsylvania.
Well, Kirk Beto is the editor-in-chief at the Hotline, and he is back with us to talk about some of those.
Kirk Beto
in Pennsylvania. Kirk, can we start in Pennsylvania?
I don't like the cut of his jib. I want to go over. I want to go back to the Washington Post. Let's see what we got going on over here.
Union supporters in that part of the country.
Yeah, I was in Michigan a few weeks ago, Libby, and went to a union canvassing event south of Detroit. And
everybody liked Greta better than Libby.
Had folks there.
But Libby's good. I like her too.
Teamsters Kevin Moore, who came out shortly after the national Teamsters declined to endorse, and Kevin Moore came out and endorsed Harris and her campaign. So Union.
What do you mean by get back to the news, Prometheus? Isn't that what we're doing?
Because they've got to really shore up their support among those households in the state of Michigan. And I was talking to a campaign official earlier today. He said that he felt good about where their numbers were early on in the early vote so far in that state. But it's union households.
Locking up so far in the Senate race.
Color, especially in those population centers like Detroit.
Holly looks to be blowing out cunts, but only 0% reporting.
Detroit, and they both have told me that
looks like the Democrat has won in the New Jersey Senate race.
Former President Barack Obama
Casey up in the Pennsylvania Senate race.
Warning towards especially young black men who, in Obama's words, and I'm paraphrasing.
Again, Sanders winning re-election in Vermont.
Voting for Harris in part because she was a woman.
Tim Kaine up against Hung Cao.
Really seen that on
Jim Justice going to the Senate for West Virginia
this morning, and he said again that things are different this time around than in 2016, and that they feel like they are in a good spot heading into tonight.
Before we let you go, JM, tell us about the scene behind you. You're at the Harris campaign watch party.
Then I want you inside.
Yeah, so Miss Howard University just finished singing the Star Spangled Banner, the national anthem, right behind me. There are a number of Howard students here. There are folks who were invited by the Divine Nine, the sororities, and it is rocking here. You can probably tell they've actually just briefly shut off the music, but things have been rocking about 10-15 minutes ago. They broadcast a little bit of the results from another network, and there were cheers about the Harris leads and the Harris states that had been announced for her. So we are still waiting for when Harris is going to speak here, but there is programming planned throughout the night here at Howard.
Thanks so much, JM. Yasmin, let's go back to you. You've been covering the Harris campaign very closely. Talk to us about their closing message and what the Harris-Walz team was trying to do, both to contrast with Donald Trump, but also try to just appeal to people on their own.
I think you and
nothing major that I know of, Flash.
Where, you know, Vice President Harris has been very
We covered a few little
message, whereas Donald Trump was
few little fuckery things going on in different states.
Trail. Vice President Harris has been very focused on this message of she would be a president for all Americans. She's really tried to.
11% of the vote in
voters
North Carolina. Harris is up by about 4 points on Trump.
Of campaigning to saying that Donald Trump would have an enemy.
Pennsylvania with about 5% of the vote in. Harris is
on it to do
trouncing Trump.
They came up with
once again, the very first votes came out of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
The threats that they were saying Donald Trump.
The Moreno Brown race neck and neck.
The pocketbook and everyday issues.
Moreno was winning earlier. It is neck and neck now.
Concern among some Democrats that warning too much.
Less than half a percentage point.
Threats to democracy.
30% of the
officials like
results reporting
met the definition of a fascist might not appeal or might not break through to some of the undecided.
Michigan, 4% of the vote in. Harris
trying to find a way
up
to tie the threats
24%
to the
25%
to abortion, to immigration, to the issues that polls show Americans care the most about. So that was really what she.
The results we must be getting out of Ohio definitely trending blue with 30% in. Harris leading Trump by 8%.
Less, she said the country. She was confident that the country was ready to turn the page on Donald Trump, but
Georgia with 50% of the vote in. Trump trouncing Harris by 10 percentage
yesterday,
points.
And the campaign was touting this, that she was talking about Trump just as the other guy, rather than referring to him even by name.
New Hampshire, Harris way ahead of Trump by about 10%.
A state we're watching very closely tonight. James, what do you have for us?
Yeah, Libby, we now have 47% of the vote in. Donald Trump opening
Kansas.
A little bit of a lead. Clearly, Republican efforts to vote early this time are paying dividends.
Harris currently up in Kansas.
Campaign. So far, Kamala Harris is doing well in the suburbs, about as well as Joe Biden did. One of the noteworthy things that is working to Kamala Harris's advantage is that there are not the defections among African Americans that Republicans had really hoped for. Trump had tried to make inroads with African American men, but according to the early exit polls that are coming in, all the numbers are basically on par with what they were. And in some of the counties that are disproportionately African American, it's a marginal difference, but it's really about the same. I wanted to pull up some of the numbers. Black voters in Georgia made up about 3 in 10 voters. 9 in 10 of them supported Harris. 8 in 10 African American men supported Harris. 9 in 10 black women did. That is almost identical to what it was with Joe Biden. So Harris not necessarily having deeper appeal than Biden, but she is thwarting Trump, and it's going to mean that the race continues to stay close. We're watching these counties around Atlanta, what's called the blue blob in Georgia politics, to see if she can run up the score she needs to offset Trump's strength in rural Georgia.
All right, thank you, James. Rich Matthews is in North Carolina for us tonight. Rich, what have you learned about what might be the key to winning that state this year?
You know, the hard thing about North Carolina, look, I get that every state has some urban centers and rural communities, but North Carolina has these big cities, Charlotte, Raleigh, and then it also has 2 very distinct and very different rural communities, okay? So you have in the mountains of western North Carolina that we talked a little bit about that was hit by Hurricane Helene, you have largely white rural communities that vote sometimes as much as 3-1 Republican. Of course, you do have Asheville up there, but that's the lone blue dot really in a sea of red. But then you have East Carolina, which has a lot of African-American farming, a lot of African-American communities. And we talked to Eva Clayton. Eva is the first black woman to ever represent North Carolina in Congress. She's now 90 years old, but she served 10 years, has been in the political game a long time in that part of the state. And her take on it was the eastern part of the state is often ignored. Republicans don't campaign there because they just assume it's going to be fall Democrat, and Democrats don't campaign there.
Polls closing.
They also assume that they already have those votes. Now, Kamala Harris did come to the eastern part.
I don't know how many states it is. We get another set of polls in 3 minutes.
A little bit from our sit down with Ms. Clayton, where she talks about the recipe for winning here in North Carolina.
The recipe is to find how you speak to all of North Carolina and engage as many as you can, particularly in rural areas, because they feel a little bit like they've been elected, right? Not only share with them.
Prometheus put you up to this, didn't he?
Engage with them.
Now, Clayton obviously is supporting Kamala Harris. Again, she met with her during a trip to Greenville. They went to church together, but she still would like to see more outreach to the eastern part of the state. And she says that maybe that's a...
How you gonna watch a different stream on election? Come on, Prometheus.
Some meat on the bone.
Unless it's the majority report, I understand that. I can't beat Sam.
Laura is up in Douglas, Alaska, a Harris supporter. Hi, Laura.
Hi.
Where is Douglas, Alaska? Are you close to Anchorage?
Nope, Juneau. I'm in the southeast Alaska.
Welcome in, curious, sir.
Right off of Juneau, Alaska.
All right. So what was the voting experience for you up there in a ranked choice voting state?
Easy peasy. They actually had a lot of pamphlets that came out, a lot of information. I got a text message a few days ago about where my...
Well, I do encourage you guys, if you need a break from politics, Echoplex is doing alternative programming tonight. Media Winch and Dave take real good care of you. I absolutely encourage you to go over there if you need a break from this bullshit.
Voting,
and I would encourage you to tell everybody over there, if they want their political fix, to come over here.
A lot of information out there about how that works and what to do and exactly
We're
how
3 minutes away from the next set of polls closing.
Choice was counted.
Now, Laura, you couldn't rank choice on the presidential level, could you? It's just on the state level.
No, you could do it on the presidential level.
Okay. Did you rank choice, or did you just mark Kamala Harris on your ballot?
Nope. I just marked Kamala Harris on the ballot, one and only.
But you could have ranked Kamala Harris and Donald Trump as your second choice?
I could have, but I never would have.
Right.
Who would have done that?
What about Mary Peltola? Because there's some talk that she might be in a little bit of trouble because the Republicans have kind of grouped together up there.
Well, he's on the West Coast. He does usually come over. He'll come on a little later.
Peltola, she's done a great job. She's very.
And that was choosing the time that the Troll Patrol came on. The time that Dave broadcast, was in my
and so she's very
thoughts.
pro-Alaska, pro-fishing, pro-hunting, all of that kind of stuff. So I voted for Mary. I hope that is where we're headed still. She's done a great job, and I hope
I still stand by. I think we get a winner before 2 o'clock. I think it's Harris.
Put a second choice after Congresswoman Peltola.
I did not. I voted for Mary.
I think she wins Pennsylvania and North Carolina.
And I got to ask you, is there a lot of sign of a presidential campaign up in Alaska right now?
And I believe it's mathematically possible that Trump could win if she wins Pennsylvania and North Carolina. I just don't think.
Two Trump signs, and that's it. Again, coming from upstate New York, that is.
I can't tell you why I'd watch Riverboat Jack over me, but I have a crush on Riverboat Jack, so.
We don't talk about it. I have no idea who my neighbors and that kind of stuff are voting for. We just vote and move on with our way because, like you said, we have small populations and small communities, so we got to live together.
Thank you, ma'am, for calling in.
It is 8:30 on the East Coast.
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I work for the...
Rick Scott has been declared the winner in Florida in the Senate race.
Evan, that ranked choice voting, is it working as far as voters? Do voters like it? It's on the ballot in a couple of different states, isn't it?
Yeah, I think also here in D.C., right? People who had voted on ranked choice voting.
Yeah.
It is one of these reform issues that the reason for it is the idea of ranked choice voting is that it lets people vote for maybe some of those other, third-party candidates or candidates that might not do as well that they would normally not want to vote for, right? This idea of I don't want to throw my vote away, but in this case, you could go in and mark down a different kind of candidate. I know that the parties have not been thrilled with it. I mean, voters have passed it.
If only.
Places and added it to their ballots and several places.
I would assume her moniker.
The parties sort of organize, both sides sort of organize against it.
I'd take her name.
Because the idea.
Oh, yeah, I don't have the bong in here. I just brought the bowl in. I left the bong outside.
The control of just the two parties, right? Gives other people a chance.
More Justin.
To maybe be a part of things. Some places, Alaska specifically, we've seen some pushback against ranked choice voting because of some of the results that have come out of there. We've seen Republicans be not happy with having this system.
Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, all too early to call, but polls have closed. Sheldon Whitehouse from a state that doesn't exist, going back to the Senate. I didn't even know he was up for re-election.
Voting on ranked choice voting. I will say I talked to a lot of voters about the
Bernie Sanders going back to the Senate once again, winning his Vermont race easily. Jim Justice,
you go out in the world.
He and Baby Dog are going to the Senate.
Vote for something else, and of course,
I hate that for Democrats, but honestly, I love it for me as a content creator.
Maybe to give it some impact.
Because Baby Dog is awesome, and Jim Justice is. He is going to be my new favorite senator over Senator Kennedy.
That a lot of voters have that I have found on the road.
Well, 1 a.m. Eastern time is when the polls close in Alaska, and so we'll get an update on Mary Peltola's race at that point. But it is 8:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Baby Dog, yes.
In Arkansas, it's the only state that closed.
Oh, the polls are closing in Arkansas right now.
Let's return to Greta Bronner and see what she has for us.
Let's check in on the state of New Hampshire, starting with the presidential race there. In the closing days of this campaign, we saw the race tighten in New Hampshire, and even the running mate of the former president, J.D. Vance, heading to Derry, New Hampshire.
Apparently,
rally there over the
Seriously has never seen Baby Dog. I don't know how you couldn't have seen Baby Dog on this stream at some point in time.
Right now, with 19% of the vote in, you can see that the
We'll
vice
do it.
president leading there now. We'll continue to check in on New Hampshire to see if the polls were correct and this tightens up. 4 electoral college votes at
This is Jim Justice, the newest
competitive
senator from West Virginia, taking Joe Manchin's seat.
Annie Custer, the
This is Baby Dog.
retired from this seat, decided not to seek another term, retired after 6 terms. You can see the
And Baby Dog is fucking awesome, as you can tell.
leading by about 20 percentage points right now with 19% of the vote in. Peter?
Let's return to calls. We want to hear your voices throughout the evening, and Bill is in Goodwin, North Carolina. Bill, good evening to you.
Good evening. No, I can't wait to have this motherfucker in. He says the funniest shit. Let's listen to him.
Know that a lot of you want to meet my little buddy. So if Baby Dog could come on out here. Now, as the world watches, you didn't really expect that, did you?
I did, because I knew.
Said, let me just say just this. She makes us smile, and she loves everybody. And how could the message possibly be any more simpler than just that?
That is the former governor, Jim Justice. I couldn't remember if he was still in the seat. Now the senator-elect from West Virginia.
Good evening. My name is Bill.
Hey, Bill.
My real name is Garrett. Bill's my nickname, but yes,
His real name is Darren. Bill is his nickname. They call me Bill. I'm sorry.
Retired from this seat, decided not to seek another term, retired after 6 terms. You can see the Democrat there in this contest leading by about 20 percentage points right now with 19% of the vote in. Peter?
Let's return to calls. We want to hear your voices throughout the evening, and Bill is in Goodwin, North Carolina. Bill, good evening to you.
Good evening. My name is Bill, but my real name is Garrett. Bill's my nickname, but yes, I voted for Donald Trump. I think this country is going downhill with the recent work of Kamala and Joe.
The live shot at a voting booth.
Somebody to really fix the issues, especially in my state, with all the work and stuff that's going on.
Hey, Bill, where is Godwin, North Carolina?
It is close to Fayetteville in Raleigh.
Okay, near Raleigh.
Yeah, kind of like 30 or 40 miles away from Raleigh. It's close to Fayetteville.
Has it been an active campaign season in North Carolina?
Yes, it has. I've seen a lot of signs for both Trump, Harris, and then the different governors and Senate.
I'm glad that they sanitized the voting booth. Oh my God, we got a kid voting now.
And I just got my ID a couple of weeks ago, so I was pretty excited to vote.
Maybe it's just a little small woman.
Congratulations. Did you vote for the Republican nominee for governor in North Carolina, Mark Robinson?
I did not. I think he wouldn't do as good of a job as Josh Stein. So I voted for Josh Stein.
Split ticket.
Bill, what do you do for a living?
Well,
Kamala doesn't need that.
I'm unemployed. I'm only 18, but right now I've been helping like my family and neighbors, trying to be a good neighbor.
We really appreciate you calling in. We appreciate you being with us on election night here on C-SPAN. Evan McMorris.
I'm glad they sanitized the booth before the kid voted.
North Carolina yet?
Not one of those ticket-splitting opportunities, really. Mark Robinson, as you mentioned, he was a kind of a big deal. He's a sitting lieutenant governor of the state. A big deal when he got the nomination. He spoke at the RNC convention over the summer, and then he sort of suffered a cavalcade of scandals sort of towards the end of the campaign that has now shifted things away. The National Party pulled their money out. A lot of his staff quit. There has this is not a person that people are expecting to do very well tonight, even though it's a state that's very competitive and that Trump could easily win. It's interesting to hear the caller. He sort of embodies two separate things about this. One, this Stein, voting for Stein and the Republican as well, but also this idea of these young men voters showing, these younger voters, first-time voters coming out. This is something that both campaigns have worked really hard to get their hands on. Trump has really wanted a lot of them to come out. So people casting their first ballot. Also, I just try to think about, could there be a more different experience in this election than being in?
We're 20 minutes from
versus that.
A slew of more polls closing.
She's seeing no signs. She's seeing no ads. People in North Carolina are seeing a lot of ads and a lot of signs, and I bet a lot of them would like to be in Alaska right now.
Well, let's talk to Ben in Champaign, Illinois, a Harris supporter. Hi, Ben.
Hey, Ben.
How are you?
So I'm doing well. I voted for Harris a couple days ago via mail, and I'm very excited for this election. About to go watch.
I am going to take my bowl out and put it in my bong and take some rips.
Illinois, easy?
Very easy. Just got the ballot, checked out my judges to see which ones are the good ones, which ones are the bad ones, and got it done in 15 minutes.
Are you associated with the university there in Champaign?
Yeah, I'm currently a law student, so I'm going with a bunch of my friends tonight.
Do you see any evidence, being in a university town in Illinois, of Trump supporters?
I drive around my town every once in a while. I think I've seen one or two Trump signs around here, so really not too much, honestly.
But overwhelmingly Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I'd say like 20-1 on the signs or so. Pretty blue area, I think.
Is your governor popular down there in Champaign, J.B. Pritzker?
I don't know. I'm originally from up north in Chicago. He's very popular up there. But around here, I think so. I think JB's been really well liked. He's a very strong overall.
Ben, thanks for watching. Thanks for checking in with us. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great night, everyone.
Greta Bronner has more results.
More states have been called by the Associated Press. Let's start with the state of Arkansas. Tonight, 9% of the vote in, and you can see that the vice president is leading there, but the Associated Press is calling this for the former president. He's won this state before, and the Associated Press feels there's no way that the vice president can win the state of Arkansas, so they've put the check next to his name. Moving on to the state of New Jersey, and this one has also been called tonight for the vice president with 28% of the vote in. Those percentages will change as more of the votes come in, but again, the Associated Press feels confident in their call. With the thousands of people that they have working tonight at the Associated Press, looking at all the data that's coming in, they feel confident to call this for the vice president. And then another race in Delaware. This one has been called as well tonight for the vice president. She is declared the victor with 43% of the vote in. And finally, let's go to the state of Kansas tonight. We're watching this state right now to see what happens. 8% of the vote in, and you can see it's tight. If you go to our map on cspan.org/results and you look at where the votes are coming in, you can see large amounts of the votes coming in Kansas City and Topeka at this point in the night, and that is why the race looks tight in the state of Kansas. Peter?
Evan, I wanted to ask you about Kansas while Greta has that pulled up. There was a little bit of a feint toward Kansas saying, hey, this is in single digits, it's tight. And then, of course, we saw the Iowa. Was this purposeful? Was this outlier polls?
I feel like we're having like a brain melt here, because I was about to bring up that, one of the biggest moments of the last week of this campaign was this Ann Seltzer poll in Iowa, which showed that, Kamala Harris.
She had a Harris Walls button in the bathroom. I almost put it on.
A place like
she offered me her Joy shirt.
Early results are very.
I was like, that'd really make the chat's brain explode, wouldn't it?
Kansas could show us if that Seltzer poll is a real thing, and if it is a real thing that's like
make a lot of heads explode.
Just besides Iowa, right? Kansas is a place that, like Iowa.
Wait, whose home state is Delaware?
That the very restrictive abortion law that's now in effect in Iowa could have had an
the campaign's home state. Okay.
on the way voters feel. Obviously, Kansas is a place.
It's like her home state's California.
Places that we learned kind of what a liability Dobbs could be for Republicans when in a special election.
Marsha Blackburn declared the winner in Tennessee.
For Democrats doing very well.
And Sheldon Whitehouse going back to the Senate. I didn't even know he was on the ballot this year.
Won a special election about abortion rights there. So this is a place where, again, we're waiting for these numbers to come
Bernie
in.
Sanders winning in Vermont.
Big question for those of us who watch this stuff. How accurate is that?
The race with Tim Kaine and Hung Cao tightening up.
Is a state where we could maybe see
within 3 points.
And to go back to Kansas, didn't Kansas
with 40% of the vote in
on the issue of abortion and reproductive rights?
That's right, and that's what I was saying. Is that it was one of the early ones in the post-Dobbs world.
Democrat Andy Kim going to the Senate in New Jersey.
This idea that this is a very dangerous political liability for Republicans. It's a very tough one for them to overcome. That was one of the states where we saw that conversation. But of course, it has now been dealt with, so maybe it won't be as motivating. But I'm just saying, this idea of what the Seltzer poll is supposed to be showing us is that maybe there is places in the Midwest that things might look a little different. Again, we don't know yet, but that's sort of what that's what we're looking for, places like that.
Well, in 20 minutes, a couple of the swing states polls close, Arizona and Michigan. I wanted to ask
Democratic
you,
governorship.
we're already getting results from Michigan. How is that possible?
Delaware.
The polls haven't even closed there.
Well,
is it probably the mail-in votes that they've started counting?
That is right. Some of these are
9 up 11 points in North Carolina.
Thing earlier about how late it has been some nights before we get these results in. Nights, I mean like days, But a lot of states have changed their laws around this. We feel like, for example, in Georgia, they're counting their mail-in votes and their early votes like much quicker now in an attempt to try and get their results out faster. And places like Michigan, they're counting those votes. They've made some changes to their voting laws as well in recent years, and they're trying to get those votes in counted fast.
Lupe in Palmdale, California, Trump voter.
Lupe.
Hey, guys, thank you so much for taking my call. I actually voted Donald Trump. And I did for many reasons, but one of the main reasons is I believe that Donald Trump has the ability to address some of the Project 2025 with poise and implement some type of institution reform, in addressing some of the government corruption that not only he's experienced, but we're seeing America experience more and more indictments and a lot of more corruption for one reason or another. And I think that with Project 2025, I think that he has the ability to address it.
Lupe, you were the first person to bring up Project 2025 tonight. It's something that the Democrats talked quite a bit about. What is it about Donald Trump? Have you supported him in the past?
I have not, but I'm an entrepreneur, and I had a company that was pre-IPO. And I've dealt with the SEC and some of their shenanigans. And I know that Donald Trump has dealt with some of the same, and so has Elon Musk. And I think that a lot of the...
He's a scammer is what she's saying.
Some of the same type of issues are now supporting Donald Trump because I think we're tired of seeing this type of abuse go on with the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Department of Justice, and the FBI, and things of that nature.
Thank you for calling in, Lupe. Don.
Can't get away with crime. That's what she's saying.
A Harris supporter. Hi, Don.
Hi.
What's on your mind tonight?
It's a real easy choice for me. I voted for Kamala Harris because I could not support a convicted felon, misogynist, racist, someone that wants to change the Constitution.
Yeah.
Project 2025. Yeah. I mean, the issues just goes on and on and on. Not to mention his character, his morals. Who would trust your daughter or wife to be left alone in the room with Donald Trump?
No.
That's Don in Sandston, Virginia.
I don't want to be in a room alone with Donald Trump.
We have another call tonight by the Associated Press in the state of Illinois. The Associated Press calling this race tonight for the vice president.
Kamala with another one on the board.
19 electoral votes will go in her column. Peter?
Richmond, Virginia. Hi, Aaron.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Who's your candidate of choice?
I voted for Claudia De La Cruz this election.
And who is
Interesting.
Claudia de la Cruz?
She's a socialist.
Wait, the C-SPAN dude didn't even know who she is?
As a trans woman, I believe that neither of the candidates have my best interest at heart.
She's ran like 2 or 3 times now.
Support a candidate who is directly complicit and responsible for a genocide in Gaza, free Palestine. The United States is sending millions and millions of dollars to the Israeli government to kill women, children, and other innocent Palestinians all across Gaza.
Aaron, what do you say to your acquaintances and friends who say to you, you're wasting your vote on a third-party candidate?
I feel that, I mean, I live in a state that is predominantly going to be blue, so I don't feel that, you know, if I voted red, that would make a difference. I don't feel if I voted blue, that would make a difference. And I vote on what I believe is the correct humanitarian, harm reductive way to cast my vote.
Thank you, Aaron, for calling into C-SPAN.
Abattoir, good evening.
Santoro of Notice, News of the United States, is here with us throughout the evening. What have you been hearing in our conversation now? I'm sorry I'm making...
All right, I want to go live because like we were a little bit behind on C-SPAN. They're talking to this old dude over on
Democrats, and they
Washington Post. I don't even know who this fucker is.
that race. That is probably
We're 10 minutes away from the next polls closing.
the night because that.
And as I was saying to you earlier, the lines on the college campuses are quite extraordinary. I mean, lines that are hours long. That these students, if they end up staying there, they're going to have waited.
This could be at Howard University.
In order to cast a vote.
So this is a very white dude at Howard University.
Kind of buying into the idea that democracy is important and that their vote will count in this election. And you know, in the end, that's what sustains democracy.
Less than 10 minutes away from the next set of polls closing. It's going to be very busy. 9 and 10 o'clock hours.
We'll be waiting for what you write tomorrow morning. Back to you.
So true. Thank you so much to Rhonda and Dan. Well, joining us now are congressional
His name's Dan.
Liz Goodwin and Mariana Sotomayor. Okay, ladies, when are we going to know who controls the House and Senate?
Long time from now.
Liz, you want to start first?
Yeah, well, I feel bad for Mariana because she covers the House, and it's always a longer road for them, and they're counting. But I think for the Senate, we could know tonight, actually. So Jim Justice just flipped the West Virginia Senate seat. So that puts Republicans and Democrats at a 50-50 if every other race stayed the same. But then in Ohio, you have Democrat Sherrod Brown, who's
that one is tightened up
from Bernie Moreno, the Republican, and they count their votes fairly quickly. So if that was a case where Sherrod Brown was defeated by Bernie Moreno, that would put Republicans at 51-49. And if, you know, it wasn't looking like they were going to pull off a miracle in Texas, that would probably lead you to believe that Republicans were going to win back the majority.
You know, Liz, let's stay on this for 1 minute and keep talking about the Senate. Mariana, I'll give you a few minutes to decide.
15 more states, the polls close in 7 minutes.
Question. But Liz, we saw Rick Scott handily win in Florida already. That race has been called. Were Democrats really holding out a hope that they could challenge him there?
So Democrats did put some money in that race, but I think they felt their chances were better in Texas, just
and they were,
polling, and just because Florida has trended so red, and that was definitely borne out by the results that we've seen so far.
So Mariana, it is really anyone's guess, but you can of course share one about when we might know at the House. Tell us why it could take a while.
Yeah, it's probably going to take several days. At least when it was the 2022 midterms, it took a little bit over a week to know which party won the majority. Of course, Republicans.
We're talking about 534
2 years. There are several indicators, though, on the East Coast that could tell us kind of
separate races.
Which party could have the momentum. But the reason why, to your question, it could take a while is because out west, California, Oregon, there are a number of swing districts there, and they do take a significant amount of time to
Josh
count.
Stein declared the winner in North Carolina.
We see starting to spread from the East Coast.
25% of the vote in.
We're going to have to
trouncing Mark Robinson.
But, you know, there's certain a number of districts to watch. I think Virginia is going to be an indicator, an extremely tight race right now. In Virginia's 7th district, it's an open race. The Democrat there, Eugene Vindman, is only leading by just a couple of percentage points, and it's possible that the Republican can potentially top him there. That would be significant if Republicans win that district, because Democrats have held on to it for a number of years now. Also, right now at 9 p.m., New York, that is huge, because there are four Republicans who currently hold districts that Joe Biden won in 2020. Democrats and Republicans think a Syracuse district is destined to flip, so that's at least one gain for Democrats. It's possible that another Long Island seat, it's Congressman Anthony D'Esposito's seat, could flip. If Democrats were to get a third there, that means that they are likely going to have significant momentum going through again. Once you get to more of the middle of the country, Iowa, for example, is surprisingly, there's a couple of districts there that Democrats are starting to watch.
Liz, what are Republicans' best chances for pickups, and where are Democrats holding out hope that they could defend territory or possibly even have a pickup?
So Montana is definitely Republicans' best shot at just getting the majority outright. John Tester's the Democratic senator there, and he's facing a challenge from Tim Sheehy, the Republican. It's just a state that's gotten redder and redder with time, and Trump's expected to win there by at least 16 points. It's very, very hard to get that many people to split their tickets in this day and age and support a Democrat, you know, under a Republican president. So Republicans are feeling really good about flipping that seat. And then I would say Ohio is probably the next target that we talked about with Sherrod Brown, also a state that's expected to vote for Trump. And it's just kind of always a challenge to get a ton of people to split their tickets. And then Republicans hold out hope in some the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, unseating some Democratic senators there. It's a little bit more of a stretch, but if they had a really good night, it would include kind of some of those seats so they could pad out their Senate majority. It's always easier to govern if you don't have, you know, a one-seat majority type thing, as we've seen with the House in the past couple years. So that's something they're hoping for. In Arizona, their candidate Carrie Lake has not been doing so well, even though Trump has been polling really well there. So there's not a lot of hope for right now for her to become the senator. And in Nevada, there's a similar situation where Sam Brown, the Republican running there, has been running behind Trump in the polls. So we'll have to see tonight what happens there.
Mariana, turning back to the House, what is the
Elizabeth Warren declared the winner in Massachusetts.
Like New York and California.
Plotkin dominating Rogers.
These House seats, which made all the difference.
13 points currently.
Majority. What has the message?
I didn't get to see what percentage was.
Democrats been trying to turn some of those seats blue.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Of course,
Brown and Moreno neck and neck.
Kamala Harris is going to win New York, is going to win California, but as you mentioned, there's just a good amount of House districts.
Ohio going to come down to the wire, might be a recount.
What are Democrats talking about? They are still talking about abortion, but they realize from those 2022 midterms that a lot of voters in those states, because the state legislatures there are going to be blue for a very, very long time. They don't have to worry about
2 minutes away from 15 more states
in their states. So these
closing their polls,
voting
a whole new slew of results.
Prices, very big.
We're getting into the thick of it, ladies and gentlemen.
Prices, for example,
non-binary folk.
Is a huge thing. Also, immigration. It is significantly, it's interesting. California is one of those states that has always dealt with immigration because it's on the border with Mexico, but it is resonating so much more in New York, where you have Democratic candidates who are trying to unseat some of these Republicans saying, I'm in the border of my district. It is so far away from the actual southern border, but Democrats are going to try and
may get a victory speech from
bipartisan
Josh Stein here momentarily.
So they're starting to, Democrats are leaning into those messages so much more, and also talking about public safety as well.
All right, we will see how the race.
Governor-elect for North Carolina, which also a good indication.
Insights team that we can now make a race call in North Carolina. The AP is projecting that Democrat Josh Stein, North Carolina.
I'm not behind on the Washington Post. The Washington Post is behind on calling it.
Defeating Republican Mark Robinson, North Carolina's lieutenant governor. Let's go to James Homan for more on how Josh Stein won the governorship.
Yeah, only a quarter of the vote is in, Libby, but we feel comfortable calling this race for the Democrat. This is a hold for the Democrats' outgoing term-limited governor, Roy Cooper, also the former attorney general like Stein is now. Robinson plagued by scandal. Roy Cooper, the
Harris
Democrat,
currently trailing Trump in Georgia.
As Trump carried
Undone, welcome in.
North Carolinians have a history of ticket splitting between the presidential and the governor's race. Josh Stein is outperforming Mark Robinson. He's doing
Warlord's calling it the Trump dream now.
the three main counties in the presidential.
Notice how Warlord's changing his tune.
In North Carolina, those have still only put in a tiny number of ballots, not enough. Kind of the suburbs of Charlotte, the suburbs of Raleigh, and Wilmington. So we're still waiting for more to be able to have some insights on the presidential. But Josh Stein, the Democrat, winning the North Carolina governor's race on the strength of what does appear to be significant ticket splitting. There are people who are voting for Donald Trump for president and Josh Stein, the Democrat, for governor.
Certainly wondering if that would happen. Rhonda, let's talk more about that governor's race. Not a big surprise.
Let's go over to C-SPAN where we're going to talk about the issue in Milwaukee.
We're in trouble with the phones here. They'll take care of that. I appreciate it. Let's check in. Let's check in. Let's check in.
I'm from Pike County, Pennsylvania. Can you hear me?
Tom, we're going to have to let you know for just a second. We're going to check in with Greta Brawner.
We have some news coming out of Milwaukee. This is a reporter with CBS in this city. Breaking news here that the city of Milwaukee is going to recount about 30,000 absentee
The polls have closed in 15 more states.
that had already been counted. There was an issue with one tabulator not being sealed. Out of precaution, the city will recount each ballot. A long night just got longer, is what AJ reports here, CBS reporter out of Milwaukee. And then an update here a little after 8. The cavalry had been called in, he reports, from Baird Center. 30 to 40 city firefighters, health department, and IT workers had been sent in to help process absentee ballots. That's the latest.
I had a piece on it, Mox. I've been sitting on it.
In just a minute, but it is 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. Nearly the entire country, the polls are closed. Here's what's closing at 9 o'clock. Arizona, which has a Senate race and 2 competitive House races as well. Colorado with a competitive House race. Kansas, Louisiana, the rest of Michigan is closed. We've talked about that. Minnesota with a Senate race. Nebraska with 2 Senate races, which we haven't talked about yet, but we will. New Mexico also has a Senate race. New York is closing. North Dakota.
The numbers right now look like a total trouncing of Harris.
Texas is now fully closed.
Trump at 154 electoral votes to her 30.
Evan, that's a lot of states and a lot of news ready to come out, huh?
We're waiting for it.
What are you going to be listening for? What are you going to hear?
Well, we want to see
Ted Cruz
in Arizona. You know, that's
up on Colin Allred. About 60% counted. He's up by about 3 points.
House races are important, and also some of the, that Senate race in Montana. We're looking for that. This is exciting stuff to see all this stuff starting to come in. Although that Milwaukee news does indicate that maybe we may be waiting a long time for some of the presidential results, depending on sort of how close other states are. But we may have a better picture of the Senate relatively, a bit sooner than that.
And in just a minute, Josh Stein will be coming out to give his victory speech in Raleigh, North Carolina. More speeches are going to be happening. That's live from Raleigh there. We're going to check in with Greta Brawner. Greta, do you have anything for us?
Yeah, Peter, let's take a...
I think we're going to go back to Holman over here at Washington Post.
When you think about paths to victory, how Kamala Harris could get to 270 electoral votes, really she needs this Nebraska 2nd District. It's around Omaha. It's currently represented by a Republican, Don Bacon, in Congress. But both sides have sort of acknowledged in recent days that Harris had pulled away. Internal polling from the campaign showing Harris up in the high single digits, low double digits. But that race has not been called. But Nebraska statewide, of course, as expected, will go to Donald Trump.
More news for you, James. New York. The Associated Press is projecting that Kamala Harris will win New York.
big, it's one of the 4 big prizes of the night, and you can see that it increases Harris's total. And of course, as expected, Harris is doing very well in New England. We're still sort of waiting for New Hampshire. Republicans had sent J.D. Vance there on Sunday night, thinking that maybe it would be closer than expected. But with a third of the vote in, Harris is leading Trump by 10 points. This was a state that in 2016 came down to, I think, about 2,000 votes. A very competitive governor's race here. So it seems like Harris is going to do very well in New England, and Trump is going to do as expected in the plains.
All right, Rhonda, as we see that
makes no fucking sense.
And what are your takeaways right now?
Well, the Nebraska race is very interesting because of that 2nd congressional district. James mentioned it. It's now represented by Don Bacon. He is a Republican. His race has been at, it's been even.
Yeah, California really tips the scales.
Report that was a race that you
NBC not adding New York to her totals just yet.
See if he will lean toward Trump to help get Trump Republicans to vote for him.
NBC is what I'm using in the bottom
a little bit, knowing
graphic.
He's in a really competitive fight. So that will be interesting, seeing where that seat goes, if it stays in
Trump
Republican
wins
hands
Nebraska,
Democrat.
North Dakota, South Dakota,
Races, but that
Louisiana, and Wyoming.
Tied consistently by Cook as a race that no one really knows where it's going to go.
Why is
once again, Trump wins Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, Louisiana, Wyoming.
Because, well, we should have seen it all this year when we saw a lot of discord in the House, especially. They don't have many members to make a huge majority and get things that they want done. So that is one of the tension points on the Hill, is that neither chamber is ran by a big majority. So when there are fights over how to fund the government, things that they have to do to keep the lights on, that usually comes down to the wire because you have so many, factions, basically. I think the control of the House and Senate will be very important this time around because we are getting a new president, whether Trump or Harris wins. And, well, in Trump's case, it'll be a re-election, but a new season of that for him. And whatever they want to get through will come down to Congress. There have been many times that you hear presidents talk about their campaign promises. Most
the abortion, the right to an abortion is being enshrined in the Florida Constitution by an overwhelming margin.
For the laws in the United
States. For such a resounding loss for Rick Scott.
The power structure there.
Almost like fucking
with the Republican
16, 17%.
Or align with the Democratic initiatives of a President Harris.
Well, let's go back to Rich.
The right to an abortion was enshrined in the Florida Constitution.
The race called there. Rich, we now know that Democrat Josh Stein is expected and projected to win.
Enshrines the right to an abortion in the Constitution.
How he has found victory and what happened with
you got it losing.
Of Republican Mark Robinson.
This is C-SPAN currently.
Trump has already been declared.
Last month of this race, hoping that she would be able to take out Rick Scott, but that is not the case this evening. That stays with Republicans, that Senate seat. Moving on to the abortion ballot initiative in the state of Florida. There are 10 states that have ballot initiatives.
Did I read it wrong?
Election cycle, and Florida is one of them. On Amendment 4, take a look at the results.
Oh, it requires 60.
91% of the votes in. 57% of the voters have voted yes on Amendment 4. It's an amendment to limit government interference with abortion. It states that no law shall prohibit, penalize, delay, or restrict abortion before viability or when necessary to
it can still hit it
as determined by the patient's healthcare provider. The governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, was fighting against this abortion ballot initiative, and it looks like the Florida voters are in favor of it. It needs 60%, though, in the state of Florida, so we're going to keep watching it to see if it can meet that threshold.
Yeah, because it's winning overwhelmingly.
Kevin Morris Santoro, Florida. Trump, it's already been declared for President Trump. Rick Scott, it's been declared for Rick Scott. And It's voting.
So my apologies for lying to you. I was correct in the information I was giving you.
Different because of the rules in Florida. You got to reach 60% threshold to for a ballot initiative to count.
Oh, his mic is fucked up.
It's a little bit like cloture. People on C-SPAN are well aware of what this is, where like something can lose while getting more votes, right? That's it. That's the case with that abortion ballot amendment that we've seen. But
insane.
The Scott race, there was a minute or two when there was some conversation that this might actually be a competitive race. We had a reporter from Notice who was mentioning this Scott a lot, like he was sort of declining to debate his opponent there that he just defeated tonight. This was sort of, maybe there was a chance that Democrats might have a race there. But again, this is sort of like Florida just comes up to appear to be wishful thinking for the Democrats. They just, once again, do not have a handle on sort of how to make the electoral impact there, even in a moment where you did see more voters vote for the pro-choice amendment than against it. It's just the fact is because of the rules, they're
way more.
But they can't turn that into electoral wins in other parts, on these ballot races. Like I mean, on these on these candidate races. Obviously.
Insane.
Before we lose you, and we're going to lose you in a few minutes too, because you have work to do as well. There are 2 Senate seats up in Nebraska, both Deb Fischer and Pete Ricketts. Why 2?
I actually don't totally know why there's 2. I'm sorry. You keep catching me out on this. I feel like
I apologize.
This
I don't either.
Near the end. No, I'm sorry. I really should be up on it more. But
we only got to watch a debate for one.
Have a race where there's an independent candidate running against Fischer, and has gotten a lot of
That's Dan Osborne.
That's right. Has gotten a lot of coverage, a lot of focus. This is a former union leader. He's gotten a lot of focus from national.
Did we even get a debate in that one?
Things. I'm not sure that in the end we necessarily expect this person, Dan Osborne, to win this election. However, you do have this situation where this is a different kind of candidate running in a state like that and actually putting a scare into the Republicans there. It could be a sign of the future of politics in some of these places with these.
Let's
rural
fucking hope.
And these, as politics maybe realigns a bit, that maybe a different kind of candidate will be the ones who face these Republicans down.
And Pete Ricketts, the other senator in Nebraska, is having a special election, because he filled in for Ben Sass.
That's right.
All of that
to go to Florida.
So,
to run a college there. Yes.
Right.
Trump has won Ohio.
Forward to getting some results from there as well. We're waiting on several other states to be called.
Trump has won Ohio.
From cspan.org/results. You go to your very own magic wall that you can get on your in your hand. And I pulled up Georgia. And just looking at this, you can see the map there of Georgia. It's got blue dots and red dots showing. And then the big dot, of course, is Atlanta in Fulton County. And you go there, and Kamala Harris has 72% of the vote currently. Donald Trump has 26% of the vote.
Am I allowed to eat Stromboli on stream?
68% of the vote counted.
Election
Does
night.
that tell you anything?
I'm kind of hungry. I
mean,
got the munchies.
Pretty good sign for. Tell me those numbers again. Those first 2.
72% and 26%.
Yeah, I mean these are the numbers that.
It sounds like very positive for the Harris campaign.
Yeah, Harris needed those numbers to be like that, but we'll see when the more numbers come in. But this is what the kind of thing that they've been looking to get.
What is my confidence level in eating a Stromboli?
Run those Democratic votes up.
Pretty confident that I can eat one.
Big. So then, if they do any kind of work in the suburbs that they've been trying to do, that those things can actually end up being for them a gain.
My issue is I don't really want to spill sauce on my shirt.
That big basket that's going to help them make Georgia competitive.
And that
I think Harris wins.
Percent of the vote counted. I will tell you that in 2020, Joe Biden did get 72% of the vote, and Donald Trump got 26% of the vote.
I'll tell you the early signs that I am seeing.
Mr. Sprong,
that I've been talking to, and talking to throughout the night is that this 50-50 election that we were.
I do have a burger towel up here
tonight. With these polls,
I can't use it.
People wondered how close, if these close polls are actually right, and it's looking more and more like
Marino up.
Looking at is it
by about a
take a long time to find
point lead.
Let's check back in with Greta Bronner. Hi, Greta.
We want to look at some of these swing states and see where the results are at this point, starting with the state of Michigan. Now, President Biden won Michigan in 2020 by 150,000 votes. Here's where it stands right now with the vice president.
I think the Dems take the House. I think the worry is the Senate. That's the close one.
Of Wisconsin. This is another battleground state, the state of Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes at stake. And you can see 0% of the votes in. You can see how the Associated Press is populating that at this point. Now, in 2016, the former president won the Badger State by 23,000 votes. In 2020, Biden won by 21,000 votes. This is going to be a close contest. We'll continue to watch Wisconsin. Let's go to Pennsylvania. And this is the biggest haul tonight of the swing states. 19 electoral votes at stake. And you can see the vice president with a big lead at this point. We told you how Pennsylvania counts its votes early on may lead to a blue mirage. We could see this race tighten as the evening goes on. Let's also check in on North Carolina. Let's see how this battleground state is doing at this point. 40% of the vote in, 16 electoral votes, and the former president is in the lead right now. Finally, let's go to the peach state of Georgia. And again, this is a battleground state. Biden's victory there in 2020 marked the first time a Democrat won since Bill Clinton in 1992. Biden won by 12,000 votes. Here's where the race stands with 68% of the vote in. All of these results can be found on our website at cspan.org/results.
And we'll be back with Greta with more results shortly. But right now, the current governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, is introducing Josh Stein, who just got elected governor.
Here we go, the victory speech by Josh Stein in North Carolina.
Our hearts. We also hold next to our hearts the people of Western North Carolina. We're going to work hard to make sure they recover. We got a long night ahead of us. I know everybody's watching closely for the rest of the results because we know our country must make the right choice. And we have important elections across the state. But we need to take a moment right now. We need to take a moment for our beautiful home state of North Carolina because we have done something important here with this victory in the governor's race. You know, every election gives us choices, and there's never been a wider gulf between the choices in this race. And so tonight, with this victory, I ask you, North Carolina, did we choose progress? Did we choose experience? Did we choose reproductive freedom for women? Did we choose support for our public schools? Yes, we did. We chose all of that and more. I've known our next governor for a long time, and North Carolina is better because he's been an amazing public servant and attorney general. And now it's time for his new job. And Kristen and I can tell you, it's a job that truly matters in the lives of everyday North Carolinians. Serving as your governor has been the honor of my lifetime. And by working together, we've expanded Medicaid. We've recruited a record number of good-paying jobs. We've passed clean energy legislation to get us to carbon zero future, appointed the most diverse cabinet and staff in the history of our state. And we've stopped a lot of bad legislation. And so much more. I know what it takes to do this job. And I knew that to keep our progress going forward, we needed to write the right person to take over when it was time for me to leave. We needed a person with integrity and grit.
And shut up now, Roy Cooper.
A person who will work with anyone to get the job done. We needed a person who will never back down from doing the right thing. We need a person who will blaze his own trails, and we got that tonight. He is ready to do this job and to do it right. He has the steady hand, the clear-eyed vision, and the servant's heart to make North Carolina stronger than ever. So, North Carolinians, I present to you the next governor of North Carolina, Josh Stein. North Carolina!
Could have just been a stock photo of a white dude.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is a treat to be with you. Thank you, Governor Cooper, for that very generous introduction. And thank you, North Carolina. Tonight, the people of North Carolina resoundingly embraced a vision that's optimistic, forward-looking.
Oh, it's so good, but it's a little cold in the middle
that's about
and hot on the microwave. It sucks. But like when I had the other half earlier, it's so good.
Competence over chaos. Decency over division. That's who we are as North Carolinians. And I am so honored that you have elected me to be your next governor.
It's like this little hipster pizza place. Walk in, I told the dude, it's like I have a pickup. He's like, Justin, oh man, it's just now coming out. I got you, dude, I got you. He brings it over to me. He's like, I put 2 dipping sauces in there for you. I'm like, I appreciate you, bro.
Who here, like me, loves North Carolina? North Carolina is home. Home to remarkable natural beauty. Home to small businesses and Fortune 500 companies. Home to some of the finest universities and one of the best community college systems in the nation. And we are home to the best people. As we celebrate tonight, our hearts are with the folks of Western North Carolina who are
I don't know about that. They'll just let anybody into North Carolina.
Hurricane Helene swept in devastation, destruction, and darkness. But the goodness of North Carolinians shone through. Neighbors helping neighbors. People dropping everything to lend a hand. And by the way, none of those folks cared whether the person they were helping was a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent.
Well, there's some of those militia types.
Showed up because that's who we are as North Carolinians. And we will show up for the people of Western North Carolina to help them rebuild safer and stronger than ever before.
So this is the next, the next Democratic governor of North Carolina, Josh Stein.
I love our.
We're going to go over to Holman, who's going to be talking about the Senate races in Ohio and Texas.
Pull him across.
I know you want the update on Texas.
Doing a little bit better in some of the suburbs than Trump, but Sherrod Brown doing better than Kamala Harris in places like the Mahoning Valley, that's Mahoning County. Sherrod Brown leading by 18 points here. This is kind of the old heart of like what you think of with the Rust Belt, quintessential former steel mills. This is a county that Donald Trump's winning by double digits, Sherrod Brown also winning by double digits. So if Brown is able to survive and win a third term, it will be because of his strength, not necessarily in the suburbs, but in these kind of working class union areas of the state.
The Associated Press is also calling the state of Texas for Donald Trump. Can you talk to us about
Texas goes to Trump?
Yeah, there we go. It just turned red. It's now 177 to 99. You know, it's closer than it was 4 years ago so far. 57% of the vote in, a lot of early vote. Trump getting 54%, 4 million votes so far. And a lot of it is Trump is doing well enough in the suburbs of the major metropolitan areas, including Dallas-Fort Worth. There were some early numbers from Tarrant County that had given Democrats some hope that it was going to be closer. Tarrant County is considered a kind of the battleground in the Senate race, but you can see Trump winning 52-46 in this county that includes Fort Worth. So with that, he's going to win the Lone Star State, and with it, this is again one of the 4 big prizes of the night. You can see we now actually know how 3 of the 4 biggest electoral college prizes, Texas, Florida, New York, and California, almost certain it is going to go for Kamala Harris, but we're not going to be able to call that until after 11 o'clock Eastern time. And so the map continues to fill in.
I want to ask you about the Senate race in Texas, James. We've heard, of course, from our colleagues tonight and in the weeks leading up to this that Colin Allred was really trying to make a dent on Ted Cruz's political future.
So you can see Ted Cruz is underperforming Donald Trump. The same number of votes are in. Cruz is above 50, but he's winning by 5 points. He's actually outperforming how he was doing in some of the final polls. And a lot of it is, we can look back at Tarrant County. Cruz, you can see, he's underneath Trump, but he's still beating Allred in this sort of bellwether county where I'm almost certain Beto O'Rourke won Tarrant County in 2018 when he ran against Ted Cruz. Again, Democrats had been hoping that they could play some offense in Texas. It's always sort of that Texas mirage that Democrats want to compete in, but they feared that if they lost Montana and Ohio, they needed a pickup somewhere to be able to hold the Senate, and so they had been looking to Florida and Texas. It's too soon to call the Texas Senate race, but so far, Ted Cruz is in the driver's seat, and you'd rather be him than Colin Allred with most of the vote in.
I'm going to really test your map skills here, James. Can you zoom out for us and show us the battleground states that we're really watching tonight? Remind us where we need to keep our eyes on.
So let's look at our 270 to win sort of path. It's these 7 states. It's the blue wall, and it's the Sun Belt. And if Kamala Harris can win the 3 blue wall states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, she gets 270 electoral votes. She's the president. If Trump can win the Sun Belt states, if he manages to win Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, and Nevada, he's at 268. So he'd still have to figure out how to pick up one of the blue wall states. And essentially, if Trump could figure out a way to win Pennsylvania, which is neck and neck, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, you can see Trump gets to exactly 270 electoral votes. So there's a couple ways to pray it out, but you can see those are the states we're watching.
Let's go listen to Josh Stein, who is the newly elected incoming governor in the state of North Carolina, speaking now.
And thank you, North Carolina. Tonight, the people of North Carolina
I think this one was further along.
Otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady.
And you've been listening to Josh Stein, the Democratic governor-elect in North Carolina. You can see the rest of this on our website at cspan.org. Right now, we're going to go to Wisconsin. The Republican nominee for Senate, Eric Hovde, is speaking. We want to hear what he has to say.
Till tomorrow or late tonight, when many of you have left and went home and went to bed, I'll float in and out of here. I have to go back to the war room, see what's happening. It's too early to tell, but there's some good signs that we've seen in Georgia, hopefully in Pennsylvania soon. It all comes down to turnout. I've been saying the last couple weeks and certainly the last few days. If our side gets out and brings their friends and family, we'll have a great night. So, folks, have some fun, party, have a great time, and let's hope for a victory tonight. And
You heard the man, party.
from the bottom of me and Sharon's heart, we couldn't do it. We could not do it without you. We could not do it without you. Oh,
This was like totally
I could not walk off
fresh marinara. They made it
without
themselves.
recognizing a few
It was
other
so
people
good.
that mean so much to me. First, my family. Come on up. My 2 daughters and my granddaughters and son-in-law. Come on. You know, this is why I've gone through this. And it's not just for them, it's all our children and grandchildren. Aren't these too cute? I know I'm biased. So, you know,
All the children's.
my older daughter Carlin, my son-in-law Tommy, and my younger daughter Britta, so grateful for them. And then I would also like to recognize I've had the greatest team.
And that's Republican Senate nominee Eric Hovde speaking to supporters up in Wisconsin. Not a victory, not a concession, just a wait-and-see speech. Let's check in with Greta Bronner here on C-SPAN.
We have more wins to go through from the Associated Press in this presidential contest, beginning with the state of North Dakota. 6% of the vote in the Associated Press says that Donald Trump is the winner tonight in the state of North Dakota. Moving on to South Dakota, and the Associated Press is also saying that the former president wins tonight. 2% of the vote in, 3 electoral college votes at stake, and he is declared the winner. In Louisiana, the Associated Press is also calling this race for the former president. Moving on to Wyoming. Now, there is no data in yet in Wyoming, but the Associated Press feels comfortable enough with their VoteCast survey and other data that they have received to say that the former president has won. Also as a factor is past elections. And in 2020, President Trump won Wyoming by more than 40 points. Moving on to the state of Ohio there, and the former president also gets a win in the state of Ohio. This is a big haul, 17 electoral votes in the state of Ohio, and he gets a check next to his name there. And in the state of Texas,
Well, I mean, it's Wyoming.
state as well, you can see that the Associated Press
It's like, you know, Holman with California. It's like Harris is winning it.
state, 60% of the vote in Texas. We'll move
sorry.
on to the state of New York, and this one tonight has been called for the vice president with 33% of the vote in, so she gets those 28 electoral college votes in her.
I was getting ready to say, like, 40 people can move to Wyoming and swing the state.
Electoral college tally on the left of your screen.
You should totally do
You
that.
can see the total as these states are called by the Associated Press throughout the evening. Peter?
Well, about 20 states have been called so far by the Associated Press. You can see this at cspan.org/results. And there is a national map there. And when they go bright red or bright blue, that means that they have been called by the Associated Press. Those states in light blue and in light red have not been called. The results are too inconclusive at this point to call this. But you can do this yourself. And you can click on each individual state. And if you click on any of those states, all the counties come up. And you can see how many votes have already been cast and counted in that county. So you can track the election yourself in the palm of your hand. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers, 748-8920. If you are supporting Kamala Harris for president, 202-748-8921. If you're supporting Donald Trump for president, all others, you can call in at this number.
No, I don't remember the segment I played yesterday, Mox.
And please send a text message as well. 202-748-8903. if you do send a text message talking about the issues, the election, the candidates, what the process was like for you, please include your city and your first name if you would. Let's return to your voices, and let's hear from Mike in Fort Lauderdale. Mike?
Hello, can you hear me?
I love C-SPAN.
All right.
How'd you go work for C-SPAN?
For Randall Terry, Constitution Party.
And why did you vote for Mr. Terry?
Basically, I disapproved of the major party candidates this time around, and I also wanted to mention my primary reason for calling is to support something called approval voting. You mentioned ranked choice voting, but I wanted to support approval voting as an alternative method. It's easier to implement, easier to cast your ballots, and it has, I guess, a better, I guess, in terms of just overall fairness of the.
Hey, Mike, how does approval voting work?
Oh, okay. Great question. So basically, rather than ranking the candidates,
That's what he wanted you to ask.
Check which candidates you approve of. So it's either a yes or no for each of the candidates. But basically, it allows you to express approval for more than one candidate, but you also have to think, is this a candidate I'm willing to compromise for? And it would tend, particularly in a presidential election, to allow for compromise candidates to have more of an advantage. And I think that would be good for the country.
Is that used anywhere?
Well, I know in this election, the only I think there's a mayor's race in St. Louis that used it. If not this election, a recent election. And I know, and as far as there's actually an approval voting party in Colorado, where that's kind of where it's centered. Unfortunately, I couldn't vote for that party on my ballot, but.
Hey, Mike, you said you voted for Randall Terry of the Constitution Party. Is this the same Randall Terry who's been very active in anti-abortion activities?
Yeah, but I mainly voted for him to support the party rather than him specifically.
Thank you, sir, for calling in from Fort Lauderdale. Greta Bronner is here at C-SPAN.
Let's go through the battleground states in the presidential contest, beginning with Georgia, and show our viewers where it stands right now. This is a competitive state, as we've been talking about all night long. In 2019, the black voting population in Georgia reached a record high of 2.5 million eligible voters, making up a third of the state's total electorate. That's from Pew Research. So the black
OMG, good evening.
One to watch tonight. Moving on to the state of North Carolina. As we told you, Barack Obama, the last Democrat to win that state in 2008. This is where it stands right now. 59% of the vote in. The former president leads 51% to nearly 48% for the vice president. And then going on to Pennsylvania. And for one of these candidates to reach 270, Pennsylvania is pivotal. 28% of the vote in. This is where it stands right now. Michigan, the other battleground state here of one of the 7 that we've been talking about all night long. 13% of the vote in. 15 electoral votes are at stake. Obama won it in 2012 by 9 points. In 2020, Biden won by 150,000 votes. In 2016, the former president won.
So she's holding strong in the blue wall states.
Votes. Let's go on to the state of Virginia. This is one where Republicans were thinking they may have a chance here. 13 electoral votes are at stake. Republicans talking about it being a swing state. But as we've said, President Biden won this in 2020, 57% of the vote in. This is where it stands right now with the former president, just a slight lead. This could be a red mirage. Moving on to Wisconsin. The polls just closed at 9 p.m. Eastern time in Wisconsin. 19% of the vote is in, And you just heard from Eric Hovde, who's running in that Wisconsin race, that it's going to be a long night. And so that'll be the same for the presidential contest as well. Those are the swing states, the closely watched races in the presidential contest that we'll keep an eye on all night. Why? Because it was so tight in 2020. Look at the winning margins in each of the 7 battleground states in 2020.
You need to just chill, Warlord. You're like
by just over
popping blood
10,000
vessels.
votes. And in Georgia, over 11,000 votes. In Michigan, as we said, over 150,000 votes. And in
Constantly
Nevada,
refreshing the New York Times and shit.
34,000 votes. Now take a look at the other 3 remaining swing states from the 2020 margins. This is from ABC News. North Carolina went to the former president in 2020 by over 74,000 votes. Biden won. Pennsylvania, as we told you, that's pivotal.
I take you back over to Holman.
And he won it by over 81,000.
Let's look at Nash County, which is directly outside. It's part of the research.
North Carolina.
Outside Wake County, which is where Raleigh is, where we just saw Josh Stein speaking. One of the amazing things about this county, and you can see 99% of the vote is in. Trump is winning 50.5 to 48.7. Every presidential election since 2004, this county has been decided by fewer than 1,000 votes, and it looks like that's going to happen again. This is a county that Barack Obama won in 2012, Donald Trump carried in 2016, Joe Biden got in 2020, and it's going back. This, in a lot of ways, tells the story of the night in the South so far, where Donald Trump is doing well. A lot of rural counties moving Trump's direction. Nash County is interesting because it used to have a lot of tobacco fields. It also used to have a lot of mills that closed after NAFTA. So it's one of those places that is very amenable to Trump's message, although 40% of the county is black. In another suburban county that I'm watching very closely, right outside Charlotte, Mecklenburg County is a blue county. It's the most populous in the state, but Cabarrus County, Trump winning 51-47.
A Trump slide.
This is a district that kind of a suburban district. Trump did actually win this by 9 points in 2020, so it reflects sort of the suburban.
Angela also Brooks winning in the Senate race in Maryland, defeating Larry Hogan.
Here that they would be able to potentially carry the county outright. So when you look statewide right now, 60% of the vote is in. Trump is only leading 51 to 48. Too soon to call, but Trump is doing well in the southern states. You'd rather be him than Kamala Harris in both Georgia and North Carolina at this hour. Now we're waiting to try to get more from the blue wall states. Remember, Kamala Harris can win if she gets those 3 industrial Midwest states. She does not need these 2 southern states, but happy news for Donald Trump.
All right, thank you, James. With us now is Cleve Woodson, White House reporter. Cleve, thank you.
Let's go back to calls on C-SPAN.
Let's talk about the messaging that Donald Trump has
really have changed. I think maybe getting a lot of dark money out of our elections, which both candidates are kind of have used, especially in this election. It will certainly help us get our voices heard, but my main issue, honestly, is for abortion. I'm really hoping, too, that even if for some reason Harris doesn't win in Arizona, that we have Prop 139 kind of enshrine that right in our Constitution.
Yeah, that was on your ballot this year, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm really hoping that.
This is your favorite stream, though, right, Warlord?
Our states do have rights, no matter who ends up being the majority party in power. So I'm hoping that.
Well, fuck. Hey, Cassandra, being a battleground state, how would you describe that experience?
Who the fuck is Depressed Ginger?
It's kind of interesting.
Sounds like my buddy.
Just because I have a lot of family who's also voting Republican, and people that I know and work with. I think you can always tell. It's almost kind of like the same.
The show wasn't necessarily for the live stream audience. The show was for the
going out there and campaigning
live audience.
Try and keep the peace, but I'm really hoping
they were trying to accommodate.
For some reason, there's
live stream
some
audience
discrepancy with voting. That everyone stays safe because it can get pretty heated. So
if anybody wants any other sources, like
beforehand and cast my vote.
I think I'm using the Washington Post and the C-SPAN.
Today.
Those are two of my favorites.
And what do you do out in Phoenix?
I like calls and James Holman.
And service insurance policy.
Ooh, I also have the Kornacki cam.
Thanks for spending a few minutes with us. We appreciate your watching. Up next is Harold. Harold is
You want the Post?
New York.
Oh yeah, I'm using the Post.
Hi, how you doing?
Why are you calling?
Yeah, I today, right there, I tried for Donald.
I was trying to mog you.
He's gonna load the gas.
What in the Post?
He's gonna trying to cut the gas price down. I trust Donald Trump before I trust. I don't trust Joe Biden. Kamala Harris, they wanted to raise it up, jack high.
Come on, man.
That's right. My wife might get $125 with the food stamp because Joe Biden is low. It's going up, and Kamala Harris is going up.
All right. Harold, really appreciate your calling in and watching C-SPAN tonight. Thank you. Greta Bronner, what do you have?
Heard from some of our viewers.
Graceful way to handle that call.
Rights is what drove them to
Sure thing, little buddy.
As we've said, 10 states had abortion rights measures on the ballots this election cycle, and there have been races called or ballot initiatives called by the Associated Press in 3 states. Let's begin with that Florida one. We talked about it earlier. Remember, it needed to hit that 60%.
Oh, wow.
The Associated Press is saying it will not get there. And so Florida voters have opposed this right to abortion ballot initiative this time around. And as we said, the governor, Ron DeSantis, was really fighting against
Jesus Christ
initiative in the state of Florida. Then moving on to Maryland and their abortion ballot initiative there, you can see that it passed 74 to 26%. The Associated Press saying that Maryland voters have agreed with the right to abortion in that state. That also likely helped Angela Alsobrooks in that Senate race become the victor over Larry Hogan. Moving on to New York, where there was also a abortion ballot initiative for folks to check off, and 72% of voters with 32% in checked yes.
That is absolutely some bullshit.
Press is saying that is now approved by voters in the state of New York. A total of 10 states had abortion ballot initiatives on the ballot for voters, and it was a lot of, there they are on your screen, a lot of money spent on in favor and in opposition to these ballot initiatives. Take a look at this from the Associated Press, put together by Axios, and you can see the money raised by abortion rights and anti-abortion groups. Total $161 million spent for
Fuzzy Simba, good evening.
Well, only $24 million spent against. Peter?
And we're going to continue to take your calls and get results. And when the speeches come in, the concessions and the victories, we'll go to those live as well. Ryan is in Chicago. Brian, good evening to you. Who'd you vote for?
Good evening. How you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing good. First of all, I just want to say the fact that you guys are staying up till 3 a.m. doing this is awesome. You're doing the Lord's
pussies.
work. Thank you, because this is a tough day. And also, I wanted to say right off the top, everyone that's calling in that's a third-party candidate, I think it's so amazing that...
Yeah, I was getting ready to go outside. I've already packed a bowl.
Because unfortunately, we only have 2 major parties. They know so much about the issues.
I just really enjoy C-SPAN calls.
On top of the things that they care about, that if we actually had a viable third party and we had people that were that invested in the candidates, this country would be much better off, because they really pay attention to what's going on. And I respect that. But
I just want to agree. I want to agree with you on that. We had Aaron in Richmond, and then we had our friend from Fort Lauderdale call in, and both knew exactly how they felt about issues and very specifically why.
Yes,
yeah.
And it's great because they're standing up for principle, even though they know that statistically, they're probably not going to win. I love that. I voted for Kamala, and I'm calling in because I wanted to ask you guys if you want to talk about it, or callers can talk about it. Basically, talking about like the future of conversation in this country, because as I see it, when you look at someone like Donald Trump, and this is, no disrespect to the people that voted for him, but he's observably stupid. And he says he constantly lies, and he constantly talks in a way where it sounds like he does not know what he's talking about. It sounds like somebody who did not read a book, and then they're asked to like summarize the book. And when you talk to people that vote for him, some people have very like basic talking points that they don't focus on any of his policies or any of the things that he says. They basically just say, well, I'm not happy with what is happening right now in this country. And so he's a good businessman and he's going to make things better. And then when you bring up things like, well, he was caught in this lie, or he's a convicted felon, or yada, yada, you don't really get anywhere in a conversation. So I'm just wondering what you guys think, like, as we move forward, if verifiable facts do not matter, how do we vote as a people, and how do we reach people that are kind of confused on certain issues if people can just brush aside something that is verifiably true and that has just facts behind it, but yet people can kind of brush it off like, well, I didn't see it, so I don't pay attention to it. Like I
Ryan,
feel like
we appreciate it. Thanks for that thought provoker. What do you do in Chicago?
I'm a writer.
What kind of writer?
Creative writing, and I also do some more like technical writing, but my main thing is creative writing. So that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for calling in. Kevin is next. Kevin is calling in from Pennsylvania on our Support President Trump line. McCunkie, did I get it right?
Yeah, somewhat right. How you doing?
How are you? Where's McCunkie?
It's like on the outskirts of Allentown.
Okay. So, what was the process like for you? What's the election been like for you, Kevin, in a swing state?
It was a bit turbulent, because Pennsylvania, despite being the state, where the country was founded, seems like not too many people put thought into it. So, once November comes around, it seems like everybody starts caring.
Was it tense?
A little bit, but I try and stay calm through it.
Yeah.
And I was mostly calm because I knew I was certain that I was voting for Trump because of two main issues: the cost of items and abortion.
Who thought Kansas was going blue?
President Trump was there 20 plus times. Did you ever go to a rally?
Did I say that?
I have not, because I was busy with work and stuff. But I wish I did
because I'm stupid if I did say it. What's up, Shelley?
Fun. They seem down to earth. Like he just seems like a guy that gets people. Though, if I did have the option, though, I would.
And there's the polls closing in 8 minutes.
Dr. Wiley must be stopped.
That's Kevin in Pennsylvania. Rob is next, Dayton, Ohio. A Kamala Harris supporter. Hi, Rob.
How you doing, Peter?
How are you?
Oh, I'm just great.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, so the reason I voted for Kamala Harris is because for me as an Ohioan, I really care about my own rights as an American. And since 2020, what has been talked about is Donald Trump wanting to take away the First Amendment right for news organizations to sue them if he doesn't like the stories that are told about him. He wants to take away the Americans' right to free speech when it comes to burning the American flag to protest. So to me, it was all about my rights as an American and
burn that bugger.
Rights to protest, for the news to do their job, and stuff like that.
Now, Rob, did you vote straight?
I really don't want to do the troll patrol.
Mike Turner,
through 4 years of Trump.
Might be in a close race.
No, actually, I'm actually a registered Republican. I voted for Mike Turner.
Really? And you voted for Kamala Harris and Mike Turner.
Yep. I also voted for Sherrod Brown.
And Sherrod Brown. Okay. You're all over the board. What do you do,
Interesting.
Andy?
Oh, I'm an electrician. I'm an industrial and commercial electrician.
Who did you support 4 years ago?
4 years ago, I supported Joseph Biden, and 4 years before that, I supported Donald Trump.
Rob, thanks for calling in and sharing a little bit with us. Let's check back in with Greta Bronner.
Come on, man. Let's go through some races that have been called in the Senate. These are safe Republican incumbent seats, beginning with Mississippi. Roger Wicker will get a 4th term in the U.S. Senate. Moving on.
Who the fuck is Roger Wicker?
This is a race between Dan Osborne, or this is the Pete Ricketts race. This is the special election in Nebraska. Pete Ricketts was appointed to this seat for Ben Sass when he left. The governor appointed Pete Ricketts to fill out the remainder of his seat, and now a special election to do the rest of
Roger Wicker sounds like a porn name.
And Pete Ricketts is able to do that tonight. Moving on to North Dakota, the race has been called there. Kevin Cramer wants a 2nd term in the Senate, and he gets it tonight. The Associated
I
Press.
really didn't like him. He was
the winner.
smarmy as
And
shit.
then in Tennessee, in this Senate race, again, this is safe Republican incumbent seat, Senator Marsha Blackburn.
It's
He
too
gets
bad because Gloria Johnson is amazing.
And then in the state of Wyoming, the Associated Press doesn't have any data in, but they feel comfortable putting the check mark next to Republican Senator John Barrasso. John Barrasso, for our C-SPAN junkies, they know that he is challenging other Republican senators to become the leader of the party in the Senate, because Mitch McConnell is planning to step down from that leadership post when the new Congress reconvenes in January. Let's go to Missouri, the presidential race.
Maybe the Senate Majority Leader de Barrasso.
Vote in. Here's the percentages right now, and Donald Trump gets a check mark tonight. Peter?
202 is the area code, 748-8920 if you support Kamala Harris, 202-748-8921 if you support Donald Trump.
No, we were.
All others, 202-748-8922. And text messages. If you want to send in a text, we'll be looking at those as well, 202-748-8903. Please include your first
Apparently
name
Barrasso
and your
wants
city.
it.
If
He
you
has been
would.
around a long time.
Let's hear from Michael in Sparta, New Jersey. Michael, good evening to you. Who was your candidate of choice?
Good evening, and thank you for C-SPAN. I actually abstained from voting at the top of the ticket just because I wasn't happy with either of the choices, and it doesn't really matter in New Jersey. But the main reason I wanted to call in was to share what's going on in the betting markets, since that's legal now. Since the start of the polls closing, it looks like Trump has shot up like by a huge amount. He's up now 71 to 29. And that's based
Michael,
out of like a 50
Michael, what does that
where
mean?
they both started at 50 cents.
Michael, does that mean that President Trump is favored in the betting markets?
Yeah, so since like about 3 hours ago, he just started shooting up, and it's usually reflective of some kind of inside information, just judging from prior elections. So I'm just curious as to like what's going on there.
And I apologize, I'm making you the expert because you're the one who brought it up. What is a betting market? How broad is this? Is this 3 people or is this 3 million people? And who can place these bets? Michael?
I'm sorry, I think the phone is breaking up.
Okay, I apologize, Michael. We're going to have to let you go at this point.
He was so interested to know the answer to that, too. I was as well.
Bronner in just a minute. I do want to point out at cspan.org/results, if you go there, you get the magic wall in your palm. It is a map, and it is a map, an electoral map of the United States. You see the whole thing there. Go on to this, and you can click on every individual state, and as the Associated Press calls the states, they will turn it either bright blue or bright red.
Depends on like how you're feeling. Like
red. That means they're in,
probably feeling good if you're a Trump supporter right now.
As far as results go, you can also look at the individual House and counties and Senate races.
It's still too close to call.
It's a terrific tool, and recommend you go there. C-SPAN.
New York Times thinks even a chance for a popular vote. I said I would shave my head if he won the popular vote. I couldn't. I can't imagine a world where that happens.
Just barely. Of all the nights to have your phone go crazy on you. I'm just glad that Donald Trump's going to win this election and we can finally get out of this poverty-stricken attitude that we all have and maybe have a steak and baked potato. How you doing tonight?
That's Melissa in Jonesboro, Arkansas, having a steak and baked potato. We appreciate your calling in. It is 10 p.m. here on the East Coast. Polls are closing. Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Utah has a Senate and governor's race. Nevada has a Senate race. Montana, Senate race.
It's going to be amazing if another woman loses.
And we want to check in with Greta Brawner.
I will be stunned.
Competitive states in this presidential contest, beginning again with Georgia. This is one of those battleground states that folks have been watching this whole election. Just with 80% of the vote in, want to show you where things stand now. 16 electoral votes.
I know, Chip.
In the Peach State. A reminder, President Biden won by 12,000 votes in 2020. Moving on to North Carolina in the Tar Heel State. 16
I didn't see the name at first.
Here in the Tar Heel State.
But then it was like, oh shit, it's Chip.
Elections have been decided by less than 4 points and just 1 point in 2020.
Damn.
Pennsylvania, again, this is 19 electoral votes, the biggest electoral vote prize. The winner might only need 2 other battleground states if they snag Pennsylvania. 2016, Trump won 48 to 47%.
Neck and neck in Pennsylvania.
Votes.
Not even half the votes in yet.
The first GOP presidential candidate to win since 1988. 2020, Biden won 50 to 48.8%, or over 80,000 votes. Moving on to the next battleground state of Michigan. This is 15 electoral votes. Democrats have won every contest but one. That was in 2016, since 1992. That year,
I showed it off.
Won 11,000 votes, or 0.2 points. By comparison, President Obama won in 2012 by 9 points. This is where it stands right now.
It looks cool in the lighting.
Electoral votes in Michigan, and you can see where the vote is, 16% in. Another state that is
They've been playing roulette with my bandana.
Virginia.
I've had to switch it multiple
times. Another update on the state of Virginia, where it is right now with 61% of the vote in. And you can see that the former president is leading by less than 2 percentage points, 13 electoral votes.
You've got to be kidding me.
In 2020. So we'll keep an eye on Virginia tonight to see if it stays blue or not. Let's go on to Wisconsin. The polls closed there an hour ago. 35% of the vote in, and you can see how neck and neck it is right now between these two, the former president and the vice president there. This will take a long time in Wisconsin. 35% of the vote in if it stays this tight. Moving on.
I just came back in from smoking.
Ann Seltzer.
I'm still not high enough for this shit.
Over the weekend that many of you probably heard about. It showed a competitive race.
It isn't. She's barely ahead in Iowa. What the fuck is this shit?
As she is known, had the vice president up by 3 points among likely voters, driven by the strength of independent women who told Seltzer in this poll that they were backing the vice president by a 28-point margin. Look at where it stands right now, how close this is in the state of Iowa with 29%
Amazing.
of the vote in. Peter?
Greta Bronner, thank you. We'll check in a little bit later. Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice, News of the United States, reporter there, has.
I can't believe Virginia is a battleground
break.
state.
We appreciate your coming back, Evan.
Thank
now, I was trying to keep up with Greta. Again, I'm on our magic wall, cspan.org/results. You get this map. It's phenomenal. When she talked about Virginia, I went to Virginia. Fairfax County, the big county for the Democrats, 72% of the vote has already been counted from there. But then you go down to Virginia Beach, only 30% has been counted. That tends to be a Republican area. We went to Polk County, Iowa, Des Moines.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the vote, 97% of the vote is in, or 87% of the vote is already in Polk County. And Kamala Harris is leading 55-43. Most of the other counties have not been counted at this point.
Well, that's a Democratic vote in Iowa if,
Polk County is.
Polk is where it is.
Yeah.
And so if that number's not very high, it does not bode well for that Seltzer poll down the line. The Virginia stuff, again, we're waiting for results to come in. But if those numbers hold, even if they stay where they are and Harris wins it, but by this narrow number that it's where it's set up now, that would be a huge change. That would be a very different election than we were expecting even just a couple of days ago. The Seltzer poll really is an interesting question. It is an outlier. It was a very different poll than anybody else really had. There was some conversation around that, but we'll see. But those Polk numbers, again, a lot more numbers to come in.
Wins Missouri.
Until the AP has called it, that's what we're waiting for. But those numbers do not look great for that poll.
Let's check back in with Greta.
Let's look at the presidential contest in the state of Montana. This is a red state. The president has won this by double-digit margins. The former president has in previous cycles. 2% of the vote in, and the president is being called tonight the winner in Montana. Going on to the state of Utah, the Associated Press has also called this race in Utah 6 electoral votes at stake. And you can see that the president is declared the winner by the Associated Press.
Over Cornel West.
So the Associated Press has also called this Utah Senate race. Mitt Romney decided not to run for re-election. John Curtis, the Republican there, will take over for Mitt Romney. This stays a Republican seat in the U.S. Senate.
Did we watch a debate for them?
Greta, thank you. We will be back to check in with you later. Evan McMorris Santoro, you were able to take a break for about 45 minutes and do your own work.
I'm going to go back to Holman. Had him queued up from just a few minutes ago.
Walk us through those numbers, those latest states that the AP has called for Donald Trump.
No big surprises. Donald Trump continues to win. Some of the more rural, sparsely populated states continues to develop the lead we expected in the Electoral College at this hour. It really, I will be honest, Libby, as I'm drilling down into precinct by precinct level data, looking at the county numbers, this has a 2020 deja vu feel. It really does feel like it's going to be remarkably close. It feels like we're headed to a photo finish. It feels like we're still waiting on some suburban counties to come. There are some very good indicators for Donald Trump. There are some worrying signs for Kamala Harris. But it seems like this election is probably going to end up coming down to these blue wall states. Now, I want to tell you about some exit polls that we just got fresh, and I think that they kind
P.D. Lynch, welcome in.
How much this does sort of feel like 2020 all over again.
Holman says feels like 2020.
In the sense that it's going to be really close. When did you decide who to vote for? This is in the national exit poll. 13% of people decided in the last month. So that means most people had their mind up. And check this out. 45% for Harris, 44% for Trump, almost dead even. Among union households, these percentages are exactly the same in 2024 as they were in 2020. Union households about 1 in 5 American homes.
Trump has won Utah and Montana.
54% of them. That's very much on track with where Joe Biden was. When you ask what was the most important issue in your vote, you can see the polarized nature of our politics. Technically, the state of democracy was named as the most important issue. Nationally, Harris wins that group 81%. Interestingly, in the Pennsylvania exit polls, Trump actually has a lead among people who said the state of democracy was most important. But in good news for Donald Trump, he has a massive lead on people who voted because of the economy, 79 to 20, a 60-point lead. And he has an 80-point lead on the issue of immigration. Of course, Harris has a 50-point lead on abortion, and foreign policy hardly registers as a major issue. So all of this taken together shows that we're in for what will be a long night. It's going to be a very tight race, and it really could come down to 270, 271 electoral votes. That's the situation it looks like we're headed toward.
All right, thank you, James. Let's go to Jorge Ribas, who's in Pennsylvania. Jorge, let's talk about how the candidates have tried to mix up their ground game since previous elections.
T-minus, welcome in.
Touch on something that JM hit on earlier because it reminded me of some conversations I had with Harris.
I do not want to have to shave my head again.
This cautious optimism, and that's
I can't hear what this dude's saying, so we're going back to C-SPAN.
Some more information on that person. It's interesting night. This is one of those things where this is one of these historic wins that not long ago would have been very surprising, if almost unbelievable to see. But now this person is going to be in Congress in the middle of a world where we are really having a very vociferous debate in the country about trans rights, and now a trans person will be in Congress to talk about that
that's gonna be really cool.
Who are doing that. So it could be very interesting, very interesting to keep an eye on.
All right, let's go to the callers. Now, we might not be able to interact like we usually do, but we want to hear what you have to say. Diane in Mansfield, Ohio, tell us what you want to say.
All right. Well, actually, it's kind of ironic. My daughter is trans, but that's not why I was calling. I'm only partially listening to results. I have you guys on, but on closed caption. But it's been so stressful and exhausting this last 2 years, I just can't take it. And I just am waiting to learn if Sherrod Brown won our state, which I'm hoping he will, but the prez won't be known for a few days. Bernie Moreno. We used to be a swing state, but then we got gerrymandered out the wazoo, so now we're a red state. But gerrymandering is our issue one this time, and that's very important. But I want to tell people about Bernie Moreno. He's your typical ultra-rich guy from ultra-rich parents from Bogota, Colombia. They came to America at 5, and he became a citizen at 18. Easy Wikipedia research. Anyway, I'm actually watching A Day Without a Mexican, or Without Mexicans, on YouTube, which is not a typical streaming platform I use other than music. I'm so amused. This movie is over 20 years old, and they are still using the same boogeyman shtick they were 20 years ago to scare the heebie-jeebies out of those of you who only have one policy that you are voting on, which is immigration. And I don't know if anybody told you, but you guys were the ones that said you didn't want to approve it because of whatever reason, but we know what it was. Anyway, you just can't make this stuff up. And I'm just watching A Day Without a Mexican, and I thought I'd just call you and give you a movie review. Hope you watch it.
That's Diane in
Bye-bye.
Mansfield, Ohio. Greta Bronner, what do you have?
Another race. Let's look at the state of Colorado. The Associated Press has said that the vice president wins this race tonight. It'll be in the blue column with 10 electoral votes.
Well, for the love of God, I'd hope
for the vice
so.
president.
Tony, Trenton, New Jersey. Please go ahead and tell us why you called in.
Yes, hi.
Tony, we are listening. Please go ahead and tell us why you called in.
I just want to sort of talk about the Democratic Party and they sort of almost have this loss coming to them. All that Kamala had to do was sort of declare this arms embargo, or at least show a more favorable position towards the Palestinians, and she ended up sort of alienating a good chunk of Muslim voters in Michigan. And that's going to prove very crucial, and that's probably going to contribute more towards her loss. Obviously, it's very early in the race. It's too soon to tell, but it's not looking as good as perhaps a lot of Democrats were expecting.
Damn, media wins.
And I just want to say that, like, you know, she should have adopted a more
You
favorable
live in
position in that
sexual
respect. She shouldn't
anarchy.
have aired two different ads, one favorable to Israel in Pennsylvania and one favorable to Palestinians in Michigan that went over like the lead balloon like it should have. So this is going to be really a referendum on
Weren't those by
the
Trump?
approval of the way the Democrats were handling their
Trump
foreign
PAC
policy
put those out?
and the way that, you know, people feel about that in these crucial swing states.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Evan McMorris Santoro, when you looked at the exit polls that the cable networks were giving, economy, democracy, abortion, immigration on a second tier, the Israel-Gaza conflict did not appear necessarily.
But that passion that we've talked about earlier and that uncommitted movement that really
It's far from over.
A lot of people, especially, it's not just the Arab American voters, it's younger voters. The challenge for those voters really is that they are almost sort of politically homeless at this point. There is not actually a candidate, a major party candidate, that is offering them sort of what they are interested in hearing.
I don't
right?
want
And so
to
a lot
do
of
a
them,
troll
when it came to
patrol in
voting,
another 4
were
years
telling
of
me that
Trump.
they were going to maybe vote for a third party candidate. My colleague
Biden will not be the next president.
Jill Stein grabbing a lot of those voters. We heard from a third party voter earlier tonight that was voting on that issue. It's an issue of that where the Democrats lost these people. They could have had them, but they did lose them because they're not offering them sort of policies that they want. But the Republicans also are not, right? And so, and this is one of those things where, as you say, it's probably not the key motivating factor for most voters in America. It really isn't. And I think that's another thing that frustrates people who are very passionate about this issue, is that it's not the number one thing on other people's agenda. But in a sense of trying to unite the Democratic Party, which is sort of was the most important job that Kamala Harris has, right, as the Democratic nominee, was trying to rebuild that coalition that Biden used to beat Trump in 2020. And this has always been the kind of chunk that she has not been able to bring fully back in. And so when you hear, and people are going to wonder a lot about why that is or what these people are thinking. That caller, the previous callers have talked about this, the passion of it, that's why. Because people are very, very moved by this. Those who are, right? And as you say, it's not everybody, but those who are really, really moved by it.
Let's hear from Greta Bronner.
We want to check in on some competitive House races. You were talking with Kirk Beto earlier about Iowa's 1st congressional district. This is a rematch tonight in a potential Democratic pickup. And in a rematch from 2022, Democrats also are hoping that State Rep Christina Bohannon can unseat the sophomore here, Representative Marionette Miller Meeks, in Iowa's 1st congressional district.
Chiron is voting
see, though, that
oh, there we go.
incumbent
15% of the vote in. Okay, it's really
lead
early.
At this point, with 15% of the vote in. Moving on to Iowa's 3rd congressional district. This is also a potential pickup. Democrat Lanon Bakam is running against Representative Zach Nunn, the incumbent. Bakam is the son of refugees and a veteran of the Afghanistan war. And you can see he has a lead over Republican incumbent Congressman Zach Nunn at this point with 69% of the vote in.
Nice.
Another hot race that we're watching.
Orbcast, possibly.
8th district.
It's still early.
And this one tonight at 65% in, you can see the incumbent there with just a slight lead. We'll keep an eye on those 3 races. Peter?
We haven't really gotten an indication yet, have we, Evan, about who's going to take control of the House?
No, we're waiting on that. And that's one of the ones we may take a very long time to find out, given how long some of these places take to count their ballots. And how few seats there are, to make this balance happen. But we have a lot of runway to go there. I think that what we're seeing, though, it's interesting to see.
Harris declared the winner in New Jersey.
Sort of storyline we learned on the trail, on the road, talking to people around. there is a real there's a lot of like even though we know how elections work.
I made the promise that if Trump won the popular vote, I would shave my head on stream. I can't imagine that he would.
There was a real feeling I would get on the road and feeling I would get on the ground of like whatever bums there we can find, we can throw out, we want to throw out. And we'll see how that plays out as this goes on. But again, it's super early, and the House races, just like everything else, you got to wait and see what the results are. But looking at some of this, it's just interesting to see these two incumbents back-to-back struggling. It's not surprising given some of that conversation.
And one of those key Senate races is in Montana. Tim Sheehy, John Tester, the incumbent. Montana's polls close in about 40 minutes, and along with Nevada.
Yeah, popular vote.
There's a Senate race going on there. Let's hear from Bill in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, here in the suburbs of Washington.
There was some poll that came out like a month ago, and Warlord was like, it says Trump will win the popular vote.
I voted for Trump. I'm a farmer, and I voted for Trump because of economics. My chemical prices have went from $12,000 to $43,000 over the last 3 years. The same amount. Politically, I voted for Trump because there's 17 kids on my street in different houses, and all of them have been taken out of school and being homeschooled or sent to private schools. I don't know what
they've all been taken out of school and sent to private
what the Democratic Party is really thinking. But I think if they really ask farmers, they're about to put us all out of business. Thank you for taking my call.
That's Bill in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, inflation and education.
And that rural vote that we're talking about, which is a place where early on, again, we're waiting for all the results to come in, but early on we are seeing Trump really overperforming his previous numbers in those rural areas. That's that rural-urban divide that's really defined a lot of politics right now. This is not a surprising thing to hear from a farmer, that they are very passionately supporting Trump.
Greta Bronner.
As we've talked about tonight, the Senate is on the line with the balance of power there. Democrats have a 2-seat majority.
Go back to
they did not have a favorable map this
Holman
time.
over on Washington Post.
Larry Hogan, who served time as a popular governor of Maryland, was battling against Angela Alsobrooks, and he has conceded there. Let's go to James to talk about what you're watching at this hour. James?
I'm paying really close attention to the blue wall because it seems like that's what the presidential race is going to come down to. And there are some troubling indicators for Kamala Harris in Michigan. We only have 19% of the vote in. Harris is ahead right now. We haven't gotten really any votes from Wayne County, where Detroit is, which saved Joe Biden.
Moreno pulling away in the Ohio Senate race.
We do have some updated exit polling, and it shows that late deciders in Michigan broke for Donald Trump. Interestingly, Trump won, according to the exit polls, among white women. Trump also is leading among people 18 to 39 years old. It's the only one of the blue wall states where that's the case. It appears that there are young men who were swayed, moved toward Trump, and both candidates not popular. Both of them viewed unfavorably by 52% of voters, and ultimately it seems like it's going to be pretty close, but Harris appears to be a little wobbly. One issue that really struck me when I was in Michigan a couple weeks ago, reporting on the ground, is that abortion
about 10 points,
and that is also borne out in the exit polls. 2 years ago, Michigan passed a constitutional amendment to guarantee abortion rights. And so right now, about 2/3 of Michigan voters believe abortion should be legal in most or all cases, but 1/3 of them voted for Donald Trump. So even people who are identifying as pro-choice voting for Trump because they see in Michigan this as a settled issue.
Apologies.
And so that is also
professional
sort of bad
streamer
news
over
for
here.
Trump, or bad news for Harris, and might explain why, according to early exit polls, Trump is actually
He's gonna lose
among white women in the Wolverine state. really at this point a must-win for Kamala Harris.
James, remind us why that's such a must-win state and why those sort of northern.
I did change my shirt.
Tonight.
Yeah, so these are the gray are the 7 states. If Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Michigan, that puts him at 266. And then he would only have to win Nevada or Arizona to get over 270. You see, Nevada would get him to 272, and Arizona would get him to 277. So if Trump can pick off one of the 3 blue wall states, Pennsylvania obviously the biggest, but Harris's path gets super narrow if Trump is able to win one of the 3. And there are some early sort of suboptimal numbers for Harris from Michigan and Wisconsin.
What are the latest numbers you're seeing out of Georgia, James?
Wow.
It is really close. African-American turnout appears to be a little soft. The blue blob, as it's called, is coming in. There in some of these counties, like Gwinnett County, still only 16% of the vote has been reported. Harris is doing a little bit better than Biden did 4 years ago. But if you look at some of these states in rural Georgia, Trump is actually getting more votes out of rural Georgia than he did in 2020. So it may
Jesus Christ!
Now, we're still waiting for votes from some of the counties in what's called the Black Belt. We haven't gotten any votes, some of these counties. And our model still shows that Trump has an edge, but it is a relatively narrow edge. That said, as the votes continue to come in, at this hour now, 82% has been counted. That is the early vote. Remember, Republicans made a big effort, especially in Georgia, to get their people to vote early. And so it's not like 2020 where, the final amount is going to be the more Democratic inclined. We're waiting to see some of that election day vote in the counties, really the 5 or 6, almost 9 counties actually around Atlanta. And that is going to determine whether Kamala Harris can overtake this deficit. She's currently trailing by about 200.
You have not seen enough. This is far
Georgia
from
not
over.
Looking great. You would for Harris. You'd rather be Trump than Harris in both Georgia and North Carolina right now, where we have the most votes. And it's still too early to make that kind of assessment for the blue wall.
Yeah, take us up to North Carolina, would you, since we're talking about that part of the country?
Yeah, so North Carolina, 73% of the vote is in. Trump is more comfortably leading. We still are waiting for New Hanover County, which I think is really the county to watch. If Harris is going to have really any chance of winning, she's going to have to, we only have 5% in, she's going to have to hit these sorts of numbers. She's doing well, as expected, in the Raleigh and Charlotte, the 2 population centers, but Republicans are doing well in rural North Carolina.
All right, James. Well, we're hearing from our Election Insights team that we can now make a race call in a Senate race.
I'm ready. Are you coming to me on Maryland?
The AP and NBC research.
I called this forever ago.
Georgia's county executive
Biskies.
Also Brooks, a Democrat,
Biskey.
Former Republican Governor Larry Hogan in the Maryland Senate race. James, let's talk about how she did this.
Yeah, so check it out. 53% to 45%. So she's leading by about 8 points. This is sort of on par. This was a weird race to poll because there were polls that were sort of all over the place. And Larry Hogan was a popular 2-term Republican governor who even going into Election Day was viewed favorably by the majority of voters.
Yes.
But you can see that also Brooks just really ran up the score in the D.C. suburbs. You can see here Montgomery County, 220,000 votes for also Brooks.
It's not going to be short.
Doubling up.
It's not going to be night for you, Warlord.
These are sort of the vote-rich areas of the state. Baltimore County, Harris actually, also Brooks only winning by 5, but in Baltimore City, you can see, 90,000 votes. That's an 80,000 vote margin. So Hogan doing well in the Shore and in the Panhandle, but the votes are in the D.C. suburbs and around Baltimore, and Alsobrooks getting enough to call this. She is the county executive in Prince George's County, where we still haven't gotten numbers in. So we expect that as more votes come in, Alsobrooks' lead will expand a little more, but enough numbers are now in for us to call this race. And as you said, Larry Hogan has conceded to County Executive Alsobrooks.
Thanks, James. Rhonda, this was the costliest U.S. Senate race for Maryland that they've ever seen.
I was about to say, because the costliest is
she does make history.
Moreno and Brown.
Well, you could say fourth elected black woman to the U.S. Senate. I'm saying
we're going to go back to C-SPAN.
But earlier, it was at 57%, I believe.
Yeah.
And you need a 60% margin.
Yeah.
To make that happen. But this, again, was a state that is voting for President Trump, Rick Scott, and 57% for...
It's amazing.
Pro-choice amendments.
That's right. And I think, the lesson from that is that actually, and I think that we'll see how this gets discussed in the coming days, but I think it's dangerous to look at this as like, oh, the first time these abortion rights issues have sort of gone the Republican
way. The MAGA people look really excited.
If you're a Republican looking at those numbers, you're like, this is not a great. This is not a great thing. 57% of the electorate, people who turned out to vote for me, also voted for this amendment. I mean, giving numbers like that. 60% is a tough margin. I'm not completely sure of what the intricacies of Florida's choices with having a 60% margin on a ballot initiative is, but you can understand why somebody who would be frustrated that they won 57% of the vote and it doesn't count, right? That you can understand why that would be tough, but it also is that thing that it still shows that this issue is a very potent one, because even in a state where Republicans are having a very good night on this issue, they are still only 3 points away from being, from not succeeding in this thing. There are a lot of people in Florida who would like to see things different when it comes to this issue, who also are voting Republican. And the question, this is a question for the future for those Republicans there. Can they keep them around? Is this going to be a problem for them? But that's
the Trump people are really fucking excited.
It really just speaks to how potent this issue has been in politics since that Dobbs decision.
We are a half hour away from
West Palm Beach.
And that will be Montana, Nevada, and Utah. They close at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Next call.
Utah already closed because we called it for Trump.
Hi.
Hey, good evening.
Ruben Gallego is ahead
Alexis,
on.
tell us why you called in. We'd appreciate it.
But of course,
Kerry Lake.
I've been keeping up with C-SPAN since I was back in high school, and now I'm 33 years old. And I've always voted for Democrat. And so this time around, I decided to go the other way around, and I voted for Donald Trump.
And why was that?
I honestly feel like our country needs a change in direction of, the leadership and the things that we should focus on. I feel like Donald Trump has a great backing, good supporters that have some things that are fundamentally wrong with our country, and I think that they can fix it.
Alexis, where in the city do you live? What borough?
I live downtown Manhattan in the East Village.
And what about your congressman? Did you vote for a Democratic congressman or a Republican candidate?
I did.
You voted for the Republican?
No, excuse me. I voted for the Democrat.
You did, but just at the top of the ticket, you changed your vote. What do you do in Manhattan, Alexis?
Well, I work in construction. I build homes.
Good. Alexis, thanks for calling in. We appreciate your watching, and we appreciate the fact that you kept up with us since you were 18 years old, especially. So thanks for that. Greta Bronner.
An update on the Keystone State, beginning with the presidential contest. Here's where it stands right now. 55% of the vote in, and you can see that Donald Trump is leading the vice president there by 3 percentage points. Let's go to the map on cspan.org/results, and you can see where the votes are coming in. Largely red at the bottom of the state, in the middle, and at the top. That is more of the rural areas areas of Pennsylvania. As we said before, though, there could be a red mirage happening here until these large counties around Philly and Pittsburgh, when they start reporting later on in the evening, and then we will see what happens with the percentage is between these two candidates. Let's go back to some more results out of Pennsylvania, the Senate race there, because this is also a competitive one as well. And just to give you an update on those numbers,
wow,
56% of the vote in, and this is where it stands. 49.2% for Dave McCormick, the Republican, who's in challenging Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey with 48.3%. This is tight.
It's a term that was invented in the last couple of cycles.
About some competitive House races in Pennsylvania, starting with District 7. This is called the swingiest district. NBC News reported it could determine which party
they swap wives all the time
House next year, if not the White House.
It's the swingiest
Wild
district.
is running for a fourth term.
Sierra.
2022, she defeated her opponent 51-49.
Welcome in. Good evening.
In what was the most expensive race in the Senate in the state of Pennsylvania last time around. Let's look at House District 8 tonight and see where this stands. With 72% of the vote in, you can see that the Democratic incumbent, Matt Cartwright, is leading slightly over the Republican challenger. He's used to competitive
Tim Vox fan. Did I give you a what's up?
In 2013.
Welcome in, my friend.
Finally, let's look at Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district. This is another competitive one that we're
It's an interesting night. It's still early in the night.
Political Report moved the race between GOP incumbent Scott Perry
but
and the
Trump
Democratic
seems
challenger
to have
there,
gained support from 2020.
2022, Perry won re-election by 8 points.
Which
The
isn't a good
leadership of
sign.
Both parties have been in this district campaigning, hoping to pick up this seat in order to get the majority. So this hotly contested House race is one to watch.
Greta, thank you. We will be back to get more election results as we go. And you can do this yourself. You can chart them as we go throughout the evening at cspan.org/results. You will find a national map there. And if you click on any individual state, you will find a county by county map there with real-time election results. All the dark red states that you see there have been called for Donald Trump. All the dark blue states that you see there have been called for Kamala Harris. The light blue and the light red are current voting patterns in those states. They have not been called.
Someone say gays.
And if you've been watching this, you can see that Virginia flipped from light red to light blue as more votes came in for Kamala Harris. Evan McMorris Santoro, when Greta was talking about Pennsylvania, what were you hearing about the voting patterns? And I also wanted to ask about all the early votes, the mail-in votes that have already come in. Do you know, have we counted those? There's 80 million people across the nation that voted early in this election.
That's right. In some cases,
it's still early in the night.
Waiting, right? That's the answer to all of this, right? You look at these numbers. We are looking at even these races, these House races, where we're seeing 55%. We're seeing more results come in, but there's still more numbers to come in when these these patterns are very, when these elections are very close. It's hard to say. So I get nervous about the Pennsylvania thing only because all the money in the world is spent there, all the effort has been spent there, and like everybody sort of needs to get a chance to show all that they can do, I think, before I can really say anything definitively. But there's something interesting that I've picked up on that I think we've heard in the callers, and I think we're seeing in some of these results, which is that we have this fascinating thing going on with Trump this cycle, which that he is running as a non-consecutive incumbent, right? Now, it hasn't happened since Grover Cleveland, right? Very rare in American history. And despite the fact that, this is an incumbent president with a record that was like not, the voters threw him out, right? They didn't like what he did when he was president. So, I mean, a majority of them, right? Obviously, many Americans really did. He's able to sort of, you're hearing from some of these callers, you're seeing some of these results that he's been able to sort of run as a challenger because he's been out and coming back in. People talk about.
But he's had a bare bones
And they're voting
campaign
for,
machine.
a
He's
guy
had
who's already been
Elon
president.
Musk and
Some of them they voted
scammers
against in 2020
instead of actual
It's a really fascinating
canvassers.
dynamic. It'll be interesting to see how what we're hearing from callers and what we're seeing in some of these early results, how they play out across the entire spectrum here, because that is kind of exactly what Trump wanted it to be. He wanted to say, like, I am a change. I'm a different kind of person. I can get you something different than you're seeing now. And he wanted people who wanted change to go for him. Whereas Harris was talking a lot about, look at me, I'm a historic candidate. You've never seen a candidate like me before, this close to the presidency.
He didn't really say that.
I'm the change agent. If Trump is sort of picking up that mantle, that's a very good sign for him.
Next call is Noah in Furlong, Pennsylvania, a Kamala Harris supporter. Noah, why did you call in? Tell us what you want to talk about.
Hi, my name is Noah. I just wanted to talk about why I voted for Kamala. I am fiscally Republican, and morally, I'm more on the Democratic side. I'm looking to buy an apartment at some point soon, so
You will smoke some pot.
that would make sense for me. But I think this time, the morals outweighed that with Kamala. Regarding abortion. I find it interesting that a regular citizen with one felony cannot vote, but one who is convicted of multiple is able to run for president. And so that's kind of
And he voted.
what I'm running off of.
Noah, where is Furlong, Pennsylvania?
New Hampshire elected a Republican governor.
Pennsylvania is in Bucks County, Pennsylvania.
Also,
Appreciate
apparently going for
Bucks County. That's an important vote
Harris.
we just heard from there. That's the kind of voter that Harris wants to hear from. Bucks County is one of those ones where it's like, Bucks County, tell me everything. And that is so that's very important to get that information. That's very interesting to hear him say that.
Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
Another look at the battleground states. We'll begin with Michigan. Want to check in on this and see where the race is at. 29% of the vote in.
Oh, it's close.
0.3% for the former president, while the vice president trails him ever so slightly at 48.
That's still early, though.
The vote. Moving on to
We don't know where the vote is
the
coming
Badger
from.
State. And you can see here in Wisconsin that 54% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump
So
is
close.
also ahead there slightly.
What is left to be counted, though? Is it the big cities?
As we said, this is the most crucial of all the battleground states. 58% of the vote in, and the former president is leading there as well. We will see as the bigger counties start to report around Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania if he can hold on to that lead. Let's go to the Tar Heel state of North Carolina and check in on that. 84% of the vote in so far. And
Damn, that's close.
Is leading there too. He won North Carolina in previous election cycles. Let's go to Georgia, the Peach State. 16 electoral votes here. And right now, 51.2% for Donald Trump, 48.1% for Kamala Harris. 88% of the vote is in. Here is Greg Bluestein, who reports for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, reporting Fulton County
hadn't started.
Tabulated around 8 o'clock. Georgia's most populous county. And Biden won 73% of Fulton's vote in 2020. Harris, he said then,
Trump has won Kansas.
with half the county's precincts reporting. That was earlier tonight from Greg
I
Bluestein.
feel like we called that one already, too.
Battleground states, and let's go to Arizona. The polls closing there recently, 50% of the vote in, and look at that. It's a dead heat.
Damn, also close.
Peter?
Dead heat.
Evan
with
McMorris
50% fucking fuck.
Notice. He's a reporter with News of the United States. Notice. Greta was talking about Michigan. So I went.
We're in for a barn burner.
Results, pulled up the map, clicked on Michigan, and went county by county. And you look at this, and you can see that Oakland County, which is a big county, 63% of the votes are in, 53-44 Kamala Harris. But 1% from Wayne County has been counted. And that's Detroit.
That's the vote basket. That's where they get them
and
from.
that will go to Kamala Harris.
Also,
Disciple of Slack. What the fuck are you talking about?
This year, and people, Grand Rapids is what that Kent County is what they're really interested in out there.
Kent is currently 31%. Kamala Harris, 64%. Donald Trump, 33%.
Interesting. I mean,
and that's Gerald Ford's old stomping
That's right. That's where the Gerald Ford Museum is, actually.
Yeah.
I've stopped by there several times, and I suggest everybody who goes to Grand Rapids do it. Very interesting museum. The interesting thing about Grand Rapids is always it's a traditional place that Trump ends his campaigns. He had his last rally there last night. He had his last rally there in 2020, and I was there when he had his last rally in 2016. And this was a night when people thought that it would, the conventionalism, the smart money was that this was a really silly idea that this guy.
Can you tell me how many trans students
Michigan on his last
are in high school sports in your state?
And of course, he came out and he won Michigan. So I mean, this is like a very important. That state's so important. Again, we're waiting for so many numbers to come in. You mentioned Wayne County not being in yet. That could change a lot of dynamics. But just looking at Michigan, we're looking at Michigan. We're looking at Michigan. I got a little deja vu there thinking about that.
Next call is Roy in Pineland, Texas.
It does matter. It matters
Roy,
a lot.
what's on your mind this evening?
How's it going? I'm a lifelong Democrat. My dad was retired right before 9/11 and called back into active duty service when 9/11 happened. We moved to Fort Sill, Oklahoma, and he was the type that flew an upside-down flag on his bumper when I was, during the Iraq War invasion and stuff. Very unpopular. Walked the cat on the leash. Anyways, so lifelong Democrat. So my most recent votes have been Obama in 2012, Bernie in the Democratic primary, and Joe
Biden?
No. What's her name? Sorry, Hillary Clinton, then Trump, and then Trump again. So 2024, I voted for Trump.
Bringing up Hillary.
Yeah, I never thought I would be a Trump-trained person until we got here. I really think that Kamala Harris just is a pawn of the war machine, just kind of a mindless person that's willing to toe the line for the military-industrial complex. I really fear for the future of our country if she
Thank you, Evelyn.
continues on and gets this election. I really worry significantly. I saw many veterans just kind of grapple with what it was like to watch a global war on terror play out and then watch the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan and see how I hate to say it, but the current commander-in-chief with dementia, obviously, we can all see it.
15 minutes until the polls close, I think, in California. In California, Nevada, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington.
Hey, Roy, I wanted to ask you, how did
Roy.
you vote in the Senate race in Texas? Ted Cruz or Colin Allred?
For Ted Cruz, for sure, because Colin Allred is just, he's another grifter. He's another one of these people that's just, he's trying to pull the strings of the women in the state on abortion. I think it was very rightly decided to leave it up to the states, let everybody vote in their respective states on that issue. It'll land how it lands. And ultimately, there's nothing in the Constitution that speaks to the right to murder your baby. So we need a constitutional amendment if the country wants to address that.
That's Roy in Pineland, Texas. Greta Brawner, what do you got?
We'll give Roy an update on that.
Roy completely up there.
Begin with the Iowa presidential contest. We talked about Ann Seltzer's poll that
called Iowa for Trump and by a large margin,
with the vice president leading in her poll by 3 points. Now, that was within the margin of error, but look, the Associated Press says that the former president wins this state. 56% of the vote in, so those margins are going to change as more of the votes go in, but the Associated Press putting the check next to the former president's name in Iowa. So those 6 electoral votes go to the former president. Moving on to Kansas, the Associated Press has also called a winner here. 71% of the vote is in. And look at the former president's lead over the vice president in Kansas. Let's go on to a governor's race. There were 11 governor's races this cycle. In the state of New Hampshire, the former Senator Kelly Ayotte running for the governor's seat, and she gets it tonight. She's the winner from the Associated Press.
The Republican wins in the New Hampshire governor's race.
The Democratic opponent there. Last, let's talk about that Senate Texas race and look at where it stands.
Disciple recovering the election.
Look at Senator Ted Cruz's lead over the Congressman Colin Allred.
You're kind of trying to derail things.
They reported, based on early voting returns, Tarrant County, Texas's biggest purple county, seems to be returning to the Republican red column. If you want to look at Tarrant County or any other county in Texas, go to our website, cspan.org/results, and you can dig into those Texas results in that Senate race. Peter?
Greta, thank you. Evan McMorris-Santoro of Notice is here on the set with us for a little while longer, I hope. Yeah. Mr. McMorris-Santoro, what did you hear from Greta?
Evan, please.
Disciple, are you a woman?
Polls are wrong. This is the reason why, you wait to see the results. That Ann Seltzer poll, I think, she is a very highly regarded pollster. And it also, it's important to remember that it fit into an existing narrative of the campaign that made a lot of sense to a lot of people. But, nobody thought that Iowa, if it hadn't been for this Ann Seltzer poll, which is, just a single poll, right? This would not be a result that anybody would.
Did I see the rebuttal?
No one thought it was on the map at all.
Smokey is.
Now it's not. So that it's not a huge change in terms of what the presidential map is or the math. Again, Wisconsin is really important for that. But
block people like that. Don't let them DM you.
It's just so helpful to remember that as we all watch these elections, and we all watch all the chatter around the elections, and we all watch all the things that everybody looks at to predict the elections, that they are wrong. Sometimes those things are wrong. And that is why you need to wait till the votes are counted before you make broad pronouncements about what they mean.
And
he was trying to troll, but there's a time and a place for things.
On his way to Nevada and Arizona and did a big rally.
It's probably not the time.
Currently in New Mexico, 65% of the vote counted. Kamala Harris, 53%. Donald Trump, 45%.
So it's sort of the opposite Iowa, right? It's not happening down there either.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, we are rejoined by Kirk Beto, who is editor-in-chief of The Hotline. He was doing some of his own work for the past hour or so. Mr. Beto, what? First of all, give us an overall sense of what you're seeing tonight.
Well, what I've been doing the last hour is just the day job. This is the real deal here with you guys right now. What we're seeing right now is Harris's path looking increasingly narrow right now in terms of the path to the White House and maybe even the popular vote as well. And that's important because a lot of those races for the House are going to run through blue states like California and New York. And if Trump's running up the numbers in those states, then the path back to the House majority for Democrats also gets increasingly narrow. But we haven't had a whole lot of competitive race calls yet in the House. It's still way too early. So we're waiting for more results here right now. But it's looking not as encouraging for House Democrats as it was at the start of the night or even the last week here, where it did seem like the race for the House was shifting towards Democrats. But this underperformance by Harris does not portend well for House Democrats.
Well, in about 10 minutes, the polls close in Washington, Oregon, and California.
I can't believe this country.
Kirk Beto, I want to talk about some of the California races specifically that are competitive. Let's begin with California 13.
Well, California 13, John Duarte, he was our most vulnerable member of the California delegation in our last rankings of the 20 races most likely to flip. This is a blue seat that Biden carried at a pretty healthy margin here. Adam Gray, the 2023 nominee, the Democrat, is back again. When we did these rankings about 2 weeks ago, we considered him still the favorite. Now, we're gonna have to wait.
It was a full-fledged call.
Maybe
it is a full-fledged call.
California to count all their ballots. But if Democrats want a path back to the House majority, they really have to knock off freshman John Duarte right now.
And California 22 incumbent David Valadao.
Now, 22 is a really interesting situation here. It's David Valadao. He's also facing.
I'm surprised.
Candidate and Rudy Salas. Valadao is a tough out for Democrats. He's one of the 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach former President Trump, and he's just he's battle tested. He survived Republican challengers, he survived Democratic challengers, and a really tough re-election, and frankly a top 2 primary last cycle. He actually fell off our list of 20 races most likely to flip last time, and of all those kind of California competitive seats right now, that one and maybe California 41 where Ken Calvert are maybe.
How does he have? And it looks like he's going to win,
right now, especially if these national
by having more support than 2020,
areas,
which is absurd.
Yeah,
how does he keep
California
growing support?
Do you know offhand what area of the state that's in?
Yeah, I believe that's Los Angeles County where Mike Garcia is, and that's a very expensive media market. Mike Garcia has faced the same Democratic opponent for 3 elections in a row, from the special election to replace former Rep. Katie Hill that he won all the way back in 2020.
Katie Hill should never have stepped aside.
The regular 2020 election and in 2022. He's got a real opponent right now, one that national Democrats got behind early in George Whitesides. He's very well funded. He's been able to get on the expensive media market in the Los Angeles area there. And he's probably the second most vulnerable member of the California Republican delegation behind John Duarte. Again, if Democrats want a feasible path back to the majority.
What's going on, Avalon?
They have to beat Garcia.
But you have to go over to
a lot of this
Discord.
cycle, it looked like he was on borrowed time because he had a more legitimate, more well-funded opponent this time who wasn't prone to the same gaffes that Christy Smith, the Democratic nominee for the past 3 elections, was. But
I don't
again,
even see
with
these
the way
messages.
the
Who are you
national
guys talking about?
Shifting right now away from Harris, it's going to be tough to predict what's going on in these races right now.
I have no idea what's
Two
going
Southern
on
California
right now.
races. Michelle Steele in Orange County.
With this
and
election
Ken
or
Calvert,
what's going on
who
in
is
my
in
chat.
Riverside, San Bernardino, right?
Right, and the Steele race is really interesting. It's a race that got online pretty late in the game here. She's facing Derek Tran.
I mean, they were tiptoeing the line or
population.
Totally over.
Race and identity has become a real dividing line.
The line
in that
of
race.
transphobia.
Derek Tran, who's from Vietnamese descent, has been not on air, but doing targeted mailers and outreach
you know,
to all the different
that is something I will let you
minority
guys
communities in that area, from the sizable Korean population, the sizable Vietnamese population, and it's been really effective. So much so that Michelle Steele, in a local news interview, went on to defend that who's immigrated from Korea, is actually more representative of the Vietnamese people living in the district than Derek Tran. So it's one that a lot of.
I gotta switch screens to go to
this contest.
Discord. We'll go back to Holman over here.
Appeared on our 20
Campaign
races
worked really hard
House races
in
most
Philly, and this matters because the number of votes Harris takes out of Philadelphia is really critical to offset the red part of the state. So in some of the suburban counties, Harris is winning Bucks County, which is considered like the pivotal swing Collier County. She's winning in Montgomery County. She's winning in Chester County.
Completely lost on them.
Of the 4 Collier counties. But she's not quite winning enough as it is right now, especially if she's underperforming in Philadelphia proper. And then you can look at another Luzerne County, which is an area that was traditionally very Democratic. And then in Joe Biden's hometown, I'm just trying to find Scranton here. It's right over here somewhere. Anyway, we're
we can't find Scranton.
Close, but you'd rather be Trump right now in both Pennsylvania and Michigan. The other thing, which we'll talk about more in a second, is the Senate races in the 3 blue wall states are really remarkably close. Literally like a few hundred votes separate the Democrat and the Republican.
Why was it?
It could be a real nail biter for the 3 Democratic senators in those states as well.
Wow.
Thank you, James. Let's go back to Georgia and our reporter there, Joe Snell. Joe, you've been talking to black men in Georgia about their votes.
I mean,
what has the Harris campaign been trying to do to engage with that critical demographic?
Yeah, Libby, go to the homepage of Kamala Harris's campaign website. You're going to see just 2 of her key agendas listed with her own pages. One of those pages is dedicated to black men. That's how much of a priority her campaign has made to winning over this group of voters. They were critical to getting Biden elected here in 2020. About 83% of them voted for him in that election cycle. This year around, those numbers were polling lower for Harris, and she's pulled out all of the stops to try to win them back. She was joined on the campaign trail by former President Barack Obama, First Lady Michelle Obama, and actor-director Tyler Perry, among others.
Scott easily winning in Florida.
Directed at these group of men. I spoke with some of these men. I wanted to understand which way they were leaning. For many, they said they were voting for Harris. They didn't like the antagonistic language of Trump. But with others,
I went with the NBC graphics just because they looked the best.
Much between Harris and Trump.
And NBC totally behind updating their totals.
Owning a business, providing for their families. One voter told me that those issues became increasingly more difficult with Harris in office. But Libby,
Battle Opossum surprisingly bad.
To say, if Harris doesn't win in Georgia, it's not because enough black men or women didn't come out to vote. They shouldn't be the scapegoat for their state party's failures. Libby, back to you.
Thank you, Joe Snell. Reporting live from Georgia, we have our colleagues at key states around the country. Stay with us for more live results and reporting from those battleground states after this.
Go back over to C-SPAN.
Behind the camera, it takes a lot to put this kind of program together tonight.
Chris, what's on your mind? What did you want to talk about?
Yeah, so I voted for Vice President Kamala Harris in this election, and I think in many cases this wouldn't have been
the patch is coming back
at all. I find myself considerably to the left of Vice President Harris on several issues, but as
oh no, must shave it again. I may just keep it shaved.
Kind of waiting for the privilege to vote. The elections I've been exposed to have really kind of underscored just what a critical threat to everything America represents that Donald Trump has both promised.
I can't believe it's even a possibility. That's why I said it. I want my hair back. I've missed my hair so bad.
I personally think that he kind of represents the sort of duplicitous, self-interested, wealthy individuals that most people hold a disdain for New Yorkers. So to see him kind of taking a lead, at least in some of these early battleground states tonight, the difficult
I know Mr. Elwood
to see kind of unfold again. I think.
Chris, what are the issues, if you say
I'm
you're
holding
to the
against you
left
at
of
all.
Kamala Harris, what are the issues of concern to you?
Yeah, I think personally,
he way up in the Montana race. However, it's only 6% counted.
The Democrats didn't necessarily do a great job of owning this recovery because I think in many instances there's been underlying shifts to the left, and they don't want to necessarily alienate too many of their own voters. But at the same time, the recovery in this economy is one that's mostly for those who already had money before the downturn. You've heard several voters call in tonight talking about the effects of inflation, and that's a very real issue for many people. In New York, where I live, rent, as in many places, has gone up, and the prospect of homeownership has faded for so many more Americans coming into adulthood. On the matter of Israel, I think it's a question of to what extent should Americans be involved, and more people would prefer a greater level of involvement in some aspects, but I'm not really sure that the current administration has really made.
I really need to get back to playing No Man's Sky.
In the Middle East today.
Chris, we appreciate your time. It is just after 11 o'clock here on the East Coast, and the West Coast polls have closed. Washington, Oregon,
yeah, it might be time to get a little worried.
Are just closing, and we have an update from Greta Bronner.
Yeah, races have been called in California.
It's still early, though.
In there, the Associated Press, even polls just closing there, and Vice President Kamala Harris will pick up those 54 electoral votes. Moving on to the state of Idaho. This has also been called this evening for President Donald Trump, the former president there. Will win the state of Idaho. And then finally, Washington State, the Associated Press is declaring a winner there. 12 electoral
Ooh, do you want to see liberals bug out? Is that what you want?
them up. We also want to give you an update from Patricia.
Hold on.
52 tonight. Breaking, she says, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger predicts that Georgia will go for Donald Trump. Quote, if you look at who's leading the race right now, Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead with a number of votes outstanding. It looks like this is done, said the Secretary of State.
Insane.
Dan is calling in from Bel Air, Maryland. He is a Trump supporter. Dan, please go ahead and tell us why you called in.
Can you hear me?
We're listening. Please go ahead.
I voted for Trump, and I voted for Trump because of Biden's policies. And I thought that inflation was bad under Biden, and I didn't get any financial aid for college under his college aid plan. And I could have used the extra cash from that to buy a new car, like a Hellcat or something, because I don't like my car currently.
We'll leave it there. Steve in Anaheim, California. Steve, what made you call in tonight, and what's this election season been like for you?
That was funny. I think they call that a crank call. Let's see if they're having a shit fit on MSNBC.
Call in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
I mean, blue wall, baby, that was always going to be a blue wall night. And I think that, I tried to speak a little bit to some of the
Is this country that
would erase
fucking
doubt, that would eradicate,
misogynistic?
the threat of something drawn out, and that is, I'm so loath to quote Don Rumsfeld with all of you, but I will anyway. I feel like Liz Cheney has made that somewhat acceptable again.
Still not acceptable.
You go to the polls with the country that you have, and the country we have lives in two totally separated information ecosystems. Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand the information consumption that young men have and why they think that the economy will be better under Donald Trump when it never was. I think that waiting for these blue wall states to come in.
You take big giant dumps.
Because households are divided, right? There could be a yard sign in a house that doesn't represent how everyone in the house will vote in either direction. And so I think it's going to be a late night. And I think it's the polls. I mean, I guess a slice of good news that the polls have accurately captured.
I blamed it on misogyny, didn't I?
Ari, since you were last with us, I've got nothing to report. We've got the swing states. We've got too close.
I take the blame for that one, DJ Dub.
Georgia.
I don't think they said anything about it.
Michigan, Wisconsin, and we've got too early in North Carolina, too early in Arizona, Nevada. What's caught your eye? What have you been watching?
Well, freedom's just another word for nothing left to report. We all know that one. We don't know who's going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, which means that when you actually put aside a lot of the energy and the understandable emotion and commitment, we are in a similar place than we were a few hours ago. I have seen people start to jump on trends, but we don't know who's going to win those states. If Kamala Harris
That's a good point, DJ Dub.
Then she would be in a path to win the presidency. We can see, because we have so much great numbers from all of our teammates who rigorously collect this, that there are other trends that don't tell us who's going to win the election that show Donald Trump outperforming some of where he's been in the past, including among some of those groups, including among Latinos, and perhaps in the total national vote. But the total national vote doesn't determine the outcome. So that's what I'm watching. Pennsylvania, there's a reason why Kamala Harris, they have their own plane. They can hit more than one state in a day. She spent.
I don't think Jill Stein was a factor at all, but I do think
Pennsylvania.
misogyny probably plays into
And
it.
we've heard from a lot of people there that still feel that's the path.
There's a lot of people who just can't bring themselves to vote for a woman.
Time, Donald Trump, over in the entire country in places that may not decide the election, doing better among certain groups is a striking and noticeable development given the year he's had and how he closed. But yes, I will tell you that the boring thing, the simple thing, the repetitive thing is the true thing.
I mean, I'll shoulder the blame on that one. I thought Harris was the right choice at that moment,
I do have
given
one
the
call that we need
circumstances.
to make, and let me interject here. NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in the
But it's
state.
not over yet.
Vice President Kamala Harris has won in the state of Oregon, per NBC News' projection. I also want to draw your attention to one House race that is one of the House races that we have been looking at closely in just in terms of it being a race to watch. This is New York 18, a really interesting race. It's a
Getting
very
close to it, possibly, Frag.
district.
Good evening.
The Democrat here won his seat in Congress in an August 2022 special election. He was up against Allison Esposito, a Republican opponent who had been very heavily invested in by the Republican Party. She was one of the so-called young gun candidates for the Republican Party, served in the NYPD for 25 years. But Democrat Pat Ryan will hold on to that seat in New York.
I don't think it was a bait and switch. It may come across that
just for a
way.
moment that I just lost my IFB. And so I am now one of these people who's speaking but can't hear anything.
You can tell me and I'll tell you.
So go ahead. So if control room is saying
You got
anything to me
anything
from
for
right now,
Rachel?
I think
She needs to win Pennsylvania. She needs to win
Go to Steve.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all three of them now.
But I do know, actually, with nobody talking to me, that we do need to go to Steve.
But
Yes.
Steve.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. Did you just throw it at me?
Yeah, you did start.
Oh,
It was me.
Somebody was talking to me at IFB. I apologize. Here we go. Some stuff, some more returns.
It does feel
As I
2016-ish.
gather my train of thought here, I wanted to update you on 3 key counties here, again, in Northeast Pennsylvania. We started the night saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic.
No, this is right about the time that 2016 started feeling bad.
Meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than
I remember
5
it
points in
vividly.
Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now, in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have,
but like,
Monroe County.
I understand not wanting to
the city
continue on with neo-lib nonsense, but the answer is not fucking fascism.
Population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else.
You'll be Nazis now.
This is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it, and I think it's important to know. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning, the 2016 winning numbers for Trump. And just to put Lehigh in perspective here, too, Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia, monitoring this as well. Now, More than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here, 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back because I want you to see the longer-term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points, from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points, from 71 in 2012 down to 56. Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote by mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County, have become big, core Democratic vote-producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these three, and you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the they want to land over 60% in Chester County, 59-8 for Harris right now, but the wild card is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points.
But like he doesn't give a fuck about Gaza at all. He's going to tell Netanyahu to level it.
For them though is there's still a significant amount of same-day.
There's going to be no pushback whatsoever.
Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties, and they're also going to need that. We'll just check.
He will give them whatever munitions they want.
Pittsburgh suburbs. We're getting close to 90% of the vote.
They're going to try to take over Lebanon.
Harris' number here right now is small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it.
Man, I went over to MSNBC to watch the libs losing their shit.
Steve, thank you. We
got Steve Kornacki, and that was a really good breakdown.
NBC News can project that there is a winner in the Senate race in Ohio. This is a Republican pick.
Yeah, speaking of which,
incumbent Democratic
this is sad. We lost a good one.
We talked about one.
This is Bernie Moreno giving his victory speech.
Tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in
that is huge for Republicans.
We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage, and we're tired of being treated like garbage.
Meanwhile, it looks like Gallego is
a lot about helping the working man.
Giving a victory speech in Arizona.
On the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate, and Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And
we produce more oil and natural gas now than any country in the history of the world.
That means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January. And we're going to make certain that we tell California, you don't get to
what EV mandates? Are there some sort of EV mandates I don't know about?
dictate that at the federal level, and we're going to allow consumers to pick the kind of car they want. Look, the other piece that I want to talk about is what President Trump has brought to this country, which is peace and stability around the world. America will be a leader in the world, will always be a leader in the world. American leadership has made the planet safer, more prosperous, and more secure than at any point in human history. But it means that we ensure peace through strength. The weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is rejected, and I know that from whether it's in Jerusalem or Kiev or anywhere else on earth or Taiwan.
What is it like? All new vehicles have to be a hybrid or electric by 2030?
Peace around the world.
Let's go back over to Holman.
And if you're a police officer,
so right at
if you're a police
10 o'clock,
officer
we got
in this country,
basically half the vote. Donald Trump off to a narrow lead. You can see it's literally 3,000 votes separating the candidates, 49.7 to 49.5.
What about Arizona?
We've been able to activate our post-pulse model. This is a forecast where we're pulling in demographic information, we're pulling in the 2020 data, and when you do that, when you look at our Arizona model, currently we're forecasting that Donald Trump is on track potentially to get 52% to 48%. Now, only half has been counted. You can see the range of scenarios, and that could change, and the bands will narrow as more votes come in. But we also have an updated post-pulse model from Wisconsin. Similarly, we're currently forecasting that Trump is on track based on the demographics and the algorithms and the historical patterns to get 52% in the Badger State. And that tracks amazingly closely with what we're seeing in the raw vote totals from Wisconsin as well, where Trump is currently at 51%, and it still remains tight. Not that many votes separating them. So right now, in all the states where all the swing states, the battlegrounds, where the post-pulse has been activated, Donald Trump is forecast to be in the lead as more votes come in, but it still remains very tight and definitely too close to call, especially in a place like Arizona, where half the vote has come in.
Thanks so much, James. Joining us now, senior national political correspondent Ashley Parker, talking to us by phone from Florida. Ashley, what has the atmosphere been like tonight for Donald Trump and his supporters?
Definitely giving 2016 vibes.
Good. You know, we have a story going up where one major donor said that there has been sort of so much exuberance that it's become a little worrying, right? Like
Adam Schiff winning in California.
Maybe we should be a little concerned. Again, I should reiterate what you guys have been reiterating, that, you know, the race hasn't been called. We don't know the results from the
He dominating tester, but only 6% reporting.
are feeling good. They're circulating in internal data that they argue shows them winning based on early vote totals and turnout models, and the crowd here has sort of been getting, you know, more crowded and thicker and more enthusiastic and roaring each time another state, even states that were going to go Republican no matter what, gets called from Donald Trump.
So you
Hovde winning against Baldwin.
About how in the last few days of this campaign, Trump was really just following his own impulses, right? And it was very erratic behavior. He was using
He's been acting insane.
Cursing language, talk about people like Nancy Pelosi. Was there a concern among his top campaign staff.
Everybody should get up and do some stretches because I need to.
And to give you some context, I spent the last 24 hours starting the day around 8 or so a.m. in Raleigh, North Carolina on Monday and landing here in Palm Beach just after 6 a.m. on election morning with Donald Trump, flying around on the press charter where he went to for 3 states.
Because I've been sitting there for a while.
See that internal tension playing out with him, right? He was repeating, sorry, it's a little loud in here, but he was repeating, you know, to his crowds, to his supporters, what his aides had very clearly said to him, which was, you need to get your act together. And, you know, that rally you're referring to, Libby, in Pennsylvania, there was a very bad rally for him Sunday morning in Lancaster where he basically said he'd be fine if a would-be assassin shot through the fake news media, where he said he should have never left the White House. They, you know, his team viewed that as one of his worst rallies and worst moments all campaign cycle, and they basically had a big intervention from them, and also just from worried donors, worried allies, worried Republicans, inundating him with calls saying, this is yours to lose. So on Monday, we kind of, again, got to watch that struggle play out in real time, him saying, this is ours to lose. We're on the
I'm seeing like the South Park where Garrison was trying to lose.
in moments like his last event in Grand Rapids, where he did basically, he didn't quite say the word, but he made very clear what sort of crude.
You should play golf against him.
He wanted to call Nancy Pelosi, and he said, I want to say it, but I'm not going to say it. And that's sort of how he made it to Election Day.
I want to bring Rhonda into this. Rhonda, there's the question of course, how much of Trump is the entertainment and how much are people actually listening to what he says. And Kamala Harris has been inviting people to listen to one of his full rallies from start to finish to get a sense of all that comes out of his mouth. What are you
They hid Trump away. They did the Biden
how much people
campaign from 2020.
Trump says.
And it worked.
I think we've had a lot of learning lessons.
Wow.
If you even look back at the season of this year when he was facing what we thought would be trials that might materialize but have now been put on ice,
he's never going to face consequences for anything he's done.
In fact, in some cases, he was able to fundraise off of those things. I think when I have talked to voters and asked them a similar question about, are you concerned about his rhetoric? Are you concerned about some of the things he says? They often kind of just brush it aside. It may be a little bit of cognitive dissonance, really. I remember one voter speaking to me in Milwaukee. She was a Republican, and when I asked her about, you know, the different things that would normally disqualify other candidates, she just said, you know what, everyone is a sinner, and that's how I consider him, is that, and she made reference to a biblical verse. So a lot of folks feel like, sure, everyone does wrong. A lot of folks also don't take him seriously, which also, I mean, we could probably dive into that a little bit more, but what does that say about voters and what they hear and want from their candidates? Because we do know that Trump has said things that have led to supporters of his doing things like, I'm thinking of the man that broke into the Pelosi's home and almost killed her husband. I'm thinking, of course, of January 6th. These are things that are tied back to things that Trump has said that has invigorated his sort of the further right side of his base. So I think this is a big question about the moment we are in American history, is why are things that Trump continuously says, why those things don't seem to, you know, hit with a lot of Americans.
Yeah, you know, actually, it's so fascinating because even commentary
Just
by
amazing.
the comedian at Trump's warm-up act at Madison Square Garden got so much more condemnation and upset people so much more than
Baldwin and Hovde race in Wisconsin, also incredibly close.
It's almost like if it comes out of Trump's mouth, it's excusable, but if it comes out of someone else's mouth, it creates an uproar.
Yeah, it still shocks, and it still lands the way a comment like that should land. And it's interesting. I'd heard that theory, too, from some people talking about the fact that what that comedian said is something, again, Trump has never said that specifically, but he has insulted all sorts of groups and really failed to pay a political price. But because it was someone else,
Yep.
standards and norms still apply, that's what, really made that comment insulting.
This is a special treat for you. Let's check in with Newsmax. See what that Newsmax be doing.
Now we're up to almost 71% of the vote. Trump's approaching 22%.
Is that Rick Santorum?
17%. It's already a 4% increase in Philadelphia, and I think that's actually going to grow as more of the vote comes in.
I think we have some Santorum on our screens.
It's a county. Look at that. Almost even. 4 years ago, Trump lost it by 4 points. That's a big suburban county.
That was Jerry Seinfeld at first.
It started out with Trump being way down. He has worked himself up as the vote that's coming in right now all across the Commonwealth are day of votes. They've counted most of the mail-in ballots, which are overwhelmingly Democrat, and so the votes to be counted yet overwhelmingly are day of votes, which should benefit.
Yeah.
Now you look at there and you can see the blue area down here. It's the same except here. This is one of the bellwether counties that we were talking about earlier, Erie County and Northampton County, which is Bethlehem and Easton. And you see Trump up by 6 points. He won it in 16. He lost it in 20 to Joe Biden. And he's winning it here again. It's all looking great. Center County. And one last one. That's where Penn State is. He lost it by 5 points, but he's winning it by almost 5 points here. So there's and that again is these rural areas, which I haven't clicked on, with the vote up. It's primarily
there was
rural
a lot
county
of turnout.
with Penn State in the middle.
Yeah.
And all of these rural areas have come out in droves.
Yeah, he's sitting on 246 electoral votes, if you see on our screens. 19, as the senator pointed out, in Pennsylvania. So here at the table, that would bring you to 265.
That 246 is wrong. He's
what else? What are we not counting?
He's at 241.
251.
He's at 251 right now.
Okay, so that would get him to 270.
That's correct.
Okay.
You got to win Arizona and Nevada, and then
when I say he's at 251, he's going to have Alaska. He's going to of the states that we know
that are
out there. He's at 251.
But what we know for sure. Okay.
I just want to bring this up because this is unreal. And goodness, Rick, I'd love to get your impression on this. Jen O'Malley Dillon, who is the
campaign manager,
sent out this email. Did you read this email?
No.
Oh, he is certainly no Kornacki.
Campaign. Get some sleep and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. I don't think I've ever heard a campaign say, go get some sleep.
Yeah, go to bed.
No one goes to bed when you're in a position where you're having these votes coming in.
People are saying that Pennsylvania is going to be all night. That's just not true. I mean,
Newsmax is projecting Trump to win Georgia and North Carolina.
And Cambria County, they had some voting irregularities. As you know, Cambria County was they had a problem with the vote. It was open until 10 o'clock tonight. So those votes are going to come in late. But the only votes that are not going to be counted tonight are votes that are absentee ballots that come in today, tomorrow. After 8 o'clock tonight, tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday.
Okay. Yeah,
that is not a big number.
No, we also want, just to let everyone know, the Newsmax projection number for electoral votes in favor of Donald Trump, 246. We are at 246 projected electoral votes at this moment. Let's now bring in Rob Schmidt for the latest. Rob, we saw you a few hours ago. What are your observations? What are your reactions? Lots and lots of momentum behind Donald Trump.
Well, it's not over yet. But I mean, the momentum. I'm watching a little bit of MSNBC. It sounds very grim. Mercy just talked about the fact they're telling people to go to bed. That doesn't sound very good. He's won 2 swing states. He's leaning Republican in 4 more, according to the New York Times, which has Trump with about a 90% chance of winning the election at this point at the New York Times website. I mean, it's all moving in one direction, and we just haven't heard much from Nevada yet. But I mean, there's a good chance that he wins every swing state.
Yeah.
Which would be a repudiation of what they have done to this country for the last 3.5 years, and would be one of, if it happens, and it's not over yet.
We're watching Newsmax.
One of the greatest stories of vindication and of perseverance that the world has ever known. If you
Vindication.
Think about where Trump was 3.5 years ago, how down and out he wasn't eating, he was depressed. I mean, how politically dead he was 3.5 years ago.
After January 6th.
To do this,
Second
if this
impeachment.
happens, I mean, this is It's unbelievable. It's going to be one of the greatest stories ever told. And of course, the media will never tell it. We'll have to tell the story. But think about coming back from that and just. He just outworked her in every way. It's an incredible story developing right now as we speak. We're seeing it happen in real time.
Yeah.
Nothing fucking matters.
246 electoral votes. Senator Santorum.
I'm going to go work for Newsmax.
Would get you, if he gets it, 265. And then you look at the rest of the map, Rob, and this is what we've been talking about for weeks. There's more paths to 270 for Donald Trump. I mean, Arizona's 11. You know, Nevada is out there with 6. You just start looking at it. There's multiple paths for him, and Kamala is just running out of math.
There's very little left. I mean, it's as it stands right now. I think I would place a bet that he gets all the swing states, that he gets all 7. I think it's starting to look like that. I mean, when you look at the way it's, I mean, I don't see it. I mean, when I'm looking across all the data forms, and I'm looking across all of these different predictors, all these different websites and news organizations and how they're looking. It just, I could see him winning all 7, and maybe Santorum has a different thought on that. But when I look at all the estimations across and I see how everybody's weighing this, I don't know if Rick can hear me, but I think there's a good chance he gets all 7. What do you think?
And by the way, the numbers that aren't counted in the Newsmax are Utah and Alaska, which are pretty safe Republican states. That gets you to 251, and then the 19 for Pennsylvania gets you to 270, along with the second district of Maine. So that's where we are right now, and I think you're right. I think we're looking at. I predicted earlier today 6 of 7. I thought that Michigan was a little bit out of Trump's reach. Right. It's just a state that's not moving in the same direction that Wisconsin and Pennsylvania have been moving on the blue wall. And as you can see, he's actually not running as well right now in Michigan, but it's still possible. The vote's still a lot of vote to be counted.
You know, Ed, it's funny. You said it looks like Kamala Harris is running out of math based on what Mercedes has also been saying. That
running out of math,
telling everyone go to bed. It also sounds like they run out of gas. So to speak at this hour.
Yeah, well, gas is too high.
No, it's electric vehicles.
Yes.
They got an EV
problem. They need to find a charge.
Let's check in with our senior correspondent, John Huddy. He's on the ground at Trump headquarters.
Well, fuck the Newsmax. Let's go back to C-SPAN.
To come in, but that's
do with economy and education in America lately, where like schools aren't really teaching the practical information or the necessary things that human beings need to grow and learn.
Teaching about them trans people.
It's also ludicrously unaffordable. It's really hard to even get into schools, like not even just colleges.
I have a police chase cocked and ready to go.
Payment is. It's been really bad, considering that toll on the toll on the economy with the inflation. And inflation has got so bad you can't even go to the store anymore and like get normal beers or some food.
No, it's for later. I also have
without spending like $50 or $100.
I also have Taylor Business body camera footage.
Alex, do you think that a change in party in the presidency can impact that?
Yeah, I think that Trump is probably the best choice, because when Trump was...
I also have a Socrates.
The economy wasn't as just insanely terrible as it was with Mr. Biden in office. It was just... Biden made the economy just tank, and the gas was going crazy. I work and live out of a vehicle, so I need gas in order to live, basically.
Now, what do you mean you work and live out of a vehicle?
I live alone in an RV, and I've been across the.
Sounds like he lives in a van.
I don't move all that much because
down by the river
anymore.
Well, Professor Q, I don't know. At this point, it's kind of looking bleak.
Salt Lake City. Greta Brawner is with us all evening as well, and she has an update.
Well, let's talk about that Ohio race. You just heard the incumbent there, Sherrod Brown, who was seeking...
The Democrats have lost control of the Senate.
The Associated Press has called Bernie Moreno the winner there in Ohio. That means Republicans have picked up a second seat tonight, first in West Virginia with Jim Justice, and now in Ohio. So it looks, if everything holds, it looks like Republicans will have the majority in the Senate. There's more races to be called. Follow the balance of power on the side of your screen all night long. Also, you can dig into the Senate races if you go to cspan.org/results. Another call for you.
I just don't know how. Like the Republicans have to be really shitty. Then people are like, oh yeah, Republicans are shitty. Let's put the Democrats in.
Associated Press gives him the check mark with 79% of the vote in. Peter?
Michael is in San Rafael, California. Kamala Harris supporter. Michael, good evening to you. Please tell us what's on your mind.
Hello.
Michael?
To me, Marco Berti. I called, and it's a long time that I'm on the phone. First, I want to apologize for my English. It's not very well. It's 30 years I live in this country, but never lost
Michael,
my
I'm going to have to put you on hold one more second. Two things. I promise you we will not hang up on you. We will not hang up. We will want to hear you. But I need you to turn down the volume on your TV. And now we also want to go hear from Dave McCormick, the Republican candidate for Senate in Pennsylvania. He's coming up.
By about 100,000 votes. He's leading Casey 49.7 to 47.8. Now, I mean, folks, we are so excited. We are going to make history tonight, but I got to ask you to hang with us a little bit longer. There were two big Republican counties. Many of you folks may have heard about Cambria County this morning. They had problems with the machines, so the polls were held open until 10 p.m. So Cambria and York are still outstanding, but they are big red Republican counties. So I want you to continue having some fun. We'll be back with a further update by 12:30, if not earlier, okay? Let's go.
Well, they're just priming the audience at the Dave McCormick party in Pennsylvania. That was not David McCormick. And once he comes out to speak to the crowd, we will bring that to you live. Now, we are going to return to our friend Michael, who is in San Rafael, California, and we're going to listen to what Michael has to say. Michael, are you with us?
Yes, I'm Marco, not Michael. Marco.
Marco. I apologize to you, sir.
And first, I apologize
Marco.
for my English. You know,
it's fine.
A long time, and I live in this country, but I've never lost my accent. I want to make a generic, practically conversation, because I heard many of your phone calls, and I want to know what is wrong with this country. So the former president Trump accused the Latino, the immigrants, they poisoned this country. I don't know, and so these people wave the flag behind Trump. I think they should be shamed, because maybe they forget why they come in this country. If not them, the parents or the great-grandparents. And he said they poison this country. America is powered by Latino. Everything, the agriculture is a Latino. In the restaurant, most of the restaurant in the kitchens, it doesn't matter which country is the restaurant, which food they made. Most of the people in the kitchens are Latino. And the cleaning is Latino, construction Latino. So they don't poison this country. America is pulled by the Latino. You know why? Because they know America didn't want to do this heavy work. This Latino, they work.
America is polled by the Latinos?
And they
Are you getting polled from a Latino? Anyone in chat?
In a room and stuff like this.
Hey, Marco, Marco, when did you come to this country, and are you from Italy?
I'm coming from Italy. I come in this country.
I didn't catch much of that, I'm going to be honest.
And I'm citizen. I voted. This is why I think that I have the right to say my opinions. Early today, somebody was vote and said, but he was talking. If it was me, I said, do you vote? No, you have no right to talk. You want to talk, you have to vote, and then you can say your voice. So once again, America is proved by the Latino. If
it's a mafia.
Take away the Latino, you will see what is going on the economy of this country. They do.
But you keep saying Latino, and you just assigned him an Italian.
All right, Marco, we appreciate your being on hold. We appreciate your telling us what your point of view is, and it was nice to hear from you. So thank you. We appreciate that very much. Evan,
They've called North Carolina for Donald Trump.
From our friend Marco in San Rafael.
This passion that he had, which is the other side of this issue we've been talking about with this immigration issue, which is that,
Let's go over to Holman.
I've lived through another.
Is the one that keeps getting away for Democrats. Barack Obama carried it by 30,000 votes in 2008. It has been heavily targeted every election since, and Democrats continue to fall short. Remember, Josh Stein, the Democrat, won the sitting attorney general, won the governor's race, but enough split ticket voting. We feel comfortable saying Trump's going to win. Harris just didn't get big enough margins in the research triangle around Raleigh and around Charlotte. And Trump did really well in all of Western North Carolina. Turnout was high despite Hurricane Helene. This is Asheville, which is a Democratic stronghold. And the Harris not getting the number of African American votes that she needed in some of the more predominantly African American counties, and that's going to go ahead and make the difference. With more than 90% of the vote in, you can see it's about 130,000 vote margin.
Thanks so much, James. Rhonda, as we look at our exit polls and drill down into North Carolina,
What up, Walter?
you can look at how different racial
Welcome in, my friend.
voted, and white voters, 61% for Donald Trump. Black voters, 87% for Kamala Harris. The question, though, is turnout. How did people ultimately turn out?
Yeah, and it's notable also to see that there was definitely some ticket splitting action in here. We were able to call the race for the Democratic governor-elect, and now this state goes to Trump. So it was in play when Harris was at the top of the ticket, when she became the nominee. That's when things sort of tightened up. She did a lot of campaigning there, but just wasn't able to bring things through there in North Carolina. I spoke to a researcher on ticket splitting because I felt like we would see that a lot in this election, and we've seen it play out a little bit. And one of the interesting things he told me is that those who split their ticket are often low information voters. Those are folks who
I can imagine
seeking information about policy on one of the candidates. They either like the name recognition or they're familiar with them, but they're not going to do a deep dive. I thought that was interesting. So again, it looks like a place that Donald Trump, apparently his messaging worked well there, despite even having a problematic gubernatorial Republican candidate. That's where we're at right now.
It's insane.
James, what else stands out to you in terms of
The
exit
Democratic
polls
governor
in
won
North Carolina?
handily.
Look at the picture nationally for how voters are weighing in on Trump versus Harris.
Well, check this out. Look at the raw data. Here's 2024. Trump 50.
The ballot dumps again. That never happened in the first
This is the
place.
2020 map. Trump 50.7%. So when I talk about 2020 deja vu, it was a coin flip, and in 2020 the coin flip pretty narrowly went Joe Biden's way, and it's still a coin flip in the air, and it could end up going back Donald Trump's way. Too soon to say, but it's pretty remarkable that he has the exact same vote share 4 years later, despite everything that's gone on.
Can you check in with Georgia for us, James, and show us what we know about that state?
Yeah, I mean, it continues. This is the 2020 map. 91% of the vote in, same amount as North Carolina. Trump has opened up a meaningful lead. He's up about 130-some thousand votes, and most of the blue blob, as it's called, around Atlanta is coming in. I've heard from Democratic and Republican operatives in Georgia that they think Donald Trump has a very clear edge, and that the people I'm talking to in Georgia say they would be surprised if Kamala Harris figured out a way to pull this out. I mean, what's interesting is Trump is actually getting above 50%. Chase Oliver, who is the Libertarian candidate nationally, he was the Libertarian candidate for Senate in Georgia in 2022, and that was what ended up forcing the runoff between Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. But in that election, Chase Oliver got 2%. Here you can see the Libertarian only getting 0.4%. So the third-party candidates are drawing far fewer votes than they did 4 years ago, and it's helping Trump stay above 50% in some of these swing states. And one of the big open questions is—
No, Walter, and if you believe that, you're a fucking dumbass.
College decides who's going to be president, but there is a scenario where Donald Trump could win a majority of the popular vote and the Electoral College, which highlights his sort of success in a place like Florida, but also he's overperforming in a place like California, how he did in 2020. So he's still losing the state, but doing a lot better. So unlike 2016, when Trump lost the popular vote while winning the Electoral College, he could very well win both.
So talk us through what Kamala Harris's path to victory could be at this point, James, most likely.
Yeah, so let's go to our path to 270 map. And so now we can turn North Carolina red because we've called it. So this leaves Trump with 235 electoral votes. You ask, what is Harris's path? The easiest path for Harris—
You tell me, where did you hear that they brought in a bunch of ballots in the middle of the night last time?
And boom, she's at 270. The alternative path is she wins Nevada, where Democrats have had a really good run there for a few years, and then she can, if she finds a way to pull out Arizona, and she wins Pennsylvania, she's still short, and so then she has to win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Georgia, and any of those three would put her over the top. On the other hand, Trump, now that he's won North Carolina, if he manages to win Pennsylvania, he's at 254, and that means that Georgia puts him at 270. So he could just win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and then he could lose Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. So both candidates still have paths. Harris really needs to win at least two of the three blue wall states to have any chance of staying in this.
All right, let's go to Leanne Caldwell, who's at the Trump campaign event.
Well, there were a lot more mail-in ballots
So
last
Leanne,
time because of the pandemic.
Update us on what the energy there is like as North Carolina's called for Donald Trump, and he sees some good signs in other competitive states.
Yeah, that's right, Libby. So they just announced in the room that Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina, and that has sent the crowd erupting in cheers. Obviously, this is a state that Donald Trump had won in 2020, so important for him to win again. But that's just one of the many race calls that have been coming through the loudspeakers on the big screen that the crowd has been excited about. Most of those are Republican states that Trump was expected to win, but the energy is palpable. And one thing that we're learning is that House Speaker Mike Johnson is in his home district of Louisiana. He is now going to fly here to Palm Beach to join Donald Trump tonight.
Must be feeling good about it then.
Eventually here at the convention center in West Palm Beach. I'm also told that Elise Stefanik, the fourth-ranking Republican in the House of Representatives, she just won her re-election in upstate New York, and she is also going to come here.
He's going to fly down.
Of course, if Donald Trump wins the election,
Mar-a-Lago.
Rumors about Stefanik wanting to join the Trump cabinet. Of course, he has to win that first, but she has been a huge ally of Donald Trump's. There's other members of Congress who are already in Palm Beach at Mar-a-Lago, including Matt Gaetz, including Tom Emmer, the number 2 or number 3.
We really will have RFK.
At this point, are
like the National Institutes of Health.
Even though it's still relatively early and there are more results that happen.
I was working, but I watched the rallies. I watched both the Trump rallies, the J.D. Vance, the Kamala Harris, and the Waltz. rallies. And that helped me to come to the conclusions, the meanness, the vileness of Trump. Ooh.
Virginia has gone to
How
Harris.
did you vote in the Senate race there, Gloria? Between Alyssa
voted
Slotkin?
straight Democratic.
Straight Democratic? Have you always voted straight Democratic?
Well, I voted for a Republican once.
I'm going to step outside real fast. I will be back shortly.
And because I felt sometimes that we take too many things for granted, all the privileges and all the things that we have. I mean, we just went through 100-year pandemic. Everything was shut down. All these containers that were at ports that the goods couldn't be brought in. We suffered some of the worst things. And just one last thing. I mean, not one last thing, but
you got to keep it close. You got to go.
Okay, but it's just I don't think realize the depth of the damage that was done by the pandemic, both to our economy and we can't serve both God and worship money.
All right. That's Gloria in Detroit. We appreciate your time this evening. Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
Another state has been called in the presidential race. New Mexico, 77% of the vote in 5 electoral votes go to Kamala Harris tonight. Let's talk about some Senate races. These have been called as well. New Mexico, Martin Heinrich is running for a 3rd term. His GOP challenger there, C-SPAN junkies will recognize that last name, Nella Domenici. She is the daughter of the late former Senator Pete Domenici, and Martin Heinrich holds on to his seat in New Mexico. Moving on to New Jersey. This is an open seat. Democrats keep it in their column tonight. Andy Kim, the Democrat, the congressman, fends off a challenge from Republican Curtis Bashaw there with 84% of the vote in. And then in California, this seat left open by the late Dianne Feinstein, Adam Schiff, along with many other Democrats running for this seat against Steve Garvey, the former baseball player, and 61% to nearly 40%, Adam Schiff is declared the winner in California. And then in Washington State, another incumbent, Maria Cantwell, the Democrat, seeking a 5th term, and the voters give her one tonight.
Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice, News of the United States. We have been listening and watching Greta go through all that. And what's your reaction?
Well, the Senate map is looking pretty good for the Republicans. We've seen that all night. A lot of these results are not that surprising, but some of these, we're waiting for all the results to come in, all the totals to come in. But some of the totals are a little closer than you would have expected. We were talking about New Jersey. We don't know what the final result will be, but that's a very blue state, and it was a strange Senate race in the sense that the senator that the current senator was convicted of a crime, all of that stuff with Menendez. Andy Kim coming in to replace him, being elected, it sounds like tonight. But that number was close, and that goes back to some of the stuff that Kirk was talking about with they're seeing sort of Republican performance all over the map, right? So I think that, Democrats are happy that they fended off some of these late challenge races that we talked about. We talked about New Mexico. Trump went down there, maybe tried to make a game of it. It didn't really happen with New Mexico. But some of these numbers are a little bit closer than Democrats, I think, would have been hoping for.
Next call tonight is from James in Norfolk, Virginia. Please go ahead, James. What's on your mind?
Well, the only thing on my mind that I really want to say is just kind of a message to everybody, because I think the one thing that is clear about this election of all is that we've had the most people in this country in a long time come out to actually vote and participate, and it has probably been one of the most divisive elections ever. As I've heard it quoted before, people don't just think of the other side as an opponent, they think of it as an enemy. So as a reminder to all of America, as long as we can still look at each other across the aisle and just kind of go have a beer with each other, I think we'll be able to survive to the next day. That's all I have to say.
Hey, James, you're down there in Norfolk. Is Jen Kiggins your congresswoman?
I believe so, sir, but I'm technically an out-of-state resident in Virginia currently.
All right, where did you vote?
I voted absentee for California.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Are you in the Navy?
Yes, sir.
There we go. Alex, Appleton, Wisconsin. Hi, Alex.
Oh, hey. Hello.
What's going on?
Yeah, I voted for Kamala Harris this year, and I voted blue every year since 2018, since I turned 18. And I'm just like, I just am so confused and so worried about the rhetoric being spread and stuff like that. Like, I just don't get, like, I know I'm up in Wisconsin, and I don't see a lot of immigrants really up here, but why is potentially, you know, Trump says that there's 25 million illegal immigrants in America, which is less than 1% of our population. You know, why is that such a huge issue? How are they actually affecting this many people in this sort of way?
Because Fox News tells them to.
I'm also just deeply concerned about just women's rights and the rights of all people in America. You know, what's next for what they plan to take away.
Hey, Alex, what do you do up there in Appleton?
I am so high right
I'm a delivery driver for UPS.
How's business?
Oh, it's been busy. It's been real busy.
Would you say the economy?
Light one up, nip one back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I mean, with the pandemic and everything like that, obviously we slowed down, or we sped up, I meant, but the economy slowed down. But like, I don't know, like, that's another thing, I guess, is like, under Trump's plan, doesn't it, like, if we take 10 minutes to think about it, isn't it, like, you know, going to tank our economy based on everything that I've seen? And also, one last thing, I apologize. With COVID, do we all just forget that COVID started in Trump's presidency and hundreds of thousands of people died because he refused to even acknowledge its existence for a while? Like, I had a cousin that passed away, you know. I'm sure millions of people had family members or a coworker or someone that was affected by this. Like, did we forget that it was his decision to not help us?
All right, we'll get an answer. We'll talk to our reporter about that in 2 seconds. One final question from me. You're somebody who drives around Appleton all day long. Are you seeing Harris, Trump signs anywhere?
I mean, that's one thing I've appreciated a lot. I mean, I live up in Appleton. It's pretty Trump up here, but just in general, I think I've seen a lot less political signs, and I guess that's kind of the way I like to see it. I guess, you know, just vote in the poll and not, you know, out in public. So thank you guys so much. I love.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for watching. We appreciate that. Let's
I think the final polls have closed.
Issues backwards, starting with the COVID issue. You mentioned this earlier. We have not discussed that issue in this campaign very much.
That's correct. It was just not a central focus of anyone. And you can think about how important it was to our election cycle in 2020 and to everybody's lives back then. The caller was very, very eloquent about speaking about that. It just never really connected with people. And there's a lot to be talked about why that is. We've done some reporting on it at Notice about why that is. But it just was not something that you hear about. You hear about the economy. It's a call to mention.
It is midnight on the East Coast, and the polls in Hawaii have closed. And Mazie Hirono is up for re-election there to the Senate. I don't think there's any issues with her, and it's favored for Kamala Harris as well. Greta Bronner, what do you want to update us with?
Let's check on some competitive House seats. The Democrats need a net gain of 4 to take over the House chamber. We could see a double flip tonight. History in the making here, and the majority runs through some of these races. Let's begin with Iowa's 1st congressional district. We've been talking about this one where the incumbent, Representative Marionette Miller Meeks, the Republican there, she's trailing the Democrat. And 4 years ago, she won this seat by 6 votes. You remember Kirk Beto told us this, not 6 points, 6 votes. Let's update you on Iowa's 3rd congressional district. This is another potential pickup here. 93% of the vote in, and the incumbent, Zach Nunn, is staying strong here. He is leading the Democratic challenger. Moving on to Colorado's 8th congressional district. This is another one that people are watching here to see if Democrats will hold on to this seat. So far, 66% of the vote in the incumbent Democrat there has.
Is that the debate that we
Moving on to
watched that had the really awesome moderators?
District 34, another competitive Senate race. The Democratic Congressman Vicente Gonzalez in a matchup with Mayra Flores, once again battling to represent this portion of South Texas. Flores, 38, briefly represented the district after she won a special election in July of 2022. At the time, Gonzalez represented a neighboring district. However, after state lawmakers redrew the state's congressional maps following the 2020 census, they ended up challenging each other there, and you can see where this vote is. It's a tight race, 79% of the vote in. Let me go to Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. This is one that folks are watching closely to see if Democrats will pick this up as part of their way to gaining net 4 seats. And you can see here that Tony Vargas, the Democrat who has challenged Don Bacon several times for this seat, has a slight edge over Don Bacon.
Looking good in this race.
Now, Vargas lost to Bacon 2 years ago by fewer than 6,000 votes. This congressional district is known as the Blue Dot. Joe Biden won this district, and it's one electoral vote by 6 points in 2020. Nebraska and Maine are the only 2 states.
We're getting down to nut cutting time, as they say.
That way, they don't do winner takes all. They dole them out by who wins congressional districts and then statewide for a couple of their electoral votes. Let's end with Alabama's 2nd district, looking at this race. Democrats were leading in polls in this district, dominated by Republicans for 60 years, until the Supreme Court ordered it to be redrawn in 2022. The district encompasses the state capital, Montgomery, and has a majority of black voters. Black vote makes up 27% of the entire state's population, and you can see there, Democrats picked up this seat in Alabama's 2nd congressional district, 98% of the vote in, according to the Associated Press.
Just gonna have to find.
Greta Bronner, thank you.
Seal.
Unfortunately, that was Evan and I are sitting here just watching you and commenting on every race that comes up, and I've completely lost my train of thought now because that was so interesting to watch her help.
The Nebraska 2 number is very interesting.
That's it.
Because that was an important dot for Democrats. But actually, when I was on the trail recently, I was speaking to a senior Democrat who had moved into a swing state after being very active in that Nebraska 2 race. And they were telling me that, they didn't feel so great about that. Bacon's a good candidate. He's been around for a while. Like they weren't feeling too strong about it. But now you're seeing these Democratic numbers look pretty good there for the Democratic challenger in that Nebraska 2. That's also an electoral vote. It's a very interesting race in the sense that that House race could directly impact the presidential election as well. And that is a good news moment for the Democrats tonight.
And I would notice that our results showed that Kamala Harris will pick up probably that one electoral vote.
Right.
Because Nebraska.
If he wins the popular vote, I'm a man of my word.
Right?
I will shave my head.
And the 2 Senate races, we got to check out the Deb Fisher race again.
I don't look bad with a shaved
Don
head.
Bacon, 83% in. He's down 3,000 votes at this point. Greta also mentioned Iowa and went through a couple of the races in Iowa.
Shave my head and grow sideburns.
But according to the presidential vote, 90% are in. Donald Trump,
just have floating
56%,
sideburns.
Kamala Harris, 42%. So that poll, that Ann Seltzer poll,
was wrong. The poll was wrong. But Ann Seltzer would say that it could be wrong. I mean, pollsters are. This is not to beat up on anybody. Pollsters do what they do, and when these races completely, it's completely over with. We will dig through and find out where the polls were wrong and where they were right. But this one, which was such an outlier, appears to be an outlier.
John is calling in from Santa Paula, California, on our Support President Trump line. John, good evening to you. How's this election season been for you?
Well, it's been stressful, I'm sure, for everybody, but I want to comment that you guys are doing a really good job tonight, and I really appreciate C-SPAN and being able to talk. And I have a comment maybe that Evan can follow up on, is one of the reasons I think Trump got so many good votes from the workers is his schedule. I mean, he outworked Kamala Harris. He was up at 7 crack of dawn every morning, working late at night for day after day after day after day. And that resonates with the working man because we all get up early, rain or shine, we got to go to work, and we got to be there. And that role model of getting up and just really pounding it out every day through everything they threw at him,
pounding it out.
Resilience and fortitude is, I think, what drew a lot of workers to Donald Trump versus somebody just in a suit coming in and saying, we'll save your jobs. But I think he really identified with the workers. And I guess my second point would be that I think the Democrats had a hard time. They made two mistakes. One, they didn't have a primary where Joe Biden could have debated, and we could have found out earlier about Joe Biden.
And Joe Biden should have stepped aside. We should have had a normal primary. That's what should have happened.
Is for 3.5 years, everybody in America knew that if you drilled for oil, prices everywhere would come down. The refusal to drill for oil, keeping inflation high, I think was the kicker for that tipped it.
All right, John, we appreciate hearing from you this evening. Truman is in Las Vegas. Truman?
Hello.
Who did you vote for, Truman?
So I'm a libertarian, and we did not have a viable candidate this year, but my companion here did vote, and she's a registered Republican.
So for whom did she vote?
For whom did she vote? Trump.
All right. Did your companion vote early?
No, she voted just within the last 3 days. She's a senior citizen in here in Las Vegas. Part of the reason why her selected candidate was Trump is that it's not tenable to do any of the expected things that people normally do to participate in civil society. She's retired from the court system here, and the courts are locked jammed. Like, everything is difficult to just manage for her. So I think that part of her decision making was based on just wanting to get back to normal.
Truman, what do you
Stability.
do? What do you do in Vegas?
I'm a consultant. I'm just visiting, but we have been cruising through the networks, and I said, hey, let's turn it on C-SPAN. We were just fatigued with all of the just abysmal pontification and back and forth and this and that, and it's just so regular and
you should watch the Troll Patrol.
And you look great. I remember you from Brian Williams when you first began hosting. You look awesome. Just glad C-SPAN is available for us.
Okay, that's Truman in Las Vegas. We appreciate your calling in. Appreciate your staying with us. Nice thing about C-SPAN.
What are you consulting on, ma'am?
Analysis with no spin. We get all the speeches, and most importantly, we get to hear your voices. Paul in Baltimore. Hi, Paul.
Hi.
What's on your mind?
Well, I voted for Kamala Harris, and I'll only give my opinion, okay?
Give it.
I struggle to think of anybody that I wouldn't vote against Trump for because he's a sociopath. I get that back in 2016 he was an outsider and people could project their hopes and insecurities onto him, and America gave him a chance. And what we got was 4 years of toxicity capped off by anti-democratic violence. And so all I can say when I see Harris's path narrowing is that if Trump wins, if voters put this creep back in the White House, they shouldn't be surprised about what's coming to them.
That's Paul in Baltimore. Okay. Evan McMorris.
The fuck does that mean?
NOTUS, News of the United States.
.org.
.org. There you go. It's a .org.
Did he just sing HOTTOTS?
We've taken a couple of calls. We've heard some voices. What have you marked?
Wait a minute, I got it wrong. HOTTOGO.
Talked about Trump being.
You can take me hot to go.
A guy who outworked Vice President Harris, right? Up early, to bed late.
Oh, Justin is wearing down already.
Really become a huge part of this campaign. COVID was one of them we mentioned. Other things have come up. But you think about it, there was a challenge Democrats had at the beginning of the election that they had the oldest president ever to run for re-election.
I did.
That was a big challenge for them. Trump would be the oldest president ever elected.
Yes.
He gets elected. And that really has never been an issue for him in this.
Which is weird because he's
Democrats
really old and senile.
Sort of do their thing of what the media's done wrong or thing, they'll talk about that. But really, what that caller was mentioning and the way people think about, about Trump as sort of this worker bee type of guy, I think that rings really true in sort of how this age issue never really landed on him in the way it landed on, say, Biden. And I thought it was a really interesting way, very crystal clear, just how that looks, because you have basically the exact same age people running, but when it came to Trump, it just never was an issue for him.
Greta Bronner.
Elon really will be in his administration.
Yes, the Associated Press has called the U.S. Senate for Republicans. They have flipped that chamber. According to the Associated Press, they will be in control of it in January when a new Congress.
That's the worst thing because it takes Bernie out of the Budget Committee chairman position.
Nebraska, 72%.
Oh, that one is disappointing.
Hold on to her seat there, just eking out a victory compared to her previous cycles where she won by double digits. She beats out a challenge by independent Dan Osborne. Let's go to Pennsylvania and check on that battleground state in the Senate race there. Dave McCormick still has a slight lead over incumbent Senator Bob Casey, 85% of the vote in. Moving on to
They picked Casey off.
the open seat there. Mike Rogers also in the lead over the Democrats.
Wow, that one's surprising.
48% of the vote in Michigan. And then in Wisconsin, we're watching this race. Tammy Baldwin seeking a third term right now.
Oh my God, it's going to be a blowout.
From doing that, but it's very tight, 78% of the vote in. Let's go on to Arizona and that open seat. Republicans are hoping to pick this up. Democrats want it to stay in their column. Kirsten Sinema, the Democrat turned independent, caucused with them. Ruben Gallego is in the lead over Carrie Lake, 50% of the vote is in. Montana, Democrats have been eyeing this seat this whole election cycle.
Republicans.
15% of the
wow,
vote in.
it's only 15% in.
Republican leading incumbent Senator John Tester. And then let's end with Texas. This is Ted Cruz, as we said, was the victor tonight over Colin Allred. 86% of the vote in, and look, he won by 10 percentage points. That'll change as more votes come in, but right now, a 10-point win for Senator Ted Cruz. Peter?
And Ted Cruz recently came out to his supporters and
He came out to his supporters?
Here he is.
I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought.
Guys, did you guys hear that? He came out to his supporters.
And I want to say to all of
I think I'm supposed to hit a content warning before Ted Cruz comes on the screen.
my word that I will fight for you, for your jobs, for your safety, and for your constitutional rights.
This is a man that deserves a titty slap.
But tonight, the people of Texas have spoken. And their message rings clear as a bell across our great state.
Somebody milkshake this man.
Remain Texas. You know, the media were ready to write off Texas. And Chuck Schumer poured in more than $100 million to our state.
Who was gay shaming?
Well, I want to say thank you, Chuck.
I'm going to give you the
And I
blowjob
hope we win a
right
few more Senate
then I
seats tonight
want
because you
you to
wasted so much money in Texas. They deployed every trick, every lie, and every Hollywood celebrity they could find. Chuck Schumer tried to buy this Senate seat like it was a piece of Manhattan real estate. But he learned what we've always known, that Texas isn't for sale.
It's amazing they keep re-electing this dude. So we're going to go over to Washington Post with Holman.
So we have our Post Pulse working, which we're really proud of, and pulls in lots of demographic data, really goes into the precinct level, compares to 2020 results, what we're seeing in other states. Very sophisticated model. And right now in Michigan, just to give you a sense of 2020 deja vu, you can see, look at this. The forecast is 50% Trump, 50% Harris, a tie. And the more that results come in, the closer the race gets. It's really remarkable. A little different in Wisconsin, but still really within the margin of error. Our current forecast is Trump at 52% of the vote, but you can see the range of potential outcomes here. So there's a way that Harris clearly could still win, and for Trump, and then the final blue wall state, the biggest prize of them all, also just neck and neck, tight as a tick. Our forecast shows 51% for Trump, 49% for Harris. You can see the bands are slightly separate. Again, you'd rather be Trump than Harris. This is going to be really close. But Trump seems to have the slight edge at this hour.
Rhonda, when you see those numbers, what is on your mind?
Well, it's as Leanne described, it's as JM described, that both campaigns are having, a different night. I think with the Harris campaign, I would assume that they would have figured that it would go down to the wire like this, but it's different to feel it. So it is interesting to hear about, the music going in and out, how it feels a little deflated right now. But as James pointed out, we're still neck and neck in some of the last key remaining states. So we're just waiting to see. But again, I'm going back to what polling has been telling us for more than a year, that this was always going to be tight, and this was always going to come down to handful of votes. So that's where we're at.
Rich Matthews is in North Carolina, where Donald Trump won the state's 16 electoral votes. Rich, Democrats thought they might be able to flip this state, but couldn't ultimately pull it out. Tell us more.
Important to mention that that Donald Trump thought this state was in play as well. That's why his campaign was here every
DJ Dub, thank you for the resub.
Don't do that unless you think either you can lose the state or win the state. So I will say, though, it is still North Carolina, despite everybody saying it was in play, it's not a purple state when it comes to presidential politics. The only Democrat to win here this century was Barack Obama, and that was back in 2008, where he won 49.7% to 49.3%. So not a big win at all, and that's the only Democratic victory in a presidential race here since.
Nigga, welcome in.
And he also
thank you for the kind words.
Failed to win in 2012, his second attempt. Now, I just spoke to the Wake County Republican chair, and she talked.
We're at 6.5 hours now.
Philosophy that
really starting to feel it.
Used in the ground game here, and it is interesting. She told me that they really heavily only targeted low propensity Republican voters. Everyone knew that they needed a couple thousand or a few thousand more votes to lock this thing up for Donald Trump. And they felt like rather than go try to reach across the aisle and convince Democrat voters to vote for Trump, which would be a hard sell with some of his policies, they decided to not focus
Slotkin down.
in this state, of which there are a lot.
Tester down.
Instead, they just wanted to kind of, for lack of a better term, wake up those
Still a lot of vote to be counted, but not looking good.
hadn't voted in recent years, and that they felt like was where they would get.
Let's go over to C-SPAN, where we have Adam Schiff giving his victory speech.
Entrepreneurs who turned their passion into successful small businesses that have lifted up their communities. In Salinas, I heard from farm workers who toiled in the fields from sunrise to sundown, rain or shine, to ensure that families across the country had food on their tables. In Oakland, I felt the joy and energy of an early morning service at the Allen Temple Baptist Church. In Merced, I sat down with college students and heard about the careers they were building for themselves. In Lakewood, I saw firsthand the hard and rewarding labor of child care providers. I witnessed their patience, their kindness, and the love that they bring to their work. Our state has its struggles, like every state, but none
Honestly, Mox, Brown was such a good senator.
golden state, and we get big things done. And my promise to you is that I'm going to deliver on day one, week one, year one.
Enjoy, Torchy.
For this amazing
Hopefully you come back to some good news at some point in time.
that we cannot overcome. We leave no community behind. We do not stop. We do not rest until all our
We
citizens
could add Katie Porter or Barbara Lee. Both would have been fantastic.
clean air to breathe, safe neighborhoods to raise their children, good hospitals, clinics, and health care, and the best public schools in the world. In pursuit of this dream for all our people, I will not rest, California. In the Senate, I will be a champion and voice for all Californians, whether you voted for me or not, whether you live in the big city or a small county, whether you grew up here or came to America searching for a better life. We are going to build more affordable housing so that you aren't forced to choose between your rent and putting food on the table. We are going to ensure that our fellow neighbors do
Putting
not
food on your
on
family.
the street. We are going to help hardworking families by lowering costs. We are going to fight tooth and nail to protect abortion access and defend democracy and our freedoms. We are going to bring resources and jobs back to the Golden State to create opportunity for all Californians. We're going to fight on behalf of our dream workers, our farm workers, our immigrant families, so they no longer have to live in the shadows. We are going to protect our planet, fight climate change, and bring good-paying green jobs here to California. It is a big task, I know, but we can do it because we are going to do it together. I am determined to fight every single day on behalf of this great state and its great people, and I am so thankful for your trust and your support, and I can't wait.
Chris, good evening, my friend. Welcome in.
Together.
You deserve a titty slap.
I want to thank my incredible wife, Eve, and yes, we are Adam and Eve.
Adam and Eve, like the porn store.
My kids, Lexi and Eli. Lexi's boyfriend, Eric, gets a shout out. My brother, Daniel, and his wife, Amy. My brother, David, and his family. My nieces and my nephews, and of course, the one the world revolves around, baby Maya. I could not have done this without your endless love and support, and it's so wonderful to get to celebrate with you tonight. Eve, I don't know where to begin, but this Adam would be lost without this Eve. I love you, and I'm grateful to you for your strength and love. Lexi and Eli, Being your dad is my favorite job in the world. I love you and I am so proud of you. And I also want to acknowledge my mother and father, Cheryl and Ed Schiff. While they're no longer with us, I wouldn't be standing here but for their love and guidance and support. My father lived to be 96. He passed earlier this year. And I so wish he could be here with us tonight. Dad, give Mom a hug and tell her I hope she's still not upset with me.
Oh, he's still talking.
I also want to thank every volunteer and supporter who made calls, sent texts, knocked on doors, and chipped in a few bucks, because your hard work not only made this Senate race possible, but you.
Sorry, I'm just like slapping down my cup and shit because I'm tired.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Kadem. Sounds like some white kid's name. Kadem.
Pelosi, the greatest of all time, the most incredible speaker in our history, for her friendship, her mentorship, her leadership. There was no one who.
If there was something more interesting on Washington Post, I would have already switched over.
Pelosi, and I thank you. We set out to build a large.
We've got some fun shit we're going to do here in a little bit.
And I think we hit the mark. To my wonderful.
We're going to have to try to liven this party up.
You are all
and Adam Schiff is certainly not doing the trick.
Countless hours, nights, weekends to this effort, and this victory is also yours. To my wonderful, wonderful constituents in the 30th Congressional District who have supported me for over 25 years, I cannot thank you enough for your confidence and the honor of representing you.
No, Kadem.
Served you well and made you proud. And to my new constituents all over the state,
he's 4 now. He's getting ready to start school.
being a champion for every Californian in every corner of this wonderful state. California, I thank you for your trust.
God, this motherfucker talks about California more than Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Now, let's get to work. Thank you, California. Thank you, everyone. God bless this state and country. Thank you so much.
Might as well be a Red Hot Chili Peppers song.
That's the new senator-elect from California, Adam Schiff, who defeated former L.A. Dodger Steve Garvey in the Senate race there.
Steve Garvey was wild.
And now, live.
I mean, we're gonna have a Republican in the Senate. I kind of I would have loved to have had Steve Garvey.
Headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And on your right, in West Palm Beach, Florida. At
I know everybody looks anxious.
The Trump crowd.
I don't think either side looks very confident.
Supporters there milling around. We will go live, of course, to both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump if and when they speak to their groups. It is 12:30 here on the East Coast, and 2/3 of the states have been called, and Greta Bronner has some more results for us.
Well, check
it sure is anonymously.
New York House races. The path to the majority runs through these New York races and California races. Let's start with some called races. This is the first district in New York. 98% of the votes in. Nick LaLota who's seeking his second term, is going to do so in the next Congress. John Avlon, CNN political analyst, ran for this seat and is unable to unseat LaLota tonight. Moving on to New York's 18th congressional district. This seat is represented by Democrat Pat Ryan, and he
92% chance of winning
next year. Moving on to New York's 22nd district, Republican Brandon Williams loses tonight. He's serving in his first term, and he loses tonight to his Democratic challenger there. These are the other New York races.
Yeah, it looks like the Democrats are on track to
New York third race, the district
take control of the House.
By a Democrat there who won a special election. This is to fill the disgraced Congressman George Santos.
I mean, would it be as funny as the we saw after 2020 from the dumb fuck MAGA people?
Of the votes in And moving on to New York's 4th congressional district, it's represented by the 4th congressional district, represented by.
I mean, I got so much content out of that.
D'Esposito, who prior to electing to office was a detective in the NYPD. He had some controversy in the closing days, a scandal in the closing days of this election. He's hanging on right now, the Democrat leading him with 98% of the vote in. And then two more New York races. The 17th congressional district is also a competitive race. Mike Lawler,
Mondare Jones going to get taken out.
Who in his first term worked in political communications and worked for Republican elected officials before being elected to the state assembly in 2021. His campaign also found controversy this election cycle. And
Walter, my friend, Rudy Giuliani booked a press conference
at New York 19th congressional
at the Four Seasons Total Landscaping.
Mark Molinaro serving his first term.
You remember he had the hair dyed during the one press conference. He farted during a court appearance.
The votes in. So
that's just Rudy Giuliani. That's not even getting into Sidney Powell, all the other chuckle fucks that were all around Trump.
From Michigan, the Democratic nominee for Senate is out speaking. Let's listen in.
What's she got to say? She ain't winning right now.
My biggest champion in this race, and that's Debbie Stabenow, Senator Debbie Stabenow. She is the definition of pure Michigan.
I don't want to listen to Slotkin right now.
Serving the state at the local, state, and federal level.
We're going to go over to Holman.
So far, it's been a good night for Republicans. Give us a sense of the latest.
So let's look at Pennsylvania, the biggest, most crucial prize in the presidential and a neck-and-neck Senate race. Erie is considered really like the bellwether. It's only 2% of the population of the state, but it does tend to move with the electorate. Donald Trump won it in 2016. Obama won it in 12. Biden flipped it back in 20. And tonight, with almost all of the votes counted, Trump is going to win it. Only by 2,000 votes. And that might end up mirroring what we see statewide, which is a very close race, but Trump on top. And so that, I think, is a very telling bellwether. The other bellwether that people had been focusing on was Lackawanna County. This is noteworthy because it's the home of Scranton, which is Joe Biden's original hometown. Biden went and campaigned there over the weekend. There was a lot of effort by Democrats to hold it. And Harris came out on top, but not that much. She's narrowly winning by about 3,000 votes. And so, I mean, those two bellwethers highlight really a divided state. And when you look statewide, you can see, still neck and neck, but Trump has a bigger lead right now over Harris than he did certainly in 2016 and than he ever did in 2020. But we're still waiting for more votes from the 4 collar counties around Philadelphia. And if that is the vote that's still out, it could mean that Harris still has a path. You can look at our latest post-Pulse model from Pennsylvania, which shows Trump forecasted to get 51%, Harris 49%, and you can see those bands. It looks like Trump is on track for maintaining a narrow lead, but we're just really watching to see the margins that come in really the Philly suburbs. I mean, if you look at Allegheny County, that's where Pittsburgh is. Harris underperforming what Biden did, and Trump overperforming how he did in sort of the what still remain Republican exurbs. Butler County, which is where Trump got shot at, hit in the ear. He's getting 66% of the vote. In Beaver County, where I went and interviewed a bunch of voters a few weeks ago, Trump is polling slightly better than he did in 2020. So Trump is getting strong turnout outside of Pittsburgh. And then in Allegheny proper. I mean, Kamala Harris is 94% of the vote is in. This is counted much faster than 4 years ago, where Allegheny took a really long time. We waited days and days for results. So this cushion that Harris has from the second most populous county in the state is already counting against her vote total here. So, it's still neck and neck, and I'll send it back to you.
Thanks, James. Let's go to J.M. Rieger, who's at the...
Once we get some more results, but that is interesting.
Looking at how people with different levels of education voted across the country, the exit polls show that people who are
We did a little time warp there.
Kamala Harris, 57% to 40%. No college degree broke for Donald Trump, 54% to 44%.
Brother, you're like talking about meltdowns, and like nothing can top
That's similar. I'm also
fucking January 6th and all the meltdowns that the MAGAs had.
elections.
Fucking Rudy Giuliani had to sell all his shit
Low
for
propensity
his 2020 shenanigans.
a college degree.
That's fucking funny. I don't. What are the Rachel Maddow types gonna do?
Seeking out, policy or anything like that. They're not active.
You're gonna take some pictures of some women that you think
Once we have
are funny looking and make memes of them.
out for Trump or Harris.
All right, we are watching to see how the campaign...
Meanwhile, we're gonna watch Trump make a fucking fool of himself because he's a senile old man
So,
who has lost all his faculties.
question of
If he wins,
states like Pennsylvania are.
there's still vote to be counted.
We've talked about how Kamala Harris needs to hit that blue wall because she's lost North Carolina. What are you watching?
Yeah, that's a fucking meltdown.
Needs to break for her to find a path to victory.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Like
know
right wingers are fucking
other
morons.
races where you can just divide it up on which groups outvoted the other. I think this was a turnout game, and that's what it will be in the end, is how many people turned out, not what types of people. So that's what I'm looking at, really, is the whole...
Yeah, they probably won't let Trump last very long, and they'll put J.D. Vance in place.
Messages worked mostly with them, but then again, most states are...
Oh yeah, January 6th was
The message that
staged.
you have in Pittsburgh
Fuck.
may not work in Philadelphia. That message in Philadelphia isn't going to work.
That
with
makes perfect sense.
And the sources of people's media.
Even though, like, I can show you all the court cases, I can show you the hardcore Trump supporters that have been prosecuted for their participation.
It does show you that even though there is micro-targeting where campaigns can kind of funnel down who they need to talk to, what doors to knock on, even that
Yeah, what left-wingers?
I mean, when it comes to states being as diverse as they are, and every message may not work at each corner of each state.
So, Rhonda, as we...
Let's go back to C-SPAN.
Reporters in those states, beginning with Jonathan Martin, just focusing on Pennsylvania here. He put this on X a little after midnight. Bellwether, Northampton County, Pennsylvania, and Lehigh Valley. Biden won by a hair. Harris is down 5 points with 90% of the vote in. And then this is from the Philadelphia Inquirer, again around midnight. Former President Donald Trump is exceeding his 2020 vote shares in rural and Rust Belt areas across Pennsylvania.
It doesn't make any sense.
On his 2020 vote share in 35 of the 36 counties, with 95% or more of the vote counted as of 11 p.m. Eastern Time. If you want to dig into these counties in Pennsylvania, go to our website, cspan.org/results. Click on the state that you want to focus on. It will bring it up, and you'll be able to see the votes being tabulated in real time in these counties. Peter?
To add to what Greta said, that QR code in the far left corner of your screen, just put your phone at that and that'll take you right to that results. This map is in real time. It's pretty fantastic if you like to track this type of stuff. Cedric Richmond is due to speak for Kamala Harris shortly at Howard University.
I don't understand how he was a failed presidency.
Once that
by all metrics, he was a successful president.
Well, Melinda in Salida, California.
Like, I don't fucking get it.
How'd you vote?
Well, it's looking positive when I see some of these results. I voted for Trump, and my purpose for calling in is to mention a few things that in response to.
It was like when I was talking to the dude last night. He mentioned the child tax credit that was under
in reference
Biden.
To Trump. I wanted to clear those up, but I first wanted to. I think the gentleman with you is named Evan. Is that right?
Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice, notus.org. He had to leave, and unfortunately, so we had to say goodbye to Evan, and so that's the situation.
Well, I wanted to compliment him.
Did he let it expire, or was that a
for his comment about
Joe Manchin thing?
Mental stability as far as his aging, because so many times people judge people simply by age, and I have to say that my mother was 95 and a half and still had all of her mental faculties when she passed away from other circumstances. So
Melinda, why are you
age is sometimes chronicle.
Why are you a supporter of President Trump?
I'm a supporter because I believe in a lot of his tactics as far as dealings with foreigners. I know that I wanted to comment in reply to a statement made by a gentleman earlier today about that man worrying about how he befriends.
And we're going to leave it right there, Melinda. I apologize.
Cut Melinda off.
Live at Howard University for Kamala Harris.
Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for
Did you see how many flags Trump had, though?
promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters,
you just fell out of a coconut
but to
tree?
address the nation.
No, she should have come out and said something.
Even you, may God bless you, may God keep you, and go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
She should have come out and said something to the crowd.
On behalf of the Harris campaign, you heard what he had to say about Kamala Harris not coming out tonight to speak to the audience. We have not heard yet from West Palm Beach, which is the Trump-Vance headquarters down there. Once we do, we will go live. There's a live picture of West Palm Beach Convention Center. Let's go back to your voices. Matt is in New York State in Canada. Matt, help me with the name of your city, please.
Hello. So my name is Matt Bodo. I'm calling from upstate New York right now, even though I lived in Alaska for a while. I've called in Pizza Man before. I'm just I'm a professional musician who travels around the country, and I work with the Vermin Supreme campaign. And it's for
the Vermin Supreme campaign.
The guy who wears like the boot on his head and goes around.
We meet him every 4 years in New Hampshire.
Okay, yeah. So I've played concerts with him. Like I played piano in the background with him and stuff, and he paid me about $3. but the bigger issue right now going on right now is like the divisiveness of this country, because I'm an Eagle Scout, and I care about America, and the ridiculousness of politics right now and stuff is basically through Donald Trump and the internet and everything else. And the best way to overthrow American democracy is by voting for the most illegitimate candidate and promoting the most illegitimate candidate, which turned out to be Donald Trump. Even though Vermin Supreme took blame for, paving the way for meme candidates and all this other stuff.
Hey, Matt, thanks for checking in with us. We appreciate it. Greta Brawner, what do you got?
Cut Matt off.
We want to check in on some competitive House races
Greta.
with Michigan's 7th district. This is
We're going to go over to Holman for a second.
She's running for Senate, as you all know. Democrat Curtis Hurdle and Republican.
I mean, that didn't sound very upbeat to me. That sounded like a guy who was pained and trying to put on a brave face. The Harris folks aren't feeling great. And this does sort of have this feels a lot more like 2016 right now at this hour than 2020. That speech that Cedric just gave felt a lot like what John Podesta said at the Javits Center in 2016, as Hillary Clinton also watched the 3 blue wall states sort of move in a place where she might not be able to grasp them anymore. And the path is getting narrower. We haven't made any other race calls in any of the 7 big states since North Carolina, but I mean, things are looking very good for Trump in Georgia. There is some path for Harris, but this is a pretty big margin to overcome based on the vote that's been reported. And then right now, in the 3 blue wall states, Trump is above 50% in all 3. We're still waiting for some suburban and urban vote, but you can see that Trump is kind of meaningfully ahead across all 3 blue wall states. And if he wins 2 of the 3 blue wall states, she really cannot win the presidency.
So, Rhonda, when you see those numbers, what are you still watching for tonight?
Just some more firm details. I think that's what everybody is watching for tonight. I will say, this is something that I was saying before we went to Cedric Richmond, is one of the reasons why you see, a crowd deflated, and I'm basing this on the reporting I've done through the year, is that a lot of Democratic supporters felt this was a personal race. This was not we'll wake up tomorrow morning and, whatever happens, happens. A lot of people see Donald Trump as a threat, and seeing him return is a personal blow to them. So I am not surprised about.
Let's go back to C-SPAN, do calls.
The last hour.
And then just a lot of our county elections as well.
Oh, did some Democrats pick up seats in the county?
Not in our county right now. Our county is one of the last ones to report, so we're still waiting on what's happening here. But just over the years, we've been a little bit leaning left in a lot of our elections, so we're hoping that we can get a little bit of a better.
Chris, you have a new governor and a new senator in Utah, don't you?
Yeah, Governor Cox this is his second term running, so personally not my favorite first pick for governor.
You say the corporate state, yet it was the Biden administration that launched antitrust action against Google. It was the Biden administration that sided with workers on the NLRB.
She's been pretty good. A few things that I personally disagree with, but she's been pretty good. She represents
corporate America hated Lena Khan,
which is where I'm from, and so hopefully this next term for her will be positive.
That's Chris in St. George, Utah. I think he was speaking about a state senator. I'm not the new national senator for Utah, which will.
I'll be getting
Angel in
something from the McCormick campaign.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
We're listening. Please go ahead.
All right. So, before I start, I just want to say thank you for doing the reporting until 3 a.m. That's really amazing. But anyways, I've been watching and keeping track of the election since 4 in the afternoon for an assignment for my EP government class, and I'm a newly registered voter. And I had a conversation with my professor, Melissa, recently, and right now I'm doing an assignment from C-SPAN classroom, and I'm glad on my decision for supporting Kamala because she has great views on abortion rights, and I believe that women in the country should have a choice on their body, as well as with her tax plan, because with Trump, he only cares about the wealthy, and it's time for to make history in the U.S. with Kamala.
Angel, where do you go to school? Who is your professor?
I go to Jose Marti STEM Academy, and my teacher is Matthew Malizia.
Is that a high school?
Yes.
Is it in Union City?
Putting his teacher on blast.
And what exactly was the assignment?
Right now, we have to take notes on the entire election. So it's the title of the assignment, 2024 election night, what to expect. We've been looking at like previous elections, learning about the different swing states, especially the swing states, because there's a focus on Pennsylvania right now, because it's pretty much the deciding factor in the election.
Okay. What have you learned watching election night tonight on C-SPAN?
Definitely about how there's a blue shift and a red mirage and vice versa. How at first, it could be leaning toward one party, but then, after time passes, it switches to another. And that's really important since, Harris is at 220 and Trump is at 230 right now.
Have you looked
I wrote in Biden.
.org/results on your computer or your phone?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now.
Have you used the map?
Yes.
What do you think?
I think it's very amazing. I like how you guys show how the districts are voting, and it provides a lot of insight.
Angel, we really appreciate you watching C-SPAN. Please tell your teacher thanks for her assignment, and keep up the good work.
The teacher assigned him to watch C-SPAN until 1 in the morning.
The Associated Press earlier tonight calling the U.S. Senate for Republicans. That party will seize control of the upper chamber for the first time in 4 years. The Democrats had a less favorable map. They had to defend 23 seats while Republicans were defending 11. There were, though, a number of safe incumbent Senate seats, and we want to go through them right now. Let's start with the state of Connecticut. Senator Chris Murphy running for...
We can go back and listen to
check mark next to
David McCormick.
Hawaii, there
is an understatement. She is, this is
Poo Sama.
together
Welcome in. I didn't believe you were real.
to try to do. It was a mountain to climb, and none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina. And now I want to just ask the question, who's ready to save America?
Amy Klobuchar declared the winner in Minnesota.
We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over.
I don't remember what you have a command on my channel.
We've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it's
Prometheus said it.
in a very good direction.
I think it might have just been, it might have been poo.
And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer. Two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that
I guess this is the senator-elect from Pennsylvania.
for every single Pennsylvanian and every single American. And we need new leadership. We need new leadership in the Senate to make sure that every single kid in Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it. And so, listen.
That fucking smile. It's smarmy.
Results will be finalized. And when they are, we will look forward to a new agenda, a new America. And we'll look back on this day today and we'll say that was the day that we turned the corner. That was the day that we had new leadership in Pennsylvania. That was the day that we got our country back on track. And, some of you know, I think most of you probably know, I had the opportunity to go to West Point, and my brother went to West Point, and my mom and dad went with us to West Point for 8 years in a row. and they hadn't gone back for 35 years.
Nobody gives a shit about West Point.
Last fall, and with Dina's parents as well, and we walked past the MacArthur statue, and it has a very famous
Do you think Trump actually uses his own cell phone?
duty on our country.
Do you think he's the one tweeting
Hallowed words reverently
or
dictate
truthing now?
what you can be, what you will be. They are your rallying point to build courage when courage seems to fail, to regain faith when there seems little cause for faith, and to create hope when hope becomes forlorn. And that makes sense to me because this is a moment where we don't have enough leaders showing courage. This is a moment where Americans are losing faith. This is a moment where America is losing hope. But we can turn that page. We can look forward. We can have an America that works for everybody. It starts now. It starts with this election. It starts right here in Pennsylvania. And so, from the bottom of our hearts, we have been so honored to campaign across Pennsylvania. 450 visits in every little town and every city. And the people we've met along the way have given us hope. They've given us faith. They've given us courage to want to represent and serve the great people of our Commonwealth. It'll be the honor of our lifetimes. Thank you very much.
I don't need Brooks and Dunn on my ass.
Happy tonight. Now that race has not been called, and you heard him say that they're going to wait for the votes to come in as is appropriate. But it is a good night for Dave McCormick right now, Rhonda.
It is. It is. And, you know, while we're still waiting for some details out of this race, as well as others, it does appear that Republicans are feeling confident that they might have a Senate majority. Again, we have not called that. But from the Republicans I'm hearing from in my email, there is an appearance to them that they may have a majority.
Yeah, they're feeling good. James, let's talk more about what we're seeing in the races for the Senate.
Yeah, let's talk about Pennsylvania just because McCormick was just on. Bob Casey is getting 47.9% of the vote, which is the exact same vote share that Kamala Harris is getting right now with 89% of the vote in. It really is a remarkable testament to what I think we're seeing today, which is the anti-incumbent mood in the country. The fundamentals really just favored the GOP. More than 70% of the country says that we're on the wrong track. Joe Biden's approval rating is below 40%. People feel like they're worse off economically than they were 4 years ago. And those strong headwinds mean that someone like Bob Casey, who was elected in 2006 to the Senate, but as you noted, his father served as governor. He held statewide office for a decade before he went to the Senate. He is getting punished with what is an anti-incumbent mood. You're even seeing it in Nebraska, where Deb Fischer, the Republican incumbent, faced an unexpectedly tough, hard-fought fight from an independent. And that incumbent disadvantage is really hurting Democrats across the industrial Midwest. And it is why Republicans are potentially in a position to end up with 54 Senate seats if things break their way at the end of the day.
All right, let's go to J.M. Rieger, who's been covering the Harris campaign for these many weeks. J.M., you are there now, still at Howard University. Talk to us about what we know tonight.
Yeah, Libby. Cedric Richmond, a senior campaign advisor, spoke a short while ago here and said that they would not be hearing from the vice president tonight, they being the rally goers, the attendees, those tuning in. And the crowd had already started to thin out headed into those remarks, especially in the bleacher areas. And now it is all but entirely empty here. The music stopped a short while ago and had been blasted.
Well, that's not a good sign.
We're only a few feet away from the speakers, so some of our viewers who have been with us for a while, I'm sure, heard.
C-SPAN got a shot of the Trump setup over here. That's a lot of flags.
Dramatic and possible, but still, I think that even with the two-party system, that both sides could have articulated a more humane policy in Gaza. I think about the smirk of Matthew Miller at the State Department
I think about the complacence of Jake Sullivan in the White House. Middle East has been quietest.
John in Washington, D.C., thanks for watching. Thanks for calling. Greta Bronner, do you have an update for us?
Yep, on the Keystone State, Peter. Let's look at Pennsylvania here. 90% of the votes are in.
Damn.
Donald Trump is still leading Kamala Harris there. Cook Political Report with this update just before 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Which way will Pennsylvania fall? Erie County, an iconic bellwether that went Obama, Trump, Biden, has Trump winning by 1.5 points with almost all the vote in. Go to cspan.org/results. Go to the Pennsylvania, click on the state of Pennsylvania, Erie County, up in the left corner, there it is, and watch this county. Cook Political Report calling it a bellwether for the state of Pennsylvania. You can see it's trending red right now. The Cook Political Report says this also about Pennsylvania. The same is true for Northampton County, another historic bellwether, and Trump leads there by 5. Again, go to the map, cspan.org/results. Use the QR code in the lower left hand of your screen to get there, and you can follow along as we continue to watch Pennsylvania.
The Senate has been called for Republicans, with Republicans picking up at least 2 seats in West Virginia and in Ohio, and looking favorable for a couple of other seats for the Republicans. The House, too early to call. Who controls that? The Democrats only needed to pick up 4 seats to gain control of the House of Representatives. That's too early to call. The presidency, of course, also too early.
Which cat you want?
About 20 minutes ago, we heard from Cedric Richmond, who worked
at Smoky Handy.
on the Harris campaign, said we would not be hearing from Kamala Harris at Howard University tonight, which is where she had her supporters gather, but rather tomorrow morning. We have not heard anything yet from West Palm Beach Convention Center, where the Trump Vance folks are gathered. We do know that Mike Johnson, the Speaker, is in his headquarters or his home district of Shreveport. We know Steve Scalise is in Metairie outside of New Orleans, his home district. Tom Emmer, the third-ranking Republican in the House, is at the West Palm Beach party. Hakeem Jeffries is in his home in New York. Catherine Clark, the second-ranking Democrat, is in D.C. Pete Aguilar is out in California, the third-ranking Democrat in the House. So that's
There's the wall, dude.
House leadership is right now on election night.
Wall suit dude.
Depending on who may or may not win. Brian in Des Moines, thanks for holding on. Iowa got a lot of news this past week. Brian, what'd you think of that?
Oh, it's been a lot. I'm glad it's coming to an end finally. I'm glad it's looking like Trump's going to be the next president. We're finally getting to the end of the runway here.
Brian, did you see where the poll by the Des Moines Register came out and had Kamala Harris ahead by 3 points?
Yeah, I did, and I didn't really put any weight into it. Most of us average working class out here is where it's going to fall. That's just going to be around the main cities, Des Moines, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we, according to the AP results, which are on our website at cspan.org, results, 56% to 42%. That's a 14-point victory for Donald Trump in Des Moines. That's 94% of the vote counted. Brian, what makes you call C-SPAN tonight? What motivated you to call in here and voice your opinion?
Mostly it's so everybody cares about every little word, and nobody's really putting the time or looking into the track record of these candidates. We're not hiring people.
I still don't know that they're real.
To take care of us American citizens.
I have my doubts.
3.5 years, I haven't seen much from Kamala. But Trump, every time I turn around, when you look at his actual policy and what he does, it seems like he's got the homeland in his sights all the time.
So, I mean, if he could stay off social media, he'd probably be liked a little bit more. But he's still doing the best he can for the majority and not focusing on the minority.
It's insane.
The small groups the Democrats want to pick.
Brian, what do you do in Des Moines?
You're a dog AI?
Service center in the automotive.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate you calling in. Let's go back to Greta Bronner.
We'll check in on those competitive Senate races beginning in Pennsylvania. Want to show you where the vote stands now. 90% in, and look how tight this is between Dave McCormick and Democratic Senator Bob Casey, the incumbent there. Moving on to Michigan, and you heard Alyssa Slotkin say we won't know anything tonight in this race. 60% of the vote is in. Mike Rogers with a lead there. And then in Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent Democratic senator seeking a third term versus Eric Hovde, the Republican.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, all too close to call.
6% of the vote in. Checking across the country in Arizona for this open Senate seat when independent Kyrsten Sinema decided
Harris needs pretty much 4 of those.
50% of the vote in. Ruben Gallego holding on to his lead over Kerry Lake. And then Montana, this Senate race, folks have been watching this to see what happens with incumbent Senator John Tester, who typically has tight races. You can see he is trailing.
Only 20% of the vote in Montana.
15 percentage points. There's only 20% of the vote in, so we'll keep an eye on that one. In Nevada, this is another race that we're watching. There is 74% of the vote in. Jackie Rosen seeking a second term here, facing off against Army veteran Sam Brown. The
Sama with the sub.
In this race, over 100.
Somebody gave out the sub. Thank you.
Rosen won by
T-Mine is giving out the gift sub.
2018.
I'm using my other monitor to have multiple.
Look how close this is.
Multiple feeds up.
Of the vote in. And then let's end with New Jersey's open Senate.
Jackie Rosen ahead with 2
tonight. This was
3/4 of the vote in.
The seat after Senator Bob Menendez opted not to run after being indicted on federal corruption charges. He ultimately resigned after being convicted. This seat stays with Democrats. Peter?
At least one of them does.
Greta Bronner in just a few minutes. Greta talked about the new senator-elect from New Jersey, Andy Kim. Well, he spoke to supporters a few minutes ago. Here it is.
I can't tell you how incredible this is. I'm having a hard time processing this moment right now. I'll be honest with you. There have been only a few moments in my life where I felt the weight of the moment as I do right now. Like a gravity generated by the
King Feast
in our country.
Welcome in.
It isn't about me. It is about this moment in America and what we each individually tried to do to meet that moment. I look out in this room and I can tell you I see so many people from all different moments of my life.
I think I gotta fall on the floor for just a little bit.
In one way or another,
But like give me less than 5 minutes. I should be back.
in ways I may never
Just gonna fall on the floor.
to all of you. Whether I met you in elementary school or on the campaign trail,
I'll try to keep the camera to where you can see me. It can be like a mini nap stream.
congressional team. For the last 6 years, we've served the 3rd Congressional District, and I hope that we have made the people of the 3rd Congressional District proud of the work that we've done. We have a team of incredible public servants of all different ages, everyone working together, many of them here, and I just have to say how proud I am of that team. To my campaign team, who carried out our message of change going forward, I know that many of you took risks to join this campaign. You had people doubt your choice to join this campaign. You worked long hours and struggled and stressed about the challenges we confronted. I hope you take pride in this moment. Whoever says young people don't care about politics haven't met the young people that are the engine, power, and to our supporters, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've been able to do. By most standards of what is possible, this moment right now should not be occurring. A year ago, 6 years ago, few believed we could show that what we could accomplish. That we showed that politics isn't some exclusive club just for the well-off and the well-connected. Right. That we built something that epitomizes the grassroots. I hope this experience has brought you closer to understanding the essence of our democracy, that you have a deeper understanding of what it means to be a citizen of this great country, and that you feel empowered by that. You've heard me say this line a lot, and I'll say it again tonight, that I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. And by extension, I hope that you see our campaign as a means of being the opposite of that helplessness. I hope this moment is every bit as meaningful for you as it is for me. I want to say thank you to my family. My parents and my sister are here, who gave me the grounding in service and purpose that powers me every day. To my wife, Cammie. Cammie, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've done. For them, right? Yep. I'm just so proud of our family and what we've been able to do, our humble family, be able to take this kind of action. To my boys. I'm proud of the two of you. You know, I know that this has been tough. I know it hasn't been easy. And I know there have been moments where I haven't always been there for you in the way that I wish I was as a father. But I hope you're proud of me. And I hope that when you learn about this moment in America, that you come to understand why I did what I did and why I fight for you. I chose this hotel for a particular reason. 37 years ago, when I was 5 years old, my family and I lived out of this hotel for several weeks when we first moved to New Jersey. My first nights in this state were right here in this hotel. My dad had just accepted a job, his very first job ever, working at a lab in Camden to do cancer research. And we were looking for a home for us to rent. My very first nights, as I said, were here, and some of the strongest memories I have ever had in my life, early moments in my life, were here. I remember staying here. I remember there was a restaurant here. I think it was called Circles. I can't remember, but I just remember feeling like the food was amazing. I was like, people in New Jersey live good here. Quality of food, high class. I felt like a prince. And I just have to say, I wanted to be here tonight, in this hotel. I wanted to pay tribute to my parents, to my family, to the state, for giving a kid like me a chance to be able to dream, for giving me the tools through public education and a kind community. Yeah. It wasn't easy initially. We had no family to lean on here, no friends to help us get started, but New Jersey welcomed us. I wanted to return here tonight to give perspective. For my parents, this hotel was an important step in achieving the American dream and then ultimately giving back to this state. My parents taught me something I'll never forget. They taught me to love America. I revere this country. I am in awe of America. When I worked at the White House, I've shared this story before. When I worked
I'm
at
back.
the White House,
This dude's still speaking? Really?
black pristine leather shoes that I would only wear when
How is this happening?
the Oval Office. I wanted to
We'll go back to Holman.
I wanted to
And
remind
I think it also
myself that I'm
includes
part of
Harrisburg,
something.
the state capital. So we're going to have to wait and see, not just California, but also there's 2 really competitive battlegrounds.
Feel like I was on my
in
face
Arizona,
there.
that are too close to call. So Dave Schweikert is the Republican incumbent.
Dylan Forte beat.
He's just neck and neck with a Democratic
I feel like that was a funny name and I missed it.
In the other Arizona race that is too close to call, the Democrat has opened up a lead over Juan Ciscomani, a freshman House member. So control of the House is probably going to come down to the West Coast. It could take a few days. It seems like it's going to be close either way. But in this sort of anti-incumbent environment, it's a weird dynamic where we really could, for the first time in American history, have the House flip from Republican to Democratic and the Senate flip from the opposite party, from Democratic to Republican. And that's just a reflection of the anti-incumbent.
It's weird.
Thanks so much, James. Let's go to Joe Snell, who's been reporting for us from Georgia tonight. So, Joe, Democrats hope that they could have Georgia go blue again this year. They fell short. Donald Trump was able to win Georgia. Talk us through that.
Yeah, Libby, Georgia is traditionally a red state, but in 2020, it surprised many people by becoming a battleground state and going for President Biden. Coming into this election, Democrats were encouraged they could keep it a battleground state.
Well, not just that, the Senate in 2022.
We have kept it competitive. A local Democratic leader said she's optimistic about the turnout in her county, and she's optimistic about the momentum she's seen and her county becoming more diverse. She believes that this will make the state more up for grabs in upcoming national elections. Libby, back to you.
Thank you so much, Joe. So let's talk, Rhonda, about what we're still watching for tonight and how crucial Pennsylvania is now.
Yeah, very crucial. We're still waiting, as James has laid out for us, that will be the key decider, it appears. I will tack on to James' great analysis on the House races he's looking at in Pennsylvania. I would add Ohio 13. I don't know if I couldn't see it on James's board, but I do not believe we've called that. That has also been a nail biter all cycle long. That's a race between an incumbent Democrat in a district that was gerrymandered, and a little
Hester is closing.
to hold on to, but she's
We lost a good one with Sherrod Brown.
running against a newcomer Republican.
Allred got slaughtered.
Appears to be keeping his messages.
Not quite 10 points, Mock,
very
but close.
in that section of Ohio. So I would also look at Ohio 13 as a potential decider.
9 something or other, 9 point something.
We're all waiting for Pennsylvania. I'll also add this too about James and the anti-incumbent fervor that we might be experiencing. That actually goes up against history because, the presidency is a little different, but with the House and also sometimes the Senate, people do vote for the incumbent more so than they do a newcomer. That's based on name recognition. There's actually a paradox in political science that tells you that people may hate Congress, but they love their member of Congress, and they have no problem voting for someone who they feel is representing their interests. So it is interesting to see that some of these incumbents who had great name recognition in their state, someone like Sherrod Brown, Bob Casey, those folks not pulling through in the ways that you might have thought, a few cycles ago.
We'll see if people just didn't split the ticket, right? If they decided to vote for Trump and they just went all the way down for Republicans down the ticket, if that's part of what happened in the case of Bob
Boosie.
If indeed Trump.
That's what I was going to point out. That dude's name was Bussy.
Well. Let's go to James Homan to talk about what's happening out west. James?
So we just got a big batch of ballots from the Silver
Nevada.
State. 3/4 of the votes.
No fucking way.
Largely because of a very active early voting culture. Republicans participated a lot more in early voting this year. But this is a very notable lead by Donald Trump. He is up with 3/4 of the vote in, and Clark
Jesus
County is where
Christ.
Democrats win this state. It's Las Vegas. It's like 2/3 to almost 3/4 of the state's population. In order for a Democrat to win statewide, they need a much bigger margin than this. You can see 80% of the votes are in Clark County, and Harris is only up 2. Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden both won Clark County by double digits, and this is a losing number if it doesn't change. What's considered the battleground, the bellwether in Nevada, is Washoe County. This includes Reno, which is the second largest city. It's become sort of a tech hub. It's a lot higher percentage white, and it also, I think, flipped. It was carried by Trump and then carried by Biden narrowly. And you can see it's neck and neck, 82,973 to 82,691. So it's basically tied. But if Harris is underperforming in Clark County and Trump is running even, and he's going to win the rest of the state, which essentially is like the Intermountain West, Wyoming, Idaho, that kind of thing. These are very good numbers for Trump, and this.
We only take the AP here. C-SPAN has been on top of the calls
before, including in 2016. The last Republican to carry the state was George W. Bush.
Let's go check in with how the Trump team is doing. Leanne Caldwell is based in Florida for us tonight. We are expecting Donald Trump to speak at some point this evening. Leanne, what can you tell us about what's happening in West Palm Beach?
Plotkin getting slaughtered.
Is increasingly excited tonight. As I said, that I'm starting to hear from Republicans and Democrats about what happened in this race. I just heard from one of Donald Trump's pollsters.
Andy Kim's still speaking.
I was texting him and I asked, how is he doing so well? And he said that it is absolutely the low propensity voters, the voters who don't necessarily vote in every election, but the voters who come out for Donald Trump, that they are the ones who helped him get there. McLaughlin, the pollster, also said it has a lot to do with Black and Latino voters. I know every time you come to me, Libby, I keep bringing that up, but that seems to be a critical part of this coalition tonight. You know, I was talking to Kellyanne Conway a week ago, former Trump advisor. She's still kind of consulting for him now, and she predicted to me that the race would not take days to be called, that they saw something in the polling, something in their data that said that they think that the same night, Tuesday night, it would be able to be called. Now, we're not there yet. We are still waiting for some of these results to come in, but the crowd here is ecstatic. We're expected Donald Trump to speak any minute now, and we're just waiting for perhaps some more states to be called in the relatively near future. Libby.
All right, thank you, Leanne, reporting for us from Florida. We do have some state race calls. For Kamala Harris, the AP is saying that Harris has won New Hampshire and New Mexico. James,
well, good.
Surprises, but reassuring to the Harris campaign nonetheless.
Well, what is surprising and what is very bad news for Harris is how much tighter they were than the Harris campaign expected them to be. The Harris folks thought New Hampshire would have been called much earlier in the night. Harris is only leading by 3 points. She's opened a 20,000 vote lead with 90% of the vote in, so we feel comfortable calling it. We think her margin is insurmountable, but this is much tighter than it was 4 years ago. And then in New Mexico, a lot of people criticized Donald Trump for going out there last week, having a big rally. They said it was a waste of his time, but clearly the Trump campaign saw something. Harris only winning New Mexico. A win is a win. She gets the electoral votes, but she's only winning by 5 points. And this is a reflection, I think, of the same dynamic we're seeing in Arizona and Nevada. The exit polls show that Latino men really defected in a big way toward Donald Trump. That could explain some of the closeness here. And also, we haven't talked about it, but the New Mexico Senate race, you can see Martin Heinrich outperforming Kamala Harris. He's the Democratic incumbent. That race had been called a little bit earlier, and he was running against a Republican who was the daughter of a former Pete Domenici, the Republican senator from there. So there's something interesting going on where Harris underperforming other Democrats among Latinos in the Southwest, and that clearly was a drag in New Mexico. And it bodes poorly for Harris in both Arizona and Nevada.
James, let's talk about running campaigns and what discipline sort of means, both in terms of working and not working this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of wild because, Trump, in some ways, ran a very unorthodox campaign. He was not disciplined. But he clearly has.
That's an understatement.
With his base, and he is on track to win the popular vote if current trends continue, which he did not do in 2016. And it is sort of remarkable that after everything that's happened, Trump is doing much better than he did in 2020 or 2016.
Rhonda, we are watching to see Donald Trump come and speak to his supporters there in West Palm Beach. We know that in 2020, he prematurely declared victory. He came out at about 2:30 in the morning on the Wednesday after election night and claimed that he won, falsely claimed he won. He ultimately did not win that election. We have to remind our viewers that the race is not called until the votes are counted or the projections are such, as James has been talking about, like with New Hampshire, where they're so strong that we can finally determine through the Associated Press, through Edison Research, that they have a solid projection. So we have to recognize what we watch tonight is not necessarily, it doesn't end things, but
it's absurd.
The state of Pennsylvania.
Right, exactly. That's what we are waiting for. And again, that was kind of on everyone's bingo card, right? That Pennsylvania would be the one that was the nail biter and that we were waiting for the results from. I am interested to hear what the former president has to say. Yes, I remember in 2020 covering that and hearing him claim victory well before any had been established. So what type of Trump are we getting tonight? I don't know if he would describe it as you just did, that we're waiting for everything to be counted and formally announced. But, what type of spirit is he in right now? It's also been so interesting to me, too, that alongside a lot of the unconventional and unprecedented things that we've covered about his campaign this cycle, we've also not seen a lot of his family. That has been something that, you've wondered, why aren't they supporting him in the way?
They have been noticeably absent.
They have. We saw earlier today Melania Trump accompany him to the polls. She was also on Fox News a few days ago. But we haven't seen his daughter, who did work in the administration, and his son-in-law as well. It's not the same campaign that he has run before, and his family has been noticeably absent. So I'm also looking to see, are they going to be flanking him tonight?
Great question.
Yeah.
Yeah. James, there was a report in the Atlantic that was sort of showing a lot of chaos, disarray, finger pointing behind the scenes of the Trump campaign. It was sort of one of those pieces that the details leak out to a journalist who the campaign in inner circle feels like they can talk to when they're on the ropes. And it turns out they may not have been on the ropes after all.
Yeah, they were feeling good. And I mean, I will say, I traveled to all the blue wall states. In fact, over the last 6 months, I spent time in all 7 of the main battlegrounds. And it did feel like Trump had the advantage. I mean, Trump was leading Joe Biden before that first debate. It's one of the reasons Biden wanted to have that debate so early, and then it went so poorly that there was the Democratic revolt that pushed him out. So Trump had an advantage through most of the year, and then basically it was almost like he spent the last 10 days of the campaign trying to blow the race and doing everything he could to screw it up and to ignore aides.
This is exactly what he did in 2016.
And go off script and cause controversies. And he seemed so tired over the weekend. But ultimately, he has developed this bond, and the election became about Donald Trump. It was a referendum on Trump. It was not a referendum on Kamala Harris, and Trump is most comfortable when the focus is on him, and he was able to achieve that, and perhaps that redounded to his advantage.
Rhonda, we're watching West Palm Beach there, where Trump supporters are waiting for him to speak. Let's just reflect on some of these big moments here. We've been talking about how Kamala Harris was in the race for only over 100 days, and there have been so many twists and turns this past year, and yet things have stayed so static. We'll all be watching now to see which of the details, which of the things could have actually moved the needle, and how Trump was able to shore up support with men.
Yeah.
And we'll watch for the women vote too, but really with men.
Yeah, with men, that was a focus of his. I noticed over the weekend, some of the NFL games, he had a lot of ads in heavy rotation on some of the big games, speaking directly to men in those ads, having voiceovers talk about, men being men again. There was a very masculine approach to his campaign. Think back to the RNC too. What was his walkout song? It's a Man's World, which felt a little bizarre at the time, and we were wondering why would that be a president's or a presidential candidate's walkout song. But it did show that early on he was focusing on men, and remember he had folks like Hulk Hogan be one of the final speakers at the RNC. It just shows you that he really was about making sure that the base turned out, making sure that men turned out. And we're seeing that men did respond favorably to the former president. It does look like, as Leanne's been telling us, it does look like a crowd that feels very encouraged right now. But again, as journalists, we must say that we don't have all the details just yet.
Let's go to James to talk about Minnesota. James, Minnesota is surprisingly close. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, 75% of the vote is in. Trump is doing about 2.5 points better than he did in 2020. And this is noteworthy because it obviously borders Wisconsin, and it demographically is similar to the other states. We're not able to call it. There are some outstanding votes in places like Anoka County, which is in Tom Emmer's district, a pretty Republican county. It's amazing that Tim Walz is the governor. There was so much talk about should Kamala Harris have chosen Josh Shapiro because he was the popular governor of Pennsylvania and maybe he could have helped deliver that state. And Tim Walz clearly struggling to deliver his own state where he's been a 2-term governor. Harris, you'd rather be Harris than Trump in Minnesota, but the tightness here does bode poorly for Harris in next door Wisconsin.
Thanks so much, James. Let's go check in with J.M. Rieger, who's been covering the Harris campaign. J.M.?
Yeah, Libby, it's, everything is sort of emptied out here at Howard. There's crushed water bottles. There are Chick-fil-A wrappers. There's a Chick-fil-A nearby where a lot of folks were getting food from throughout the night.
This is wild.
It's a palpable sense of tension.
Who's that big muscular man at the Trump rally?
Who's left at this point, but you could feel it in the final few hours there. The mood in the crowd had dramatically shifted, and you all were just talking about the uphill climb that she did face. She came into this race the day that Joe Biden dropped out. There were 107 days left until Election Day. That was a remarkably short period for Kamala Harris to introduce herself to voters.
Thanks, Joe Biden.
That final sprint to the election. And she was trying to accomplish something that had not been done previously, that being replacing the major party nominee mid-cycle. When Democrats did that both in 1952 and 1968, the replacement nominee lost in November. And in both of those cases, those replacements happened in March of that year. This happened in July, and then she secured the nomination officially in August. And it was just a remarkably short period of time that she had to work with to introduce herself to voters, and you all have been talking about the things that had been working against her, namely the economy, right? Voters felt like they were giving the advantage to Trump and the economy consistently in poll after poll in the polling averages, and on top of that, as James has talked about especially throughout the night here, a lot of America thinks that the country is on the wrong track, and that has, just from where the campaign was coming into tonight with this cautious optimism. It's a completely different mood now at this point, and obviously we still have to wait and see what happens, but just really a 180 that's happened in a matter of hours here.
Thanks so much, JM. You can see just how different those screens are of Howard University, the site of where Harris's supporters were gathered, and West Palm Beach, where Trump supporters are awaiting their candidate to come and
Let's go back over to C-SPAN.
An unbiased report that you guys have given. I am thoroughly.
Yeah, they're going to take the floor out of the water.
And I want you to know that I'm a Trump advocate.
Is that a federal thing?
Every time that he ran, I think he's a good guy that has been kind of swished under the carpet about things sometimes. He isn't perfect, as most of us.
Oh, ma'am, he is totally not perfect.
But you know, when the man told us that he was going after the bad guys, he did just that, and he took them down. You know,
Question marks, that's a good point. Take the lead out first.
For all the good things that he did, but all of the things that some people didn't approve of, he really got his knuckles beat. And bless his old heart, he's like me. You know, when the Lord gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, He's trying to teach us we need to listen more than we speak, and that's what got him in trouble. He's a fine person. There's 2 things that I got out of this campaign. I felt like that he supported closing the borders, and I feel like that VP Harris supported abortion and allowing little innocent babies to be murdered. And Peter, to me, that's what it is. It's murdering these babies that don't have a choice in the matter.
There's one thing I love, it's murdering babies.
I'm just proud. I'm proud to be a Republican.
Virginia, where is Graceville, Tennessee? And give us a quick biographical sketch of yourself.
Okay. Do you have any idea what
she's in Tennessee.
Tennessee is?
Sure.
This makes sense.
Knoxville, okay.
Both of them.
I'm about 45 miles north of Chattanooga, and we're probably about maybe 100 miles south of Knoxville. So,
oh yeah,
okay,
I know exactly where she
this out
is.
to you. Have you ever heard of Monkey Town?
Monkey Town.
Pigeon Forge.
Okay, we're not far from Pigeon Forge. That's up next to Knoxville. But you know, when Bryan College and the evolution, you know, where we came from.
Give me another 5 minutes.
Yeah, the monkey trial.
If Trump comes out, I will bounce back up.
Miles south of there.
Going back to the floor.
They still have a big thing every year about that.
Yeah.
But I live in a very small town. It's a town where people care about each other. You know, you watch out after your neighbor. And do you know, Peter, I was so sorry for this lady tonight that was a Christian, and she'd been a Christian all of her life, and she'd gone to seminars and been in church all of her life. I was so sorry for her that she could bring out all the terrible things that Trump had done, but she never mentioned the sin in the Bible about murder. And
All right.
you know, to me,
Virginia, I apologize. We're going to have to leave it there. It's a pleasure to talk to you tonight, and thank you for watching. Still waiting on President Trump to come out. He's due to come out shortly. In the meantime, let's talk with Greta Brawner.
Yeah, before we hear from the president, a quick update on the 7 swing states. The former president picking up 2 of them earlier tonight. The Associated Press calling the race in Georgia for Donald Trump. They did so in North Carolina as well earlier tonight. Let's look at where it stands in the remaining swing states, beginning with Wisconsin, and with 88% of the votes in, 10 electors at stake, and you can see the former president with the lead there. And then in the state of Michigan, with 66% of the vote in, Donald Trump is leading the vice president there as well. Moving on to the state of Pennsylvania, and this is 19 electoral votes. This is pivotal here. We are close. 93% of the vote is in, and the former president leading by 3 points. Politico putting out this on X at about 1:34 a.m. The math isn't great for Harris in Pennsylvania. There are just 37,000 mail ballots left to count in Philadelphia, and of course, not all of them will be for Harris. Moving on to the Sun Belt and Arizona. Let's look where it stands right now in Arizona. 51% of the vote in, and Kamala Harris trailing the former president by 1 percentage point. In Nevada, the vote is at 77%, 6 electoral college votes here. Former president leading there as well. Peter?
And if you want to continue to follow those results in real time, go to cspan.org/results, or that QR code, point your phone at it, the one you see on your screen, and you'll be able to go right to the same map, and you'll be able to get real-time results by presidential race, Senate races, and House races as well. Let's talk with Jill in Los Gatos, California, a Harris supporter. Hi, Jill.
Hi.
How's election night?
It's good. It's really scary. I'm 20 years old. I'm a female, and I just want to say I'm truly shocked that our country has gone in this direction, choosing a felon as president, or leaning that way at least. I just don't know how we can look past January 6th when that was an attack on democracy. It's scary that my mom had more rights at my age than I do now and going forward. And I'm just really scared for the future of our country.
Jill, you talked about 2 issues that are important to you, the reproductive rights issue and democracy. What is it that you do in Los Gatos?
I'm a student. I'm in college.
And what are you studying?
I'm studying industrial design.
Jill, thanks for watching. Thanks for calling in. We appreciate it. Glad you're with us.
Thank you.
Cade, Anchorage, Alaska. Hi, Cade.
Hey, how you doing, man?
How are you?
I'm doing well. I just want to say I voted for Trump, and as a convicted felon in Canada, long story, I voted for Trump mainly because that one point, and the fact that as a small business owner in Alaska, I own multiple small businesses. I've overcome a lot of things. I own a buffet parlor with an arcade, bowling alley, and attached haberdashery. I got my start by a policy Trump actually implemented, helping out the GPAA, the Gold Prospectors Association of America. Gold panning is a big thing up here, and a lot of rural folk rely on it. Gold panning only. That's what we do around here. That's our motto. And I want to say that I speak for a lot of Alaskans and rural Alaskans when I say that let's go Trump. You know, it's been a big part of my life, and I truly hope that our country can come together and support him.
Hey, Cade, ranked choice voting up in Alaska. Mary Peltola is the current Congresswoman. Nick Begich was the Republican. How did you vote?
Well, I did not vote for Peltola. Let me say, she voted with Joe Biden 80% of the time, and it's been rough.
Now, in the ranked choice voting, did you put down just one candidate, or did you have a backup as well?
I did not have a backup. I actually, I didn't even vote in state. I only vote local and presidential, because my thing is when it comes to state, my vote probably does not matter. But local, I will say this, for everyone on national TV, local politics is what directly affects you. And that's I think, the way to vote.
Thanks for calling in from Anchorage, Cade. We appreciate it. The ticker,
thank you so much.
The ticker at the bottom of the screen is going through results, and obviously the big races, but also some of the House races. And if you watch that, you'll see where Marionette Miller Meeks, the Congresswoman from Iowa, who was expected to lose, has now taken a lead in her race. She's the Republican incumbent, the one who won by 6 votes in 2020, but it looks like she has taken the lead, as well as Scott Perry. Scott Perry is a member of the Freedom Caucus, and he represents the Harrisburg area of Pennsylvania. And it looks like he has also taken a lead. You can get those updates at the ticker at the bottom of some of the House races that are still uncalled. We've learned a lot about what's going on in the Senate. We know the Republicans are taking that over. Obviously, we're still waiting on the presidency as well. We're still waiting on President Trump to come out. We were told earlier that Kamala Harris will not be speaking at Howard University, where her supporters had gathered tonight, but would be speaking tomorrow probably. So that's the...
All right, I'm back.
Liz is in Salem, Oregon. Liz, good evening to you. A couple of key House races out there in Oregon, aren't there?
Yes. Good evening, Peter. I just want to say, as somebody who supports community media out here in Oregon, I have always loved C-SPAN. You guys are true democracy by taking calls from the people of the country. Nobody else does that, and I so appreciate that. You guys are
I take calls from the people of the country.
And also, thank you for all the crew, the people behind the cameras in the control room, you know, the ones taking the calls. It's fabulous all the way around. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was that was very kind of you to call in and say that, Liz. That was Zainab who answered the phone when you called in. So she's been answering the phone since 7 o'clock this evening. So God bless her.
Well, yes, God bless her. I agree. Well, listen, I just wanted to also say thank you for taking my call, because I've tried on many other issues, so I'm glad I broke through tonight. I voted for Kamala Harris. I believe that's a hope for our country. It is wonderful to hear the voices of other people calling in from around the country. However, I have to say that a convicted felon, a person who was found liable for sexual assault, somebody who is a constant liar, is a vile person who embarrasses the United States on the world stage, who's looking to crush NATO, remove the United States from the World Health Organization, and who knows what else he's going to do with the United Nations, is not the person who should be in the White House. It's absolutely unconscious, and I don't even know how to say that. It's
absurd.
But it's frightening, too. And the other thing that's frightening is the violence that he happily incites, and that his supporters are happy to follow and materialize. And I can't tell you how many people walk around with guns in our state and other states, and they're only too glad to, as he said the other night about putting a gun in Liz Cheney.
Show me what's going on.
A lot of his supporters are only too happy to pull a gun on their fellow citizens. So how are we ever, let's get it together, people. Let's stop the violence and really try to have a dialogue and come together.
Liz,
we have to have peace.
Liz in Salem, Oregon, thank you for calling in. It's good to hear from you. Thank you for your kind words. Linda is in Fenville, Michigan. Linda, good evening.
Good evening. I'm calling to say that I'm a lifelong Democrat, but I have had enough of the Democratic Party. I voted for Joe Biden in the last election, but there's no way I could vote Democrat or Republican anymore, and so I voted for Jill Stein.
What was it about the Democratic Party that dismayed you?
Well, I had been for Bernie Sanders and in 2016 and 2020. And in 2020 especially, I know I'm sure nobody can tell me otherwise that he would have won, he actually would have won the primary, and I think that they, it was a crooked primary. And then at this point, both both of the parties are controlled by big money, big corporations, and it seems as though they're almost like one party now, a uniparty. And I just can't vote for either. Well, I never hardly voted Republican. I did one time, but I could never vote for either party being controlled by big corporate interest any longer. And another thing is, with the Democratic Party, why they didn't have a primary. There were other candidates, Democratic candidates, and they wouldn't let them debate. And they ran Robert Kennedy out of the Democratic Party.
He was begging for a job with Harris.
That really
Ran him out of the party.
didn't feel any better about them either. So I've just, and plus the wars, all the wars and the bombing and all the people being killed, the children and babies, I just can't go along with them anymore.
Linda, Fenville, Michigan. Pardon me. Thank you for calling in this evening. Let's hear from Gary in Pleasanton, California. Gary, good evening. What's on your mind? What made you call into C-SPAN tonight?
Hey, thanks for calling, or thanks for accepting my call. I really appreciate you guys. Just want to get your opinion on how the election's going so far. What do you think about it? You nervous? Hopeful?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Well,
he doesn't give his
hear
opinion.
from you.
Oh. I don't have many comments on the election. I go to Amador Valley High School in Pleasanton here. Go Dons. I just want to, call in, represent my class of 2025. And from Mr. Weaver's class, we all want to say, go Trump.
John Voight and
Gary,
RFK.
California. Mr. Weaver, name the high
Trump
school again.
event.
Say it a little slower.
Amador Valley High School.
Amador Valley High School. Is this an assignment to watch election night tonight?
Or there is optional assignment for credit.
Okay. Well, you're going to get credit because you got proof that you were watching, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to be on the show.
Well, you're on right now. You're on TV.
Oh.
So what have you learned tonight? What have you learned?
Tonight?
Yeah, watching.
It's pretty interesting to see how over the years the states have switched from Democrat to Republican based off Joe Biden's presidency last year.
Okay.
Just Trump's won most of the swing states already, let's be honest.
That's Gary, who is a high school student at Amador Valley High School in Pleasanton, California.
Amador
Mr.
Valley.
Weaver, we appreciate your assigning the kids to watch election night. North Beach, Maryland is the home of Tom. Tom, what's on your mind?
Well,
Tom, you're on C-SPAN.
Hello.
We are listening. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, just making sure you could hear me. All I wanted to do was thank the three of you for being there tonight.
Very drunk.
Your insight, your information, and the things that you share. You're
I guess he's Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Mental.
Little Marco.
Gymnastics. I don't know what to call it, because what you do and how you do it well is you listen to everyone while you're there the entire time. That's an amazing skill. Thank you.
That's Tom in
Tom had a really good voice.
Sharon in Dade City, Florida, a supporter of Kamala Harris. Sharon, what's on your mind tonight?
Question marks? That possibly
Well, I
was a
just
prank
want to,
caller.
Say thank you again for taking the calls and good morning. But it'd be interesting to see the breakdown of
Good morning.
the totals by gender, because I do believe we are still a sexist country, and all Donald Trump really had to do was not be a woman, and in particular not be a woman of color to win. Because I phone banked and campaigned for Harris, and I can't tell you how many men I talked to that just said they just could not vote for a woman for various reasons, including some of the crazy reasons like they're too emotional or they're not qualified. She's not qualified.
Yeah, like Donald Trump's not
We all know
emotional.
she's more qualified than he is. He was a failed businessman that ran the country into the ground with his bad handling of COVID and his bad trade deals.
I think that is a factor, DJ
Felon
Dub.
who's going to do it again. So I'm just curious to see what's going to happen in 2026 in the midterms when people get a taste of, all of his lies coming to fruition. So that's pretty much all I had to say.
Sharon, thanks for watching. Thanks for calling in. Douglas in Fisher, Texas. Good evening.
Hey, how do you do? Thanks for taking the call. My name is Walker. I'm a disabled vet, whole family of veterans. I've always voted independent by the issue, and I've always considered voting as thinking of the nation as your house, and you're living in the house. You don't vote for yourself, you vote for the house, because whether you prosper or not depends on the house you live in. You don't want the roof caving in. And basically, I voted for Trump the first time he ran with trepidation because I realized that his modes of speech and whatnot were not typically what you'd expect from a presidential candidate. But I looked at the businessman aspect of it, and the fact is the United States is a corporation. Every state's incorporated, every city's incorporated, every town's incorporated, except for the city I live in, which is an unincorporated tiny town in Texas. But there's a lot of people calling in that seem very emotional about it, and I realize this is a very emotional election, much like the last one. But a lot of people tend to cast their votes for personal, emotional reasons and not reasons that will make their house stronger, so to speak.
And that's, I explain what you mean.
How much longer is Trump going to make everybody
There's
wait?
a lot of people voting for Harris, and the reason they give is women's
Or is he
rights,
hoping to
so
get the Pennsylvania call?
Well, is the
And those
Supreme
are not
Court-
important issues to you?
Well, it's not that it's not an important issue, but it's a state issue, not a federal issue. Supreme Court, the Constitution gives states certain power. Well, it gives the federal government certain powers, and everything else falls to the state. And since it doesn't give anything involving reproductive rights to the federal government, it's obviously a state issue. And if people don't like the reproductive rights, so to speak, I think the best reproductive right is common sense, or keep your legs closed, or just
That's
say no.
Douglas in Fisher, Texas.
Yeah, cut Douglas off. Douglas is a
And
dumb
Greta
fuck.
Bronner has some new information for us.
Let's check back in on two of the bricks in the so-called blue wall, starting with Pennsylvania and those 19 electoral college votes. Remember, in 2016, former President Trump won here by over 44,000 votes, became the first GOP presidential candidate to win since 1988. 2020, Biden flipped it, won 50 to 48.8%, over 80,000 votes. Moving on to Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes at stake here. Trump won the Badger State by 0.8%, or 23,000 votes. 2020, Biden won by 0.6, or 21,000 votes. That's how close it's been in those two battleground states. We continue to watch them, and we're getting closer here with more of the votes in. Peter?
And as we know, the Senate will be Republican this year in the next Congress. The House, still to be determined. The presidency, still to be determined. Up next is Chris in Kent, Ohio. Chris, good evening to you. How's election night treating you?
How you doing, Peter?
Also drunk.
Can you hear me?
Chris, we're listening. Please go ahead and make your comments.
Okay. Well, I voted for Harris. I am absolutely astonished that that half the country.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that.
Vote for ex-President Trump. and that he is ahead even in the popular vote. I'm just absolutely astonished. And what that says about
I feel like there's one right beside me.
Of our country. It just amazes me that half the population is willing to overlook the behavior of this man who is obviously...
Yeah, I mean, there's 30 million people in L.A.
And so out of control, and is willing to have him represent our country on the world stage.
Yeah, seriously, bro, I'm with you.
He's not even someone who they would want their children to behave like.
All right, Chris in Kent, Ohio. Heather is in Eastland, Texas, a Trump supporter. Hi, Heather.
Hello, good evening. Thank you so much. Thank you for this evening. And I just wanted to say that this election has been exciting. I have a daughter in college.
Exciting.
At Texas Tech, who drove 3 hours with her boyfriend for early voting. So it's a very exciting election for us. And a shout out to my sister and my niece in Northern Nevada. That's why I'm up late. We're waiting for the results to come in. But I wanted to speak very specifically on two things. One is COVID. During COVID, President Trump gave states the ability to make their own decisions. And under Ted Cruz, Texas was not shut down for the extended period of time that other states were. In our particular county, we were only out of school for the 6 weeks, and then our children were back in school. The children that were out during COVID has dramatically affected their academic careers. It's a big discussion. I have a junior in high school, and we talk about the children that are younger, and that time out of school was very challenging, and we were very fortunate to be in Texas and have the freedom to return to school. I spent my 20s in software development in Southern California. I'm a native Nevadan, and my great-grandfather said ranchers were the first environmentalists. And I relocated to Texas when my children were very young so that I could afford college for them. The thing that has kept me alive out here in Texas is oil and gas. I took my software skills and parlayed them into oil and gas. And as a woman, I wanted to speak on oil and gas. During COVID, most of the pipeline was
As a woman, I wanted to speak on oil and gas.
Permits were on hold. Companies were cutting salaries to try and keep employees on staff. And when things opened back up, we worked as hard and as fast as we could to catch up on lost work that had sat. Everybody was hungry. Everybody was desperate to go back to work. As soon as Biden came into office, he froze all permits in the state of Louisiana. There was a gentleman earlier that said, well, under Biden, there was more oil than ever. Well, yes, because we've all been working our rear ends off trying to compensate for that.
What?
I work on the commercial side of commercial insurance for oil and gas. And these businesses, we're talking trucking companies, lumber yards, steel yards, food vendors, food trucks, hotels are also affected by inflation, and it is trickling down to your young family man who's working 60 hours a week. Trump offers, and he is presenting to have no tax on overtime, which affects all these young families, young workers. My daughter and her friends worry about how they're going to pay for college, and when they get out, how they're going to buy a home. We're underestimating our young people.
All right,
Their
Heather,
parents,
we're going to leave it
Who are overwhelmingly against Trump.
Andy in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, a Harris supporter. Hi, Andy.
Hey, can you hear me? Just want to make sure.
We're listening.
Awesome. Hey, first time calling C-SPAN. It's not my first time voting. Obviously, I said I voted for Kamala this year. Last year I voted for Trump. I don't know if my vote's cursed or not, but it seems like anytime I vote for a candidate, the other candidate just seems to win. But I got out of work early to vote, and I went in and voted for Kamala and looked at the polling and stuff, and I just, it seemed like Kamala was going to win. Trump just seemed like a bloat of a candidate compared to the Kamala Pomley, and it's crazy to see Pennsylvania just be so flip-floppy like this.
And
Did you
Pennsylvania,
expect, Pennsylvania to...
Pennsylvania has not been called yet. President Trump is in a lead there, but not all the votes are in, and it is very tight, and it has not been called. Diane, Center, Alabama. Good evening.
Yes, this is me.
Hey, Diane, I'm going to have to move on. If you get through, please turn down the volume of your TV because there is a delay, and we will hear that through here, and it gets really confusing. You'll hear everything through the phone, I promise. Ross in Raleigh, North Carolina, you got about a minute because President Trump is coming out to speak to his supporters shortly.
All righty, well,
you keep saying that.
On the call, I've really appreciated the coverage tonight. But I, like a couple callers before, is kind of an independent voter, voting on issues all the way down the ballot.
Seriously, War Machine. Just keep failing upwards.
Essentially, I think the echo chamber that the Democratic Party has somewhat created in terms of the media coverage surrounding everything. And I think I would highly, well, I don't know how much my opinion matters, but I think it's high time for the Democratic Party to reevaluate their messaging strategy and how they're reaching out to voters in light of Kamala not only losing the electoral vote as of right now, obviously, but in light of her losing the popular vote as well, which has not been a trend of Democrats in recent years. Anyways, appreciate you having me on, and thank you.
Thanks, Ross, for calling in from Raleigh, North Carolina, one of the battleground states, of course, that went for President Trump. Couple of House races. If you're watching the results at the bottom, you can see all the House updates and presidential updates, et cetera. But two House races I wanted to point out. Marionette Miller Meeks, Iowa, Republican, won by 6 votes 2 terms ago, seems to be in the lead with most of the votes counted. She was endangered. And Eugene Vindman, replacing a retiring congresswoman in Virginia, the Democrat, is leading his Republican opponent. So Eugene Vindman, of course, ties back to the 2017 impeachment of President Trump because of Russia and Ukraine. So looks like he will be in Congress as well. Joe is in Looking Grass, Oregon. Please go ahead, Joe.
Hi. I wanted to compliment you guys on your coverage. I got into C-SPAN here during the last primaries, and I found out how balanced you guys were, and I was very happy with it. I voted for Trump. I wanted to kind of counter the lady who had called in from Salem. I live out in the woods, literally. And the most of is actually pro-Trump. It's only the population centers, Portland, Salem, Eugene, that are liberal, and unfortunately, those tend to drive the entire state because we have our mail by our voting by mail in Oregon. We haven't had a legitimate, I think, election in close to 30 years. We haven't had a Democrat elected, we've had only Democrats elected in Oregon, and I think the vote by mail system is flawed that way, as President Carter said many years ago. But I wanted to let everybody know that Trump is going to be a much better president than Kamala could ever be. She has had nothing that she would commit to, except that she wanted to distance herself from everything that she said in 2019. And so based on that, she has shown herself to be as bad or worse a candidate.
Are you talking about me, Professor Q?
Even Hillary Clinton was.
That's Joe in
maybe
Living
not high
Ross,
enough.
Oregon. Still waiting.
Or maybe
to find
just
out
tired.
Who's going to control the House and who's going to control the presidency? We know
We're at
the
like
Senate
8.5 hours now.
And Don is in Ardmore, Oklahoma, on our support Kamala Harris line. Hi, Don.
Hi, yes. It was Najee Harris that I supported. I am super glad that I'm here to witness all this. It's really great. I'm a non-voter, totally, but ever since Bush, my friends Mac, Joey, Aaron, Johnny, Wolf, Shane, they've all said the same thing. They've all said Boomer Center, which is important to all of us. So I'm glad for the coverage and
This is a prank call?
Don, Elk Grove Village, Illinois. Please go ahead and make your comment, Don. We're looking forward to hearing it.
I've been watching C-SPAN for almost 40 years. I watch that more than anything else.
We're getting some activity on the stage.
Either that or Raymond or King of Queens. And the thing is, I just love the C-SPAN. I really do. But what it is, the people have to stay with the real issues that affect the lives of everyday, Americans. Everything is important, everything. But the thing that is their standard of living. That's the most important thing. And I think Trump will do it okay. And the thing is, like you said, it all depends on the Congress because they make.
What will a second Trump administration even look like?
Then we got to go from there.
It's gonna be
but if he gets
scary.
Congress, Republican Congress and Senate, and Trump and signing the papers, and they don't do anything stupid. I think this country will move along fine because the whole thing is economics. The BRICS. The BRICS it's like building an alliance of the Axis and the Allies of World War II. It's exactly the same thing, only it's reversed.
Well, with
it wasn't for a
Democrats holding the House, it couldn't.
President Trump
Could possibly be, rather soon.
That is the number one, the border, okay? Because in 1974, I told the head of the National Security Sentence Company
There's Burgum.
to put fences in.
There's Vivek.
I knew what was going on. In 1978, when Jimmy Carter gave away
Some old creepy guy.
the military moved in. The Chinese even made a statement
Jones, welcome in.
that they are going to take over the world without firing a shot.
So the border is the number one issue for you.
Number one issue.
All right, Don, we're going to have to leave it there. We are waiting on President Trump to come
The
out.
border in Illinois.
Talk to his.
That was his number one issue.
Kamala Harris is not speaking tonight. We heard that earlier at Howard University, where her supporters were gathered here in Washington. She will not be speaking tonight, but we are expecting President Trump any second now, so we will go to that as soon as he comes out. Shemmer, New York City. Hi, Shemmer.
Hello.
Am I saying your name right?
It's Shamar.
Shamar. Thank you, Shamar. What's on your mind?
I like Shimmer better.
Lots of things. So, Kamala Harris. First of all, I'm with her, but at the same time, not so much. For one thing, I think that she's a coward for just, is she scared that she's going to lose? Is that it? So that's why she left? Come on. She's Kamala Harris. She's supposed to be, she's got a lot of people writing on her to make it through, and she just leaves? Come on. And also, I want her to win. Everybody wants her to. Lots of people want her to win, and I do not want her to throw in the towel, so to speak. That gives more power to people like Donald Trump. And Donald Trump.
Yeah, she should have come out and spoke.
That's just the start of things. But Kamala Harris overall does represent a huge disconnect. Donald Trump, he represents a much more greater disconnect. It's basically the lesser of two evils. That's basically what it is.
Hey,
but for anybody to
Shamar,
be
what do you do? What do you do in New York?
disgrace.
Shamar, what do you do in New York?
Just resting.
Do you work?
Trying to find myself a job.
All right. Shamar, thanks for calling in from New York City with your point of view. And Herschel is going to share his from Richmond, Kentucky. Go ahead, Herschel.
Hi, I appreciate you having me on. I just wanted to say that I 100% support President Trump.
Why?
Why?
He is the only candidate that can fix what is going on in our country.
What is going on?
Got to give a specific.
We have a border crisis. We have out of control inflation.
Oh my God.
And there is no one else that can fix this other than Trump.
It's just the same shit.
Richmond, Kentucky, and Jocelyn is in Nashville. Hi, Jocelyn.
Hi, Peter. Thank you for taking my call. I love C-SPAN, and I've been watching you all night. So,
well, thank you.
Thanks.
What's on your mind?
The main thing that's hitting me tonight is the Electoral College and the whole system we have.
He's going to mass deport immigrants.
I'm not a student of history, per se, so I can't talk volumes about how it came about, but I understand that it was based on slavery and how the southern states wanted to have more say, and so they used their slaves to count as 1/3 of a human being, or 2/3, or whatever it was, and they weren't even represented. So anyhow, I'm shocked that Trump has come this far in the results here. I presume that they're accurate. I don't believe that they're inaccurate, but I just want them to be all counted before these states get called. And then I live in the state of Tennessee, so my vote doesn't even count because it was red already. I live in a blue county in a red state, and our votes don't count, just as people who live in a red county in a blue state, their vote doesn't count. So that's the main thing that concerns me. And
hey, Jocelyn, can I make a counter argument?
The dude, the creepy looking dude, that's the guy that's like the CEO of Overstock or something, isn't it?
40% of the vote is in, and over 3 million people have voted for.
Don't you think the guy that's going to replace Blinken's going to be 1,000 times worse? Possibly Pompeo.
And 1.9 million people voted for Donald Trump. My point being, if you get rid of the Electoral College, why not hang out in California and not worry about the votes in Tennessee? Does that make sense? Because there are more Republicans in liberal California than there are Republicans in Tennessee.
Yeah, I can't do that. It's a shell game. I can't do the math in the middle of the night here. But I appreciate your numbers there and the thought. It should be one person, one vote, and we're all Americans, and we should all vote. And I'm just shocked to see that so many people are supporting former President Trump, who we know. I don't have to repeat everything about his history. We all know what he's been through and what we've watched it.
Jocelyn, what do you do in Nashville?
I'm a music teacher. I'm an independent music teacher.
That's a good place to be a music teacher, isn't it?
It is. It can be, yeah. It's an open carry state, though, so we have to be careful. It's just whatever.
Right. Well, Jocelyn, we appreciate you being with us this evening and for calling in. Good to hear your voice. Noel is up in Mackinac Island, Michigan, on our Support President Trump line. Hi, Noel.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
I'm great, and I'm thankful for all you're doing.
I'm EP.
I'm honored to be on your program.
What's on your mind?
I've been praying for the last 4 years that everything goes back to Trump. And
wow.
I do think he is a good business person. I know that
wow.
he's got a loud demeanor, but I've watched for years. I'm
you watched The Apprentice for years.
And I do much better, I'm going to just say, when the state is red. And
a Trump cabinet is going to be insane.
Back to red, that would be really great. So, I'm just glad. I want, he has a lot of good things for the children. The whole, the
pedophile has a lot of good things for the children.
State. there's a lot of things, and for the small business,
Probably. Hulk Hogan is going to be like an ambassador or something.
positive outcome, the whole country.
Noel, thanks for calling from northern Michigan, Mackinac Island. Jacqueline is next. Jacqueline's in Port Jervis, New York, a Harris supporter. Hi, Jacqueline.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having me on your program.
What's on your mind?
Well, I'm a little disappointed in, the numbers, of course. And I work with special education students. I have for the last 22 years. And Trump's stance on education deeply concerns me. And because I work in a school district, I'm also a union employee, and I know he's not very high on the list for, unions. And I heard the one gentleman earlier speaking about no taxes on overtime, but he was quoted in saying that he would never pay overtime. I'm just dismayed at how, I'm going to use the word, I was trying not to use it, how gullible they will fall for some of the false things that he says and backtracks and whatnot. But I do appreciate the way that you set up your program. Everything is there for us to see, and it scrolls very nicely. It's accurate and it's on time. Other channels are not. But I'll live through another 4 years should he win. But it's discouraging that so many people can be too forgiving, in my opinion, of the things that he's done. He plans on releasing the people that attacked our Capitol. The list would go on for me. I heard someone say earlier there's a laundry list, and yes, there is.
Jacqueline, we appreciate your voice and we appreciate you calling in. It's 2:22 a.m. on the East Coast. Donald Trump is expected to address his supporters in West Palm Beach shortly. He hasn't come out yet, but what you're looking at there is a live picture of the West Palm Beach Convention Center.
Yes.
According to the Associated Press, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 states have not been called. They are, 8. Alaska, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Maine. Those states have still not been called for either Vice President Harris or former President Trump. And if you go to cspan.org/results, you will get a map that labels each state in deep red or deep blue. Those are the states that have been called. The states that you see in light blue, including Minnesota, or light red, including Nevada and Arizona, have not been called yet, but are leaning in that direction, either Republican or Democrat. You can click on each one of those individual states, and that will pull up a county by county map. And you can see exactly how many people have voted in real time, how many people have voted which way. So it's a terrific tool. Hope you'll try it. You can go to that QR code on the corner of the screen right now, or you can go to cspan.org/results. Let's see what
He's on his way. Here we go.
Former president is coming out.
Oh my God. 4 more years of this fucker. Oh, the smirk on his face. Wow. Dana White is going to be in the cabinet.
AP has called Pennsylvania for former President Trump.
Well, Pennsylvania has been called for Donald Trump, almost ensuring he is the next president of the United States. Wow. Mike Johnson there. Insane. I still don't think he wins the popular vote. Next to you and defend her still today.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help.
He just made all his legal problems go away.
We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body.
Whether you like it or not.
Until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that
He
our
pulled a Grover Cleveland.
deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age.
Only the second to serve non-sequential terms.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that.
You not won the popular vote yet. I really don't want to shave my hair again. Like I might go back on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room.
Yeah, love. That's what it is.
People standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
It bucks all the trends that we've seen. There was Linda McMahon on the stage with him.
Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes
we did tele-rallies.
And it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Where'd you get that from?
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific
I don't think that's true.
Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the
He didn't expect this result again.
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people.
We're sorry, Fire Resist.
But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And
there was so much speculation about how any other Republican but Trump would trounce the Democrat. I think it's the opposite. I think it's Trump that animates all these crazy motherfuckers.
Beautiful inside.
I don't think your normal run-of-the-mill Republican could win.
I want to be the first to congratulate
J.D. Vance ain't popular.
Great, now I can say Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Not too many words, though.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Witnessed insanity.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice.
You didn't think that for a while, did you?
But he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Susie? Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
The New York Post is calling Wisconsin for Trump.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special.
I was on crack.
But who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, "What?"
He won white women.
Said, "We've never made
was not expected to win them.
And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, "Oh, no." And I said, "Do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this." I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down, Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it.
Just how the
And it
fuck?
held it, and just like you hold your baby at night.
Again.
And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was.
Oh, he's rambling again.
Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina.
Well, I mean, it's good for the Troll Patrol.
It was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon. And I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace.
I'm going to do a Rochambeau.
Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He had got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes.
So they're going to be bragging about how much oil the U.S. is producing.
Is going to be able to do it
just as soon as he gets into office.
Nobody has what we have, but we have the greatest people.
You know,
also.
the
Maybe
Biden policy.
Important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never.
RB, good evening, my friend. Welcome in. Sorry, it's under these circumstances.
Us tonight, when you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners: union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American.
Well, I mentioned that to a Trump supporter last night that called in.
We had everybody, and it was beautiful.
And his response was, we're not keeping it here in the U.S.
Uniting citizens of all backgrounds.
We're selling it on the world market. I'm like, I'm all about taking over the,
we're the party of common sense.
The oil industry. We want nationalizing it. You're a communist now.
Things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom.
I mean, the first time maybe it was entertaining. It's just old now.
To achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe?
He's still rambling.
900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world.
There's no other jokes to make about the dude.
First term,
It's so tight. Like there's
great first term.
They've all been done.
By a simple motto: promises.
It's tired. It's hack at this point.
Keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again.
Think about Maya Rudolph. Maya Rudolph's going to be out of a job now.
To join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And once again, we get YMCA. And he actually won it this time. Possibly. He had no campaign apparatus whatsoever. His canvassers were all a scam. I was confident that he would lose based on that. But yeah, it's just he has a cult. Other Republicans can't pull off what he can pull off. So we'll know about the makeup of the House in a couple of days. Donald Trump has won the presidency. Republicans have retaken the Senate and probably padded that with 2 or 3 more wins. Not a good night for the Democrats. Bucking the trends of the last 3 cycles. But seemingly not because they had soft turnout, but because Trump has more support.
Become the 47th president of the United States. Chance that he could get 313 electoral votes. Nevada, Arizona, Alaska, Wisconsin, and Michigan have not been called, and they are all trending in his direction. That would add up to 313 electoral votes. In 2016, he won 304, and then in 2020, Joe Biden got 306. electoral votes. We are still live. We will be live throughout the morning, taking your calls, hearing the speeches, getting analysis without spin, and of course, sharing the results with you. It is going on 3 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we're going to check in with Greta Brawner.
Let's talk about the president's path here tonight. He declared victory, and as you said, the Associated Press has not quite yet, but he is on the verge, as you said. So take a look at these battleground states, how he got to where he is right now. The big prize was Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes of all those swing states. It was the largest, 96% of the vote in, and he right now has less than a 2-point victory over the vice president. Moving on to North Carolina, this was called much earlier this evening. North Carolina, 99% of the vote in, and you can look at this point. He and this will hold pretty close to it. President Trump winning with less than 3% of the vote. Moving on to Georgia, another win for the former president, and this with 16 electoral votes. The Associated Press calling him the winner tonight in Georgia.
Back to your phone calls and your voices and how you feel about election night. And we're going to begin with Rose out in the battleground state of Arizona. Rose, how was election night for you?
Hi, thanks for having me on. It's been great. I've been watching it. I really never ever watched it on C-SPAN, and I'm really enjoying it, the unbiased approach that you guys have. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you for that. So how was election night for you?
It's great. I'm just sitting up watching it still, and I'm excited, very excited.
Who was your candidate?
Excited?
Trump.
Why?
I guess that's why she's excited.
You know, we gave the Democrats several years now to, make things better, and it seems everything has just gotten worse. And, I'm a 30-year-old woman living by myself on Social Security and 3 days a week, still working. So,
Trump wants to cut your Social Security, right?
I just need the economy to get better. Everything's gotten so expensive. And when Trump was in office before, everything was, groceries are less expensive, petroleum was less expensive, and I just think that we need to take care of America better.
What world do these right-wingers live in where everything was cheap
President Trump,
during Trump?
Saying that he has won. He is on the verge of winning. He has not reached 270 electoral votes as of this moment, but Alaska, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan are the states that have not been called that are leaning towards him. Maine has also not been called, and there will be probably one electoral vote for the President Trump there, and 3 electoral votes.
That's what I'm saying. The
should note
Republicans looking to take the Senate
for Kamala
like
Harris.
a 3 or 4 seat margin.
10 electoral votes. She won it. She and Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, won it by 5 points.
Insane.
Let's hear from Carmen. Carmen is in Cleveland, Ohio. Good morning, Carmen. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm not fine. I voted for Harris.
I'm not fine.
I'm kind of upset at the way they played their ground game. I wish they had just told the truth on how everything went down.
Who's
now,
they?
The lady
Who's
just
they?
called and said, oh, things were better under Trump. Things were cheaper. But that was all a result of what Obama had done, and it was pre-COVID. After COVID and the supply chain demand, everything went up, period. And then it took years. It took a couple years after Biden got in to get everything back under control. Now things are starting to go back down again. They got things underhand, and you can better believe for the next 2 years, things have been going.
Get some awful MAGA rap.
Of what Biden has done, and Trump is going to take credit for it again.
Hey, Carmen, I got to ask you, you got a new senator. Sherrod Brown went down. in Ohio.
I'm heartbroken. I love him. I met him personally.
He was a great senator.
A nice and caring and giving man. I've met him
The
personally.
country is worse off now.
And he would always come to Cleveland and, check around the polls.
And J.D. Vance from Ohio is the new vice president-elect, or will be.
And this is something I want to say, too, and I hope everybody's listening. Everybody thinks Trump is the main thing. J.D. Vance is going to be our president.
Why do you say that?
Trump ain't going to. I don't think Trump is going to last.
RB, I don't think I'm far behind you. I promise to stay on until 6. I don't think it's going to happen.
The people he wants to surround himself with, they are not politicians. They don't know how things run, and it would be just total chaos. They need a politician. J.D. Vance is educated, is smart.
I'm over 9 hours on stream now.
Hey, Carmen.
It's been a long night.
Do you think Joe Biden should have stayed in the race, or are you a fan of Kamala Harris?
I love Kamala Harris, but this is what I really wanted to happen. I wish he hadn't did that debate. I really do. Or he should just sit down and do a debate, or just cancel it and say, I don't feel good.
Dude, welcome in.
I feel good that day. Because when he came back and gave his speech of, leaving, he did it.
I'm on hour number 9.
But then I thought about it. I think
barely making it.
They should have let him run, and he would have ended up giving it to her. I think he could have beat him. And I don't care. The way we felt about Biden, I really believe if Biden had ran against him, he would have won.
Final question, Carmen. Final question. Tell us a little bit about yourself. What do you do in Cleveland?
I'm a retired nurse, but I am disabled. I end up hurting my back at work, and I've been disabled.
I'm doing my best.
But I do, stay politically, and I watch you all the time. I've been watching.
But I think it's time to hit a animal video.
All right.
You're where I get my.
I'm not well rested enough. I don't think he's gonna win the popular vote. I don't think I'm gonna have to cut my hair again. Come the fuck on. Surely. He's still crowing his lead. I'm sorry I didn't have one handy. I wasn't ready for it. If you're watching on Twitch, you're heading over to Redolent Thought. Sorry for the raiders that are just getting raided out into another channel, but I gotta pass out. It's too much. It's too much. It's been fun. I'll see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol live.